go. There we go. Get the jackets on there for a second. Put this out of the way. Put these out of the way. Boom. Whew. There we go. Yay. Ah! Don't do this, you can't. There we go. Now we fucking go. Anyway, bada. Oh, you know what? I know what I can do. Change up the look a little. Really? Getting stuck now? Come on. Come on, how do we get stuck? Hey, what are you doing there, Zooks? Come on. This is annoying. I don't really have a brace to use really right now. Fuck it, I'm just gonna have to. Fuck. I'm chewing on my own fucking hand more so than this. Fuck. There we go. Come on. Fuck. Can't even get a grip on this? Are you serious? Come on. Fuck! Cannot get a grip on this fucking piece of thing. Fuck! Find something else in this piece of fucking shit. There we go. Should be better, I think. Oh yeah, fucking yeah. Okay. This thing's a piece of shit. No one really wants to be right now. Fuck. Oh, fuck, I gotta go the opposite way. There we go. Oh, wow, sweet, finally. I could get you through. So you need to move down a little bit, like so. Come on. Really? Fucking hell. Come on. Come on. Seriously? Well, this thing's being a piece of shit right about now. I mean, for real. Fuck, I cannot get a grip, dude. I don't even get a fucking grip on this. It's like nothing to keep this from fucking... Ah! Okay, this is really fucking annoying. Is there gonna be anything that I can fucking use? Preferably shit that actually fucking can grip things and not be a shitbag. bend back into shape. Fucking really, dude. It's like the stock fucking piece on it now. It just wants to not, like, work. Fucking really? Oh, now it does. Oh, dude, really? What a piece of shit. Alright, well, got it in there now. I kind of upgraded this little bad boy a little bit. Got some parts in for this little thing today. Got this plum foregrip piece, and my initial idea was to use this AMD 63/65 lower to put right here instead, which was kind of the initial idea, to put it right there. Then have this Easterman part right here on the top, kind of mix with everything. That actually kind of looks like it has more of a fit color to it. This is starting to look beautiful now. Get the bolt assembly. There we go. Nice. Cool. Now fully assembled again, and now it has a totally different look to it too. Honestly, this back looks a lot better now. This has a lot more of that plum look that I really like on it. Just put that out to center right there. At this point now, she's starting to look like she's a brown bess or something. Might as well be her name. Might as well be the name of the rifle. Brown bess. Put that right there. I don't know, I still think I'll probably use this on it, but at the very least, I wanted to see if I can, kind of at least have some other parts for other experimentations, because who knows, maybe I want a few other AK rifles. Grab like 2 or 3 more of them. Because then I can have all the parts, to play around with. It's also a cool thing, at least for these Hungarian lowers, they can use these grips too. So I can put a Hungarian foregrip like so, it have like stick out like that. And that'd be pretty dope, but that was the intention, really. I was gonna use this grip, have the wooden plum, plum grip on the pistol one, put this on the forend, but nope, guess not. Oh well. Now I'm running out of space in here. Okay. Now I'll put these things. That's the true question. Where are the deal with these? Let's see. Ugh. Hey, boy. What's up, you little baby thing? Yeah, look at you. He's just a little ball. He's just a sweet little ball. Oh, yes, he is. Oops. Oh my god. Can I? Oh my god. Can I please? Can I stuff these in here? Thank you. What? Ever just to put some fucking names in here or something? There we go. Jesus Christ. Just a... Oh, man, my God. Man, oh, man. This is on. It is indeed on. Oh. Grab my... Oh, my God. Nah, I'm just getting tangled by cords. This is just excellent. I like how, like, the first one I missed is basically just made me fickle fucking around with a gun. But unfortunately, there was not many successes with the parts I got. However, though, I mean, it's not like I can't, mess with it a little bit. Like, I can use the part, and then I'll just have to essentially, like, bend it around a little bit, because it's just a sheet stamped metal piece. So I could just essentially maybe, like, recreate it, in a sense, maybe even. I just take a basic little sheep stamp metal piece and then just like cut the holes out of it and then just like fold it into that size but just slightly wider. Because that's the issue with it. It's not the length, it's actually like the width. It's a little too narrow. I could stretch it, which I guess would be the best option. But at the same time, I don't want to necessarily accidentally fuck up the finish on it either. So it's like, But then again, I want to add like a little bit of a finish to it too, so there we go, get that charged up. Oh, this is why you need like 1,000 AKs. Every man needs at least 100 AK-47s, so then you can have the maximum customability, maximum abilities to customize your Kalashnikov. This is why people collect these things, okay? Because then we can maximize the creatability and the customizations. Like, oh, hey, I want to customize, want it to look like that. Boom, there you go. Want it to look a little different. Boom, here's another AK to do it with. Oh, do I want one to look like literally a Chiquita banana? Boom. There I go. The Chiquita banana AK. I mean, it's just like, I ain't trying to fucking like create an armory or nothing. I just want to customize a bunch of AKs. I just want to like, make 1,000 of them. That's just all I want. I just want to look at the receivers of AKs and just build them up. And just make my own little unique design each time. Using a Frankistonian process of taking parts from, like, Romanian, Yugo, well, those actually don't really work well. Stamped AKs and Yugo AKs don't really work well. But, nonetheless, trying it anyway. Fucking, like, Zabastas, fucking, yeah, like, got East German AKs, Polish AKs, Bulgarian AKs, Hungarian AKs, Chinese AKs, Korean AKs, Russian AKs, of course, and American-made AKs, you know, so it's just like, I mean, AKs everywhere, and I want to customize, I want to, like, my real goal, actually, truly, is to have the most, like, internationally, like, woven AK. Like, as many parts from different parts of the world as possible. It's kind of hard because, unfortunately, it's very limited, you know, for where I could get it from, at least when it comes to the source of its production, because it's basically the, like, Warsaw Pact in the US and China. That's it. It's like I basically have Eastern European countries and Germany, and then America, and then China. That's it. Like, I don't really got anywhere else, you know, this is very limited, unfortunately. But, you know, there are, you know, parts that can also be compatible with the weapons that could go on there too. Like, I know the VZ58 was like a Czech version of, like, their AK, because, like, they want, like, the Warsaw Pact is like, hey, you need to design an AK so it works with the 7.62x39 round. And they're like, okay, we'll make you that. And they made it, but they didn't make it, you know, Kalashnikov. They made their whole separate thing. Though it's very limited, but there at least are some parts, not a lot, but at least a few things like furniture and stuff like that that you could mush, you know, with an AK. Does it work? No, you're gonna tinker with it for a minute, but, you know, you could if you wanted to. Let's see what's on tube here. I think in a little bit here I'll also get into an Avatar too, because I definitely have some opinions about that film, actually. Though for the most part, pretty good, actually. I honestly, you know, like, the critiques I have with the film are not what I thought they were going to be. And the critiques I, you know, was kind of going into the film, actually wasn't really as there as much. Like, because I was at least, you know, checking out, like, other people's little, like, discussions about Avatar, the new movie. I saw, like, TJ and Scotty on Fighting Boys talk about it. And Fighting Boys, at least with TJ, he wasn't really, like, as into it. Well, he still liked it, but he, you know, he didn't really like some characters and thought they were just kind of useless or just just kind of lame or something, or just not needed. And it's like, yeah, there are some characters. At least, yeah, one of the kids, like Spider, I think his name was. Yeah, like Spider, like. It was mentioned that he was kind of, like, not really needed for the story, but also I was like, actually, I don't know. I kind of vibe with him a little bit. I kind of like Spider. Honestly, what I found hilarious was a bunch of Avatar dudes with Oakleys. Like, they made some of the, like human Na'vi, you know, or like the Na'vi to, like, try to be, like, infiltrators and shit, who were very much like the past lives of some of the dudes from the first movie or some shit. Like, some of them were straight up wearing Oakleys, and it's like, oh my god, like, why are they wearing Oakleys, my dude? I'm just imagining just, like, these oversized Oakleys just on one of these dudes. Well, I don't need to imagine. I saw it. I will say though, the CGI and stuff and all that, like from what I understand, at least the reason why it took forever for the second movie to even really be released was because of like the CGI needed for it, and I could see it. Like I honestly would say that the CGI kind of started to lack a little bit when it started getting into like some of the bigger fight scenes near the end of the film. But I think the like the screen being filled with a lot of different things kind of underwhelms that part of it, so it doesn't really make too much of a big deal to me or much of a difference to me. So all in all, I'd say even when the CGI was kind of lacking and was noticeable, even for me, I thought it's still actually not bad. It's actually pretty damn good. Like, because when it was actually kind of noticeable, it was still very fluid. It was still like as if there was at least a sense of something supposed to be there. Despite that, it kind of at least looked like it was more of like an enhancement of what was there, more so than just filling in the blank, which I actually did like. So I liked it at least kind of went like a little bit more subtle with the blaring CGI, I guess, despite using so much of it, obviously. And also, I thought some of the like kind of the more like human appropriations that kind of went into some of the Navi culture a little bit kind of interesting. Oh shit, I realized I just forgot to fuck. Don't have anything to drink. Shit. God damn it. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure it out. But one thing I at least liked was that there was like a little bit of like human body language and human language broadly kind of interwoven within the Navi and shit. I actually really liked that a lot because it kind of added this like sassy smart assery to some of the Navi, or at least the ones who were like of what at least some of the Navi called the demon blood, essentially, which were the sky people or the humans interwoven with their DNA. Like they, they're kind of known to be that a little bit, but some of this stuff like being like can't really say much about this part without really spoiling much. There's at least one point where one of those like human loyal Navi were like holding some of the other ones, some of the indigenous ones, and one of them is like, it's like, was asking, I think, what his name was and shit, and oh no, he was asking about show me your fingers, because at least for regular Navi they had 3 fingers, not 4 like we do. So at least one characteristic was the 5 digits. So instead of giving him all 5, he decided to do this. And I was just like, you know what, fuck yes, I love it. It's like, show me your fingers. Here you go. Fuck you. I mean, there were some scenes in there that I honestly thought were pretty hilarious. Just because it's like, hey, yeah, it's a life and death situation going on right now, but fuck you anyway. And then it also was, I also kind of really liked the character Kitty a little bit, because she kind of was, cause honestly, like, one thing I noticed about the film, at least with a lot of different characters, Kitty especially at least, was like the sense of being like an outcast, essentially, because at least a lot of the different themes within the movie is about that. It is about like a sense of being, an outcast and then, trying to find belonging, so to speak. And she essentially like has more of an affinity or a connection towards Pandora, like the planet itself, and thus with Awa, or the Great Mother, and essentially, and because of that, has like kind of a more unorthodox approach about like, just seeing the world around her, basically, to the point where a lot of, Navis see her as kind of the quote-unquote freak a little bit. And considering she's also part demon blood, too, or I guess part human blood in this case, she also has that going on for her, too. So she's seen even more so as an outcast in comparison to the rest of her siblings. I will say, though, there's at least, like, a few points. Like, there's a few moments in the movie where they never really explored too much, again. At least one thing that I noticed was, with the character Kitty, I can't really say much about too much spoiler, but, like, there was, like, at one point where I'll just say she got overloaded, basically, with, like, experiencing, like, the connection towards Pandora as a planet and shit. And at one point, some doctors were like, yo, you can't have her do that again or else, she could die, potentially. And, like, later in the film, she does, like, one of the, spirit tree bonds again, a little bit later. And it's just like, huh? It's like, wouldn't she have died? If she were to do that again? But guess not. Which, I mean, I'm not, like, dogging too much about, because there was at least, like, a little bit of a scene that, or at least, different scenes that kind of seemed like a montage where, you had, like, these forest, these people from the forest and shit who were not adapted, to the water, so a lot of these, ocean clans and shit, they have more adaptations towards the sea, like, they have, like fins, on their arms, and their tails are more thicker and are like, a fishtail almost in comparison to, a lot of different forest, tribes and shit. And because of that, there's a lot of, differences between the two where it's just like, it's like you're not going to actually be able to, like, adapt well or, be able to, like, mingle well with us and shit. But, and, during some of their, like, kind of getting to know their ways a little bit, like learning how to swim and connecting with, like, some of the different animals that they have in the oceans and shit. And, like, learning the different mounts that they got there and shit, and all that, it was like, I mean, it was kind of hastened, I think, a little bit, but, it kind of showed at least a little bit of progression. It's like, oh, well, they can't quite figure it out, but then eventually, over time, they get enough of an idea, being able to, like, harness, these, traits that are also within them, too, but just have never been really honed into enough, kind of like a lot of these ocean clans have, where, they got these adaptations, and, well, obviously, the Forest Navi didn't. So thus, it's just like you have, a lot of these, people essentially, just kind of helping them along, but at least about halfway through the movie, eventually kind of get it down. And I know at least, one critique I heard about it was like, oh, they learned these things too quickly and eventually just, like, figured it out. And it's like, at least with how the scenes were, like, woven into and shit, it kind of looked like it was more of, like, a montage of what meant, like, it was supposed to be over, like, a multiple days or weeks or something in comparison to, like, all day or something. So, I mean, it just kind of seemed like, for a long film, it looked like it was supposed to be longer. And I know from what I understand, the director's cut is supposed to straight up be like a 8-hour fucking movie or some shit, like, in its utter totality. And I could tell. I can tell. Like, I could tell there was meant to be a lot of development, a lot of different things, added to it. Hell, it looked like it was, honestly, there was meant to be kind of like another battle scene, honestly, like at the very start of the film, like when the humans came back and where, like, a new star showed up out of nowhere, which was them coming back to the planet. I mean, it's like, I kind of felt like there's supposed to be, like, a bigger scene there in comparison to what was showed and portrayed. So I could tell that there's a lot of different things that I feel like would be more enhanced and expanded, with the director's cut. Which, I wonder how truly long that is. Like, I imagine the director's cut for that film is probably fucking insanely long. One thing I also kind of find interesting, at least when it comes to the film, that I also like, was honestly just kind of some of the, like, Navi, or at least the avatars that are meant to be like the Marines and shit. Or at least like the Marines from the past lives or whatever the fuck. And, like, they're basically just like the literal peak maximum, like, sense of, like, patriotic nationalistic jingoism I think that I have ever seen. And I love it, because it's done enough to where it's not like super, like, utterly fucking blatant, but it's also pretty obvious too. Like, it's obvious, but at the same time it's like, I mean, it's not so blatant to the point where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking, just, be like, just like utterly, like, abhorrently, like, barbarically slaughtering of everything and shit. Because they kind of push it to that limit a little bit every now and then, to where they do basically just like do outright genocides and shit. But they, they don't quite get there. So it's like they don't make it like utterly fucking like big and loud, but they still make it pretty obvious and pretty loud. Like they still do like mass burnings of villages and shit like that. And consider just like all the indigenous populations as hostiles, while they're also like hostilely taking over a fucking planet. So, I mean, it definitely has got very strong anti-colonialist messaging and like imperialist messaging for sure. And honestly, for good fucking reason, I would say. Because, yeah, like a lot of the shit that, gets commentated within it, I think, is very analogous to a lot of the fucking shit that, we as a species have done. In a lot of ways, it's just a lot more easier to absorb and digest, especially at least when it comes to, at least when it comes to, like, like having essentially like an alien planet, being done, having that done to instead. Which is actually the main reason why I think a lot of people tend to kind of see maybe humans more sympathetically a little bit too at the same time, at least in the films, or at least in those type of concepts, when it comes to doing that on other alien planets, because it's totally detached and far away from our own planet, and it's just like, and totally detached and away from our own type of like, norms basically. And even then, I honestly feel like my position's even more forced with the film, but it's just like, I think it just kind of shows and confirms, like, the destruction and a lot of the fucking, like, negative outcomes, ramifications that come in with things like this, even if there is genuine good intent, because a lot of, people, who are very venomous and very snaky and viperous, should tend to, take the most, malintent, advantage out of all these type of things. Because, like, for example, there was, like, when, Columbus, went over to the, Caribbean and shit, like, he had at least some people, within their own journals and diaries that were following him, that, saw that, like, these people are actually pretty friendly, and we can actually, get a lot more just, being, friendly with them, just being open with them. But, Columbus obviously had other ulterior motives and shit, and plenty of other people did as well. Even though there were at least some people within, the expedition that, did legitimately saw it otherwise, and saw, like, a different idea, and saw a wholly different approach, where it was a lot more empathetic and more about understanding. Because in their mind, exploring the new world, comes with wanting, a yearning of understanding, and, wanting to know more. So it's like, obviously that does attract those people, but, at the same time, you also got, people who are attracted to that, who are very sociopathic and very destructive, and that tends to be the biggest and the most loudest consequences that tend to happen to come from them. But either way, it's honestly a really good fucking movie. For me, I feel like it, I definitely for sure, say it's worth watching. But I guess at like a rating, I'd probably give it like, on the old IMDb scale, probably like a 8.1, 8.2, somewhere around there. Mainly because, I feel like there were definitely a few things they could have expanded on or delved further into, which I feel like a director's cut probably does, considering from what I understand how longer that movie is supposed to be in comparison to the theater release version where it's cut down. So I feel like director's cut would probably get a higher rating for me, but like at least as it is now, probably for sure, at least for me, 8.1 2 around there. You know what, 8.4. Fuck it. Bump it up there. Liked a lot of the, like a lot of the, themes and the commentaries about it, especially about, like, the whole, thing about being, about, like, the whole, theme and commentary about, outcast and, our being the outcast and shit, on top of, what else? On top of, like the sense of adaptation, basically, like to survive, adapt, overcome. There's also like a sense of like commentary on theme about family and all that type of shit too, which is just like that's nice. It's not my big thing that I like, that I look out for films and shit, but that was kind of one of the more bigger messages too, or at least one of the more bigger side of messages. But at least for me, yeah. I'm gonna at least see what I have to drink here pretty soon. If not, I'll probably say fucking go grab myself something to drink. But here. Get some background music going here. There we go. Did not need you so loud. I'm just glad it did not like start super bombastically loud. Get some lean ground out here. Ooh. Oh, that felt pretty damn good. And what is this? What is this here? Southwest bags are fed up. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the hell? You would think the person that just drove by would maybe stop and, you know, get the bag. Oh my god, it just keeps going.
Are we going to do what they say can't be done?
Do you think that dude there would just, those some good quality wheels, the manufacturer different uses commercial? Oh, damn. Nice. I've seen so many bikes just laying by themselves at the tarmac, no one or any plans there, right? Dude, like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, what if what if a plane just like rolls up and just like happens to just see that passing by? Like, what are they gonna do? Like, what if it rolls up right next to one of their engines and that thing just like gets sucked in or something? Well, it must have a lot of weight to it because it's just like, or at least a lot of bottom weight because this was rolling. This was kind of rolling along. So what other little things I could check out for the two maybe in a minute. Ooh. I see something here that might procure my interest. Huge YouTube change just ruined many channels. Oh boy. I actually kind of heard about it a little bit. I think it's like something about like pretty much like they're cracking down on vulgarity again. Because there's a point where YouTube, actually off and on throughout YouTube's history, where they were cracked down hard on that type of stuff. And basically would just be like, nope. Like, you know, you can't have any of it or else basically your videos would get like hella, you know, or at least I think at first would actually legitimately just straight get taken down. But now at this point just get basically shadow banned or like, you know, or in the sense of where, yeah, they're still up and they're still public, but it's going to be a bitch and have to fucking find them unless you're basically directly searching that video or on the channel itself. Which is some bullshit. And honestly makes it far more tougher for, you know, big, you know, tiny channels, you know, ones like mine and stuff to actually kind of like get a little bigger. Just little bits by bit. Which I have at least noticed, you know, like, you know, as of recent, you know, there's been a little bit more of an uptick on average. So it's just like, I mean, you know, it's like, oh yeah, all this this thing about like vulgarity and all this other stuff, controversial things, we can't allow this. Boo. So I think I remember D-Mom mentioning something about it in her most recent stream. Oh shit, no, oh, yo, she actually just recently did this earlier today. I thought this was yesterday for some reason. The first ever Christian Demon Mama stream. She turned Christian for like 2 seconds and then stopped being it afterwards. Cause gosh darn gee willikers. Which what exceptionally sucks is that like how do you like watch, you know, like things like vulgarity, you know what I mean? It's like, how do you just, at least especially on live stream settings and shit, like, cause that's even like more difficult because it's more off the cuff and on the fly. It's like, what should we just like pre-rehearse, you know, like a stream and then just like try to censor, you know, like shit, you know, before we start? It's like, huh? It just makes no sense outside of just like, you know, trying to make it more quote advertiser friendly, which just fucks over the actual content creators that make the platform in the first place. All because we just don't want some naughty mean people. It's like, yeah, are there like legitimate like mean and bad, you know, like actors when it comes to the platform? Yeah. But you know, but having to basically like punish the majority of the platform for that is what's the fucking problem. It's like they could simply just be like, oh hey, you know, we're gonna keep things this, but we're gonna have more of a stricter like security back team, you know, to try to, you know, crack down more on specific type of content that, you know, has been slipping through the cracks. You know, they could have just put it that way, and then that honestly probably would have satisfied advertisers at least to some degree, to be like, alright, fine, I want to see results though. And as long as they did, you know, they would have shut up. But no, they had to go nuclear, and have basically been like on like the radioactive fallout ever since. Man, I can't believe how long ago that was. That was like, I think that was even back in like 2014 or some shit, or something like that, or 2015. That was all. I think that was even before Trump was elected, when the apocalypse happened, when they went nuclear and everything. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was because like of the rise of like different, you know, right wing extremism that was going on at that time, you know, because of his popularity growing. I think that's what's at least kind of caused that little causal chain reaction, at least at that time. And it's just literally been worse since. See how fascism ruins everything? Like, it doesn't necessarily even have to be in total control to just, like, ruin everything for everybody. But here, let me see where that video, here it is. Let's do Charlie's video on it. Wow, Charlie, you're so quiet.
I have news that'll blow it out of the water. And trust me, you're going to want to get this sitting down. So if you're in the operating room watching this, it's time to put down the scalpel and pay attention.
And for some reason, my screen is just me staring off into the oblivion. That's just fucking great. God love that shit. Good stuff right there. Alright, well, hold on. God damn nabbit son of a bitch. Now I got... Alright, well, before we get into that video, we're gonna have to do this first. Alright, take you off, and then the other screen. Yep, take you off. Yep, okay, now add the screens again. Add another screen. Boom. Alright. And there we go. Okay. Now to split view. Now to fuck around with my layers until I see that it's working again. Let's see here. Fucking around with my layers. Gotta fuck around with the layers. Come on. Something? Anything? Come on, give me some. A survey says. And it really? Are we really just gonna be doing this concurrently? Go here. Seriously. Wow. Oh! There we go. Whoa.
Made a massive change to the platform.
Oh shit, I'm over here this time.
YouTube fashion has done a horrible job at communicating it to the community. So, it's up to me, Ace Reporter Charles here, to tackle this topic from the front lines, just riding through like Paul Revere, lighting the lanterns, letting you all know that another awful set of changes are coming to YouTube that have already overnight tanked some creators' source of income from their channels, demonetized like half of their videos with no explanation, and more channels are soon to follow as this continues to roll out. And
oh, great.
Let it be known right away here that yes, my channel has been hit extremely hard by this new shadow policy that they've slid into the equation here. The policy is, if you say any swear word or anything less than proper in the first 8 seconds of a video, you instantly get demonetized for it no matter what. There is no wiggle room. If you say anything that's not squeaky clean Weenie Hut Jr. and you let that rip in the first 8 to 15 seconds of that video, well, you're just getting blasted. And
And that's just fucked up. So, like, that should not just be allowed. I mean, just on the fact that language is used.
There's nothing you can do about it. Now, to a lot of you, hearing that's probably not surprising because the previous policy that all YouTubers were playing ball with was the first 30 seconds you couldn't say fuck. You couldn't say anything super hard like fuck. Because if you did, you'd likely get demonetized. But
Fuck!
now, it applies to the first 8 seconds and all profanity is being treated equally, except...
Which, like, what could be... though YouTube also does note that it's not treating words like hell and damn as profanity anymore. So what about goddamn?
A couple of exceptions like hell and damn, I guess. Maybe even ass. You might be able to squeeze a little ass in there in the beginning, I suppose.
Hello, ass.
If the YouTube
Get the ass pass.
is feeling generous with their policy enforcement that day. Now, while that's all pretty clear about just not using any profanity whatsoever in the first 8 seconds, it gets a little muddy when it starts talking about a focal usage of profanity throughout the video. It says such as a mention in every sentence, but that's not exactly how they enforce it.
Focal usage of profanity throughout videos such as mentioned in every sentence. Profanity used in the title or thumbnail of music or stand-up comedy content.
A lot of the videos that have been demonetized, at least on my side, it's not like I'm going around hitting them with like Saints Row dialogue. It's just very confusing what's actually triggering this new demonetization wave that's sweeping through like a plague. For example, RT Game, again, isn't exactly a creator known for like intense swearing and getting out of control and unhinged and saying profanity in every sentence like this policy here. And yet, so many of his videos just got demonetized. And he's also not someone that does a whole lot of cursing and swearing like a sailor in the first, like, minute of his videos either. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's not as clear as these rules seem to think that it is. Also, this rule applies retroactively to every piece of content ever made, even as far back as, like, 2007. So, like, half of my catalog of videos is now demonetized. This happened to a ton of creators, and because it's a new policy, yet every old video ever made now has to play by those rules, so it ended up with so much being demonetized. But it's very vague when it comes to the enforcement here. Let me give you just 2 quick examples from 2 new videos I made. Both of these were monetized as of 12 hours ago. So this first one is just called Good News. It is legitimately just going over very wholesome topics. The focal point is not on swearing, you know, it's not a potty mouth kind of video. It's just going over wholesome topics. But in the intro, I said shit pretty early. This week's been pretty doom and gloom with a lot of awful shit coming to light all across the internet.
Well, I guess looks like you're gonna need to have your income taken away there for that particular video. Demonetized.
Shit here is...
Time to censor that. You're supposed to say, you know, stuff instead of shit there, sir. How dare you?
Demonetization flag.
How fucking dare you, sir?
A little upsetting, but they've now made these rules clear and they're retroactive, so I get it. But here's an example of one that makes no sense at all by their new rules. This is me talking about Godslap Issue 2 being out. Don't worry, I'm here now. I know for the last few months you've been cold and afraid, the uncertainty eating away at you, wondering what comes next. Well, I'm here to show you what comes next. It's issue 2 of Godslap, baby. I probably don't need to explain what Godslap is, you already know. It's our comic book series that's become more popular than the Bible. There's no profanity at all, not even low-level profanity. I don't mention ass or butt or anything like that at all.
Yeah, I was actually confused. Was there supposed to be something that was supposed to demonetize them somehow in there?
Talking about Godslap and getting excited. It's a comic book series we've worked on for a long time. And
you know what? That's it. That's it right there. Godslap. You're being derogatory against God. You're wanting to slap him. Dude, it's like, is Washiki trying to make YouTube like some Christian platform or something? It's like we can't allow any, you know, swearing, you know, oh, you said God slap in one of your videos, you know, it's like, how dare you, better demonetize you. Might get demonetized away. Yeah, I don't get income from any of this anyway, so it's not like that shit necessarily pertains to me. But at least algorithmically it does, because, I mean, their algorithms are wired, you know, to look out for this shit anyway. And not only is it doing this type of shit, it's also making sure that you're kind of brushed under the rug and not recommended as much, or, you know, or notified as much, you know, when it comes to content like that.
Over everything, and letting you all know that it's available at godslapbook.com. This wasn't supposed to be an ad for it, but it's a great example here because there is no profanity used throughout this video until 5 minutes and 37 seconds into it after giving a plot summary for issue 1. Surrounding Sal, finishing them off with more finger flicks which blow their fucking head off. They share a brief conversation. So what could have possibly triggered this demonetization? Is it using profanity at all that's going to result in demonetization? Because that'd be
Probably
very concerning if so. The best guess I can muster is they must have been really upset about the animation because we had an animation made for issue 2 and it's a pretty gory animation, so it comes in at around a minute into the video and there is some...
Even though that's technically fine when it comes to monetization and shit.
Animated gore and violence, but that's a minute into it, and again, that's not the focus of it, and I wouldn't think anyone would be like disturbed or shocked by the content. It's not anything that's, you know, egregious or over the top. It's just violence in a comic book and animated format. So would that really now result in demonetization for any channel that has anything that's even close to this level of violence? Because that's really strict. Like, what you see there is something you'd find in like any M-rated or even T-rated games sometimes. Like, it's not...
I mean, this looks like something that you see in like fucking like Omni-Man or some shit, honestly.
That extreme. Like, I don't see why that would warrant being demonetized, but it is a bit scary, because this has all happened overnight with no explanation, and it's not just, you know, bad words and things like that. This applies to so much other shit that they're now enforcing heavily. But it's not just for getting a little wacky with your language in videos that'll result in demonetization now. If you're getting a little wacky with your game choice, if you're a gaming YouTuber, you can get demonetized for it, even age restricted in some cases. If you're playing a game that's kind of violent, you're very likely to get demonetized for it, and if there's bad language in that game, especially early on in the video you make covering that game, you're likely to be demonetized for it. And in fact, Callisto Protocol is the most recent example. You can get age restricted for it too. Callisto Protocol was deemed too gory, it's too much, this is very unholy stuff we're seeing here.
I mean, for real, it's like, are they trying to do like some sort of like prudish puritanical like cleanse of like, we can't have all this ungodly like stuff talking about God slap, you know, slapping God and all this gory, demonic, horrible horror stuff and all this vulgarity. We can't allow this. We cannot allow this. We're a family-friendly Christian platform, yes.
Everyone that made videos on Callisto Protocol got age restricted for it, including me. A couple of them I know slid under the radar, but for the most part, anything that had Callisto Protocol did get age restricted, which is almost poetic because you might remember that Callisto Protocol is inspired by Dead Space, and Dead Space 2 had the worst marketing campaign of all time called Your Mom Hates Dead Space, and it was all about how offended mothers were getting at Dead Space. It was very silly, but now it's like become reality for YouTube. YouTube is now that Dead Space mom when it comes to violent video games. It's pretty pathetic, but what's the saddest part about this whole situation is YouTube's refusal to be transparent with this and make it clear that these policy changes are coming.
Well, they're a for-profit corporation, and like, name any company that's ever been transparent.
As did everyone else, after being hit by it and then doing digging, because anytime there's a policy change, YouTube treats it like a government secret, like the Krabby Patty secret formula. They just refuse to share it. So I had to learn by searching around online, talking to other creators, as well as talking directly to YouTube in order to get answers for what was going on. And even my YouTube contact wasn't aware of this until I brought it up and he did digging on his end. That is absolutely not any fault of his own. That just goes to show you how split YouTube is internally, where things just aren't communicated effectively even on the inside. So how the fuck...
And that's purposeful. So then a lot of the people on the top, you know, can basically just, you know, maximize, you know, their money in the coffers and shit, you know, while everyone else is running around with a chicken with their head cut off.
Can they possibly manage...
Because who's going to be paying attention to the, you know, big wigs up top and shit when they're, you know, skimming some of the money and shit and maximizing their fucking coffers and their fucking, you know, stock shareholding buddies and stuff, while everyone else is fucking distracted in a, you know, sea of chaos.
The community, I guess.
Also, like, Southwest did this too when it came to like you know, a lot of these cancellations, and also not updating a lot of their software and shit too, and basically taking advantage of like COVID loans and stuff, and basically just like forcing people out of retirement and just having no one replace them when it comes to like pilots or like other workers and shit. Like this is like another example. I mean, corporations just do these type of things as a way to maximize the profit for the CEO and their buddies and a lot of their shareholders. Like that's the primary fucking reason.
So laughable. This policy.
I'd be curious to see if Washiki got a raise sometime recently or will sometime soon. Be a little curious if that happened.
Game changer for a lot of channels. You have to completely alter your content strategy depending on like what you do. Like if you play like a certain game that could now be deemed a little too violent for ads. Like this is something that changes a lot for many creators. And you have to find out by going through fucking Twitter and then talking to people in whispers on Discord in order to figure out what was happening. That is so pathetic. That YouTube's repeated inability to communicate even their biggest changes to the platform just makes no sense. It just can't be that hard to put out clear documents letting people know what's around the corner and an estimated arrival date. I don't see what makes that so difficult and why they struggle so greatly with it. There was one article I found about this in early December, but of course there was no like set time frame for when this would actually launch, or if it was even really going to launch for sure. Because all of those things are written so vaguely, you never really know what's going to come to the platform and what's not going to. Like, it's just so frustrating to have them constantly make these awful choices without ever consulting creators or users of the platform, obviously.
I mean, again, they're a corporation. Name a corporation that doesn't do this.
But also just not telling them either. Unfortunately, it's all just another common YouTube L here. I had to unmask the Scooby-Doo villain, and per usual, it was YouTube. So if you're just now figuring this out and wondering why your channel got demonetized over the last 24 hours, I'm sorry I had to be the one to shit out this bad news onto your plate. Would have been a lot more palatable if it came from YouTube's mouth as opposed to my ass, but it is what it is. I
mean, honestly, would it be better? Like, would it even be better if it came out of YouTube's ass versus yours there, Charlie?
I'm very convinced they will never...
I guess not that we have a choice, do we?
...actually communicate policy changes ever. At least not in any effective manner. So, you'll just always have to wonder when the next big policy change is coming to fuck you in the mouth. So that's a pretty fun thing to think about when making content on YouTube. And yeah, just wanted to give everyone the little update here since YouTube didn't. That's about it. See ya.
Damn. Gotta love it. Man, I mean, well, I don't... Like, this is just honestly, like, nothing new from YouTube at this point. I'm not really, like, phased, honestly, anymore. It's like, oh, YouTube's being a shit. Okay, which screen is... Okay, so that one. Is it that one? Okay, I guess... Alright, it's that one. But it's just like... I mean, I shouldn't be desensitized to YouTube shit. But, like, for fuck's sake, dude. It's like, I mean, this is just nothing really that much new. Man, it's like, can YouTube just not be shit for once? Like, it ain't that hard. Like, you had something going on decent when you at least were, like, loosening up, copyright and shit when it came to music. Which, that's nice at least. But you always have to take, like, 5 steps back, don't you? Like, you always have to do that, don't you, you fucking pieces of sad corporate shit. I mean, it's just like, it's like, I guess that's the trade. It's like, hey, you might be able to, listen to more music, but hey, if there's swear words or if there's goriness in the song, then demonetized. And plus, maybe extra on top of that. Man, God love it. Dude, YouTube's such a wacky, dumb, fucking ridiculous platform. Can there seriously be something better than this? I mean, it's like, good lord. I mean, it's like, I know there's at least, like, small, like, tiny versions of, of equivalent of, like, YouTube out there, but it's just, like, even then, there's not even really much of a base, or user base for them to, like, be, like, sustainable by any real metric. I know of at least one that actually has kind of stuck around for a little bit so far. It's called, like, Upload Stars. I kind of look at it every now and then just to see if it's been bought or subsumed or bankrupted or something, and it actually hasn't. And it straight up looks like old style YouTube. Like, even, like, the channels, if you go on them themselves, they straight up look like old OG YouTube. Like, I mean, OG YouTube. And it's just like, whoa. I actually, have a genuine kind of a little affinity to it. That's why I've been, like, kind of looking at it for a little bit. But they don't do things like live streams and shit, so it's just like, eh. It's not exactly palatable for a lot of, what, generally, at least a lot of bigger content creators do nowadays. So it's just like, I mean, it seems like it's at least still kind of lacking. Didn't, like, OG YouTube have live streams back in the day, too? I don't think it did. I think it did at one point. I think it had it later, but I don't think it started with it. If I remember correctly. I think that at one point there was, like, a little period of time where it, like, popped in, and then Google bought it, and eventually did their version of it. Fucking watch it's like, oh my god, I love it. I'm not gonna watch the video because I've already, like, reacted and talked about it, but, like, Tate bodied by teenage girl. Andrew Tate gets bodied by a teenage girl, dude. I fucking love it. Oh my fucking god. I mean, honestly, it's kind of true, though. I mean, you got bodied so hard that the Romanian cops arrested you. And, Romanian prisons aren't fun. They're, like, heavily overcrowded. They're, like, they basically, from what I understand, basically, it's pretty much like a lot of the corrupt issues of the U.S. prison system, but, like, just, like, human rights violations galore. They're not exactly good places to be hanging out at. Well, I mean, neither are our prisons, but, I mean, exceptionally more so for Romanian ones. Because, for my, because, like I said, they're, like, very overcrowded, like, they, they're basically just, like, literal cages instead of just, like, a cell, and it's, like, obviously food is even way more subpar in comparison to, like, what shit would be here. I mean, it's pretty gnarly. And even some places, from what I understand, have, like, just rats hanging out and just chilling. It's like, oh, well, that's just great. If I'm hungry enough, maybe I'll try to get that for some sustenance. And thus also get, like, 18 different parasites, while doing so. But hey, fuck it. More nutritional than what the Romanian prisons are feeding me. Because, I mean, a lot of reasons why is because basically, like, the Romanian mob has a lot of connections to the cops. So a lot of those type of people tend to be just, like, people that the mob just kind of, like, yoinked and arrested and shit, or just, people that the cops didn't like and shit, or, mobsters that crossed the police, or, crossed this dude or that dude or whatever the fuck. Can't do as many killings down there, or really as any, mobsters, unless they're, like, cartels these days anymore and shit, so they usually just throw you in prison. And then if something happens to you there, it's not a big deal. Alright, I need to find something to drink. I think there might have some juice. Let me see if I got some juice. Ugh. You know what? I have one better. Eggnog. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, fuck it. Don't really have much of it. You know what, actually? Yeah, I have a cup right here. I was gonna say fuck it, just have it right out of the mug, but well, what are you doing, you stretchy boy? Makes the most absurd little grunts. Sucks and wants to use stream until next year. Oh shit, that's right. Well, I'm close and early at work, so maybe I'll have a chance to do so. But I also did promise Mom I was going to see her for New Year's, so I won't be streaming at least as, midnight hits for me. But I'll at least, stick around until about, like, 10, about. Because I'll probably get off around, like, 6, 7-ish abouts, and then from there, stream for, like, hour and a half, too. Have a couple brewskis and all that fun shit. Ugh. I was thinking, what should we have, planned up for tomorrow, now that I think about it? Would it be something we can watch, maybe? Well, you know what? I need to be careful with that, because apparently I can't watch Santa Claus versus the fucking devil. Apparently that's a no-no on YouTube, so, I need to be, I wish I could watch Free Lunch Express, but there's, like, none of that to be found on YouTube besides just a single trailer. Or at least a few uploads of that, so it's like, I could probably find something on the public domain, though. I think I might have some ideas about what to look for. I just don't know right off the top of my head. Oh, You know what? We should try to find, like, some really shitty, like, Christian animation or something. How would I look for that, though? Because I'm just going to look for it in a mocking way. I'm just going to, like, shitty Christian animation or something. And, maybe just, like... Here, we'll just do this. I'm just going to look up Christian animated free movie. Oh, wait. I think I just found something right... Oh, my God. There's actually... Holy crap. There's a few, actually. Oh, my God. What the fuck is this thumbnail? The Lion of Judah 2011 full movie. Do I even show the thumbnail to this? Because this is fucking actually genuinely... It's like got 11 million views. Wait, a lot of people watch this? Okay, I'm just gonna go to the very top here. Alright, here. So, this wasn't what I was looking at. This is just simply called the Ten Commandments. I don't know what this is, but this is actually an option, it looks like. But what the fuck is this? Like, what is going on, dude? What is going on here? Like, do I dare click this? Why is that, like, goat or this lamb have such human, why does it have such a human mouth? And why is that hog looking like he's about to, like, get on that lamb's dumper, bro? What is going on here? Why is that, like, bull there on the right look like he's seen some shit, dude? Like, he just been through Vietnam. Like, what is going on? Why is that chicken on crack? What? Dude, there's a lot to absorb here. Like, what is going on? I'm clicking it. I'm... Is there a max replay? It's near the... Oh, no. What? Wait. What? Hold on. What? What the fuck is that? What is that thing? This is disturbing? Dude, should we... Oh, I'm not watching it tonight, but... What is this? Should we... Whoa. What was that? Where was that? I saw that. Where was it? It was somewhere in here. What is going on? What is this? Whoa, hold up. Why is this rat got a fucking thick dumper, bro? Okay, you know what? I think I found what we're gonna watch. I think this might be... you know what, though? Who's the production company? Who like, created this? Fuck, do I have to go to the very, very fucking beginning? Okay, here we go. Is it... Who's this? Who's this? I just want to see the... come on. What is it? Oh my god, it's taking way too long. Animated family film? Oh my god. Is that it? Oh, wait. Character Matters Animation Studios. Well, you lack a lot of charming character and a lot of disturbing character, I will say that much. Yes, this is... Because this really is disturbing, man. Dude, oh my god, that... The Legend of Three Trees? This is a short one. Oh my god, the Ten Commandments animated movie actually looks like a special gem, though. Oh my god, there's another one called God With Us, 2017. This is a recent one, though, so this might, this actually might be a little, dude, wow. Oh, comments are you know, this one might be a little spicy. Okay, well, I think we found at least a couple. Because, wow. That shit, dude. We should try that one. For sure, like, you know what? We're gonna get some alcoholies, and we're gonna try it. But if not, then, well, YouTube is just a shitbag. When you ring in the new year, rejoice in the fact that the war on terror is over. We did it! Huh? I mean, not really. The war on terrorism was just literally the most worthless boondoggle to have ever been conducted. Like, what do we do? Make a bunch of people in the Middle East and a lot of people around the world pissed off and angry at us and fucking, you know, lolly at it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I figured you were being a little sarcastic with it. It's like, it's officially over now. It's like, and even then, not necessarily, because we're still technically, like, enacting a lot of campaigns and, like, little smaller wars that are in that broader war on terrorism thing. So, it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe officially, like, the little, like, incursions are still doing places like Syria and shit like that. I mean, you know. I do declare war on a concept anyway, terror is an emotion. Yeah, and it's and terrorism is an action. Like, I mean, yeah, like, because honestly, it basically just gives carte blanche to essentially invade whichever country that might be inciting or pushing terrorism, at least in the eyes of the state that is enacting the war on that. It makes it very easy to basically invade whoever you want. Exactly. Blank check. Yep. It's blank check, basically. And also tends to be curious that every country that was invaded for that whole war on terrorism happened to have a lot of vital resources and a lot of material that, or at least raw material that can be made into things that would benefit American corporations here at home. So, curious how all that worked out. Because, you know, at least one part of while we were in Afghanistan, especially for so long, was the fact that they had a lot of opium there. So the pharmaceutical companies made a lot of money with us being there for a while. And at this point, they'll just probably make like an economic trade deal with Afghanistan or something later down the line. Here, check out the song too, you. This part has a 2022 recap in 10 minutes. Oh boy. The biggest stories of the year. Man, dude, there's too many. How can you recap 2022 in 10 minutes? You know what? I bet I could do it quick, in quicker time. Actually, within a minute, probably. I could just do it via bullet points, like an outline. Like, start 2022 was like... Yeah, I just realized it was the fucking Ukraine war and shit. Like, that started. So that was like the start. Roe v. Wade. Fucking, you know, more right-wing extremism on the rise. And, you know, that led to things like Club Q and shit. Railroad strike got thwarted and fucking railroad workers got stabbed in the back. What else? There's at least, like, maybe 2 other things that I'm forgetting. Fuck. Yeah, I feel like I'm forgetting a couple other things, but I feel like, honestly, that's pretty much, like, the primary gist, though. So, you know what? I count that. Less than a minute.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! We did it!
We did it! Boom.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Several FBI agents had arrived at Cuellar's home in Laredo. Nina Turner has announced that she will be indeed running for Congress once again. Now, I'm sure that you've heard about the Don't Say Gay bill that has been proposed in Florida. There's no such thing as
Oh, yeah, there's that.
climate, right? Spotify lost $4 billion in market value. Yes, that's billion with a B, following the announcement of artists like Neil Young and Joni Mitchell stating that they want to pull their songs from the platform because they don't want to share the same platform with someone like Joe Rogan, who's spreading deadly anti-vaccine misinformation during a pandemic.
If there's anything that I've done that I could do better,
Was this straight up all in January?
is have more experts with differing opinions.
We see almost a nationwide effort in different states controlled by Republicans to get a ton of books banned. They had a no-knock warrant, and they enter the home where he was sleeping, and 9 seconds later, he was dead.
I will take it all off the table.
Well over 1,000 people lining the Trans-Canada Highway outside.
Oh, yeah, this also happened. Dude, this all happened in January, dude. We're like a minute and a half.
In -30 winter.
Dude, I forgot this all happened in a month. Holy shit.
Pressure on lawmakers, so they sent...
Dude, like, this, like, see what I mean? There's, like, so much that happened in this one fucking year. I think, like, more so than, like, we're used to, I think. Like, there really was, like, a lot of, like, big, like, you know, like, just events.
fake electors to the Electoral College so they can subvert the will of voters. The governor of Texas has officially directed the state's Family and Protective Services to begin investigating all trans children in Texas. I don't feel as if people in Texas who have trans children are safe. Russia launched a full-scale attack on Ukraine. Attacks have been reported in
So this is around February now.
of Ukraine.
We've now sanctioned Russian banks.
About 1,000 Russians who are protesting this war have been arrested. The fate of all of humanity will largely be determined by a few world leaders and one madman whose behavior defies all reason and logic. He has the capability of ending all life on Earth unilaterally.
Many of you have been there. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 40 times.
The intergovernmental
What the fuck was Pelosi doing there?
panel on climate change just released a new 3,500-page report, and in essence, it concludes that we are essentially doomed.
Get your fucking ass up and work.
However, the leopards would eat my face, sobs man who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party.
Is it your personal hidden agenda to incorporate critical race theory?
What did you just ask me to come to? And then you realize they're asking you to come to an orgy.
That right there was the moment when Amazon warehouse workers in Staten Island found out that they won, and they successfully voted to form a union. And how could you not be happy for them? I was put
Yeah,
on
I remember that.
by J.K. Rowling.
I mean, that was really some good shit that happened.
Chantel Brown over Nina Turner.
Some teachers pushing sex values on your third grader? Why are you going to thrash the teacher?
And I know that hate will only win if people like me stand by and let it happen. We will not let hate win.
He chose to use his wealth to buy Twitter. This account has influenced public policy and has harassed, actually bragged about getting LGBTQ plus teachers fired from their jobs. So you
And now she did a face reveal not too long ago.
get to hide behind anonymity while you terrorize other people. Supreme Court has voted to overturn abortion rights draft opinion shows. It's been called for Chantel Brown.
The decision of one man
This is probably around like March, April.
to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. Of Ukraine.
Yeah, you fuck. Yeah, you know what you
They
did.
said we were espousing something called the Great
And he laughs about it.
Replacement Theory, a well-known racist fantasy.
One white supremacist decided to take action over this particular issue that's been talked about on Fox News, and he committed a massacre in Buffalo. Another mass shooting has happened in the United States of America. This time at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
Did you feel abandoned
And the cops did fuck all.
in that moment?
Because
By
ACAB.
police, by the people who are supposed to protect you?
Absolutely. You have a bulletproof vest. I had nothing.
And Trump asked us to come. He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day.
It is now abundantly clear that January 6th would not have happened had it not been for Donald Trump inciting it.
How much did you know about what your chief of staff was doing with the alternate slates of abductors?
Some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration.
Roe v. Wade has been overturned by the Supreme Court. For the first time in the history of the Supreme Court, they have taken away a fundamental
I think this is back in like, April or June?
constitutional right.
President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation.
Man, I feel like we're not even like halfway through the year of the montage, and or just starting to get to like halfway through the year of the montage. We're just barely making it halfway through the video. That's him running away. I love that.
4th of July weekend started with 100 masked
July. Okay.
supremacists from the group Patriot Front marching through Boston, and it ended with hundreds of Americans running for their lives following reports of an active shooter at Ben Franklin Parkway in Philadelphia. Another mass shooting happened at a 4th of July parade in Highland Park, Illinois, where 6 people were killed and 38
I didn't even know about that.
were injured. The suspect, Bobby Crimo, reportedly planned this attack for weeks. 90 shots were fired by police, and 60 of them hit Jalen. The reason Robert Crimo is still alive and Jalen Walker is dead is structural anti-blackness.
I straight up didn't even know that shit happened. Like, the fuck? Actually, I'm gonna need to read up about what? I didn't even... Man, there must have been, there's so many of these things, they just fly over my fucking head, dude.
The reason Robert Crimo is still alive and Jalen Walker is
Just
dead
my roommate.
is structural anti-blackness. 190 Republicans voted against the right to contraception. They also voted against same-sex marriage in the House. Representative Matt Gaetz was among the 20 House Republicans
Who's likely a pedo.
voted on Tuesday against a bill that seeks to combat human trafficking.
The women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones
Are the ones who are the most oldest that are at least older than 16. We can't have that at all. I'm Matt Gaetz. I touch children.
Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
Well, no one wants to be impregnated by you because you look like a thumb. So feelings mutual there, you fucking freak.
Up by London Police Services, pointing an assault rifle in my face.
You don't support the truth. You support the war machine. What the fuck are we?
And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook.
He pretended to cry all
I remember this.
day. Things somehow got even more bizarre when Martin Taylor Greene showed up.
Maybe we begin at Boston Children's Hospital.
Boston Children's Hospital.
Hey!
Threatened and harassed now after far-right activists activists on social media posted misinformation.
People who, in fact, are not owning multi-million-dollar businesses, and see one of these guys get more attention. Is that fair?
They shouldn't have to pay off the great big student loan debt for some college student that piled up massive debt going to some Ivy League school. That's
God, I come back and I see her. Oh, ugh. A Titan.
Let's check the status of her $182,300 PPP loan for her construction business, Taylor Commercial Inc. Looks like the status of that loan in its entirety was forgiven. Tens of millions of citizens have been displaced as a result of flooding. We're looking at a humanitarian disaster on a massive scale. We are engaged.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Yeah, look at that.
See that?
Oh.
It's better to be able to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction, and yes, we will help facilitate that transport for you to be able to go to greener pastures.
And funny enough, that backfired on him because, like, a bunch of people actually legit helped them instead of, you know, maybe having the cops suck on them. Like, there are a bunch of rich, elite, liberal types that live in Martha's Vineyard and shit, but, you know, they probably thought, oh, they're going to be a bunch of NIMBYs and yuppies, and they're not going to want these weird, poor, disabled-looking people. Which, if the cameras weren't there, you know, realistically, they probably would have, you know, been a little bit more, you know, resistant about them being there. But because there were, it's like, well, what the fuck, you know? I mean, yeah, we're going to help them. I mean, even, you know, and even then, even if there were more resistance to it, you know, they're not going to be immediately, like, calling the cops right off the bat. If anything, they're just going to be like, why are they all here? What's going on? They're just going to be more confused than anything. And just see if someone, you know, can kind of figure out what the hell's happening, you know, at least. And if not, you know, they'll at least, you know, figure something out. I mean, they might be standoffish at first, but, you know, realistically, they're probably not going to outright just kick him out unless, you know, someone's being aggressive, which I doubt it.
Fascism has returned to Italy.
Did you speak with your husband of your beliefs of the election being stolen?
Call a crackhead.
Call a crackhead. Then I forgot about that guy. Yo, next time you need help, you know, when you got an invader, call a crackhead.
Almost got in a car accident this morning.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Almost got in a car accident.
What, just now, or?
No, this morning. Get the fuck off me!
This morning? Well, I mean, well, you were saying that you were kind of, like, tired as fuck this morning anyway, but didn't tell me that part.
I was driving home on Scappoose Running Highway to my mom's house. I literally pulled over and told Sora I can't fucking drive.
Well, yeah.
I was hella fucking tired.
Crackheads would be more useful. Yeah, probably.
Israel's apartheid government.
It's outrageous that Rashida Tlaib is getting attacked.
They fired crazy because of this.
Don't lie about your life.
Join me in leaving the Democratic Party.
She works at a school that had to install a litter box.
Crackheads on call.
Money you donate does not go to these people.
I am with many police.
I am a legit police officer with a fake badge.
There were multiple people who were flipping him off. Paul Pelosi is currently in the ICU, fighting for his life after suffering blunt force trauma to his head. After losing the election last night, Jair Bolsonaro apparently isolated himself in the presidential palace.
I am resigning.
I'm resigning outside of, like, the reign of basically a week. I've been here for about a week and now I'm resigning because I'm that much of a fucking nub. Oh, the Iranian Revolution? Oh, that was one of the things I was forgetting.
Advertisers have fled the platform following a surge in racial slurs. Turned out that the red wave was more of a red trickle. A Trump-appointed U.S. District Court judge has blocked Joe Biden's student debt relief program.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I'm announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
I will not seek re-election.
Why did Anderson Lee Aldrich shoot 30 people? And the truth is, we don't know.
What are we going to do now? My family was in there, and he got gangster. So Trump is
Well, there's a crackhead.
really impressed with Nick Fuentes.
Who was they, though? We can't say they is, can we? You leaving?
So this is significant. A majority of workers said no to this tentative deal.
Yeah, this is like some big news, especially for me.
Is hitting a boiling point for many Chinese citizens this week. There's a lot of things that I love.
Nazis surrounded a drag show in Lakeland, Florida. This is going to continue to happen. Queer spaces are going to be intimidated and harassed increasingly by right-wing militias and Nazis. They were sig heiling, and they made their message very clear.
And I wonder what can help to solve that issue. I wonder, wink, wink. Not gonna, consider anything. Just, I just wonder those things. Bite, come here, bite. Get back here. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? My God, what a fruit. You're a fruit, man. Like, what the hell? You could have just, been over here. You could have been on my lap just hanging out. But no, you want to be over there instead. Prick. Come here. Alright, come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on, you lazy boy. Oh my Lord, you fatty. Hello. Well, you dropped some of it. Oh my Lord, you're a messy boy right now. Oh my goodness. Ah! There you go. Oh, it was a bye-bye. It was a bye-bye. Oh, who's a sweet boy? Oh, look at this little punk. Ugh. Oh my gosh, look at this little punk. It's just a little punk right here. Yes, he is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at his little face. Look at his little face right here. Oh my god. Look at all this. He's just a little smush boy. What you sniffing at? What you sniffing at, you sweet thing? Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you're just a sweet thing. Yes, you is. My goodness. Boop. Boop. Give me that damn ear. There we go. Me. Yeah, you noticed that. Yeah, your ear gets a little bit more refined with your hearing when that gets flipped over like that, doesn't it? Dude, he's way too aware of this. You're goof. You're just a little goof. Alright. Ooh. There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. There you go. What are you doing? Come on. There you go. You silly little thing. Oh my god, you're such a goof. Goddamn. Well, that's it. That's a good boy. Here you go. Have to make sure he at least behaves a little bit there. And he did. That's good, at least. He's being a little good boy today. Not here. Well, let's get background music going up on here. Music. Here, where did I have that shit from earlier? Where did I have that shit from earlier? There we go. Whoa. Don't want too loud. Don't want too loud now. There we go. Get a little ball load over here. And see what other little things are on. So there really isn't much going on for a Friday. Then again, I guess it's a little yearly wrap-up, so everyone's just like chilling now at this point. So no one wants to end shit off of a bang now, huh? Well, I guess entertaining it off of a bang. I guess that was the big thing, the last little bang of the year. Which, you know what, I'm totally like okay with that. What's funny though is that like there's a bunch of these weirdos and these sycophants are basically like, oh, he's out of prison now because apparently there was like a tweet out of his account after, you know, he was officially arrested and shit, implying that he was supposedly like not actually in jail now. It's like it's like, you sad sop fucking pieces of shit. Like, you're all that desperate to, you know, cope, huh? And then they'll say that you're coping. It's just like, what? It's like you actual, like, Neanderthalic dumb fuck. It's like, he literally is in a Romanian jail now. It's like, get fucked. Seethe. I started running out of juice on this one. Yep. Right here, let's see what's going on Reddit. There's usually always bound to be something on the Reddit. Usually always at least some pretty cool shit. Or cute stuff. The county capital gains tax to fund eviction relief lawyers qualifies for a May ballot. Ooh. Well, fortunately, I can't vote for it. I'm not in the county. They got us. Social measures implemented by just turn California into an expensive bureaucratic mess. Oh boy. Well, I can already tell where a lot of the people in this fucking subreddit already think. The NIMBYs have come out and swarmed. Change it to fund public defenders and then we can talk. I mean, at least there's a valid criticism if there is one. Wow. Legal still feels likely the time it sneaks something under the radar. There's literally no way this law would end well. We have exists fairly robust eviction protection. Best case scenario, if it passes, the money gets diverted and uses as slush fund to further drive the tax base out of town. Worst case scenario, further drives out mom and pop landlords. Like, I give a fuck. I mean, like, I don't like landlords. Like, I mean, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm supposed to care about their fees. I mean, if anything, they tend to be worse. Like, mom and pop landlords are, like, even if they are genuinely, like, nice people, tend to be worse because they don't have, like, the big, like, corporate money funds, you know, to just, like, get shit done overnight, basically. Like, I mean, you know, there tends to be a lot more issues with a property, you know, even if the people are nice and stuff. You know, because they don't really got the money to fix shit like that. You're just on your own. And if they do, they're usually prioritizing that for their own personal interests and needs and shit, because they're people too. Like, they're gonna put theirs over yours. And also, at the same time, they usually expect you to basically live 2 inches above the ground, you know, that you're living under. You know, basically. And it's just like, what? On top of that, like, I mean, you know, I guess so, you know, I guess one other slight positive about, like, you know, like, at least, you know, the more corporatized landlord, and, you know, honestly, that's just as bad and worse in different ways. But it's at least, like, they don't really give a fuck if you, you know, trash the place, you know, up a little bit. Well, I mean, they do. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, well, trash up, you know, get a few people hired, you know, and just, like, pay them, you know, the minimal to just get this place cleaned out enough, you know, to rent it out to the next person. And if something's damaged, replace it. There you go. You know, they got the money for that shit. You know, mom and pop landlords don't. Dumb take. Anyway, it keeps going, though. We end up with even greater amount of rental properties held by the large house-safe property companies who can't afford legal fees. Rents raised, inventories decreased, self-squatters occupy properties illegally. Which is why we would need public housing to solve those issues and to crack down on those bigger rental companies. Like I said, I mean, they're worse in a lot of other ways for the reasons that guy was actually talking about. So it's like, it's realistically not a win-win scenario when it comes to, you know, which landlord's better. They're both shit. And really, honestly, both are not defensible, really. Man, there is actually genuinely like a lot of contention going on within like this subreddit thread, actually. Though it seems like people, even with that, are somewhat against it, so, yeah, here, let me go to the actual article, see what the actual thing says. Willamette Weekly. Multnomah County capital gains tax. Campaign turns signatures in November, okay. In the county with the second highest top marginal income tax rate in the country, most voters consider adding another tax, this one at 0.75 tax on capital gains. Proceeds from the Multnomah County tax would be used to hire lawyers for tenants facing eviction, as the Willamette Weekly reported earlier this month. The threat of eviction is growing as pandemic protections expired. On December 22nd, County Elections Director Tim Scott notified the county board measure met with threshold of 6% number of voters who cast a ballot in last year's governor. Measure will now appear on the ballot for May 16, 2023. That is a challenge for proponents to turn out in the off-year May elections. This is notoriously slim, and voters' primary elections tend to be older and more conservative. It's also not well. So basically, this bill is just going to get shut down. It sounds like, especially considering that. And also, an opportunity based on light turnout means well-organized campaign can pass a measure with relatively few votes. Well, yeah, I guess that too on the flip of a coin. So what's this measure here? Eviction representation for all campaign. Hope the new tax will raise $12 million to $15 million per year. They said this is modeled on similar programs in 16 jurisdictions, including Cleveland, New York, and San Fran. Eviction campaign. I mean, it doesn't really say that much. I mean, you would think it would, but I guess not. And yet, all these people are basically trying to have, like, some crazy jump to conclusions idea about this. It's like, okay. I mean, honestly, to me, it sounds good. So, I mean, if I was in the county, I'd vote for it, but I'm not, so I can't. But, anyway, what else is going on in the Reddit? Wait, what the fuck? Getting assaulted for deadlifting too loud? What? How do you deadlift too loud? What, just being, like, grunting off like a caveman or something? I mean, okay, I'm curious. Like, what? Dude, like, I mean, honestly, what this weird fuck did, you know, was honestly way louder than what he was doing. And honestly, it's just like, what was the issue in the first place?
You saw your right. I can put you're out. You're out. Did you understand what I just said? You're out. It's fucking nuts. How fucking right? Did you come here? You're listening. Get out. Get out.
Well, this guy sounds like he's definitely got some roid issues. I'm just gonna put it out right now. And honestly, like, and this is why if I'm working out and shit, I'm not going to some gym, dude. I'm just gonna go to, like, get my own stuff. You know, like, I'm just gonna have my own shit, thank you very much. Because, like, cause mainly, you know, like, I don't want to deal with some fucking weirdo that just wants to, like, start shit, you know, like this guy. You know, who just came up to this dude for, quote, deadlifting too loud and getting all fucking amped up in a roid rage. It's like, I don't need none of that shit. It's like, I'd much rather just, like, you know, be in my own little spot and just, like, you know, chill and do my shit there. Or, you know, go out, you know, in a field and walk and run Zukov, you know, even, you know, with my dog. Like, because, honestly, not like this is, like, a common issue, but, like, still. Like, this guy is straight up, like, trying to, like, get hands on him and, like, assault this dude. Like, well... It's like, jeez, dude. Back in 2018, but the team sent the video to his licensed coach and he uploaded to his YouTube channel where one viral. The gym offered him a lifetime membership and banned the guy who assaulted him and fired the employee who was president for not handling it at the time. There was never any follow-up to any charges for pressing on a guy and assaulting him. Well, good to know if that information. A little update to that story. It's common rule in gyms. Well, yeah, like, I could get, you know... I mean, I get not being too loud and shit, but, like, I mean, you know, if, like, your equipment, like, you know, bingles and bangles or whatever, if you're, like, dropping it or whatever... I mean, like, what the other dude did was, like, way more aggressive and louder than what the other guy was doing. It's like, just... It's good lord. Oh my god, I'm so glad I just swallowed that, like, before I saw... Oh my god. Cringe conservative meme. This is... Oh, dog, fuck, it got worse. Oh, no, I thought there was only 2 panels. There's 3, and the third one's even worse. Oh, is it? I don't even know. God, dude. Oh, you know what, hold on. Is there... Okay. Oh, my God, do I even show this? This is so bad. Fuck it, here you go. Greta Thunberg Disney adaptation. Oh my god, dude. Dude, wow. And then Greta Thunberg Brazzers adaptation. Like, bro. Like, oh my fucking god. Like, There's not a brick big enough for whoever made that. Their lips are just there for attention. They do their amaze ball move and leave. And maybe that's why that worried rage dude was probably butthurt, because he was doing the move better than him. Just a hunch. Let's see what other little interesting things are on the run, y'all. Free event. I'll be hiding 100 plus semi-cartoon slow signs all over. Equivalent use. Oh, it's this dude who makes these little signs. Dude, I want one of these. I so badly want one of these. He's doing like a little scavenger hunt. Oh my goodness. Dude, like, there's different people all over my neighborhood that have these. Like, all over the place. And it's just like, I want one. A graffiti message I saw today on r/funny. What is this? What the fuck? What kind of paint are you using to paint over this? Because if it's latex, it's probably way too cold. Way too cold for it. If you want good adhesion, you need like at least 40 to 45 degrees. Maybe wait till it warms up a little. I mean, what's the big rush? Like, I'm in a rush now, but our situations are different. Oh my god. Dude, I love it. Okay, that is just fucking great. That is amazing. I'm downloading that. I'm saving that. I'm saving that right now. It's like vandalism, but with some advice. Vandal advice? Advice vandalism? I don't know. Motley Fury, love that neighbor. Nah. Wait, what's this? Some people such as Miss Taylor, Mr. Show died over now from the past time. Wait, well, huh? Mr. Ridley got stuck himself as night fell and realized he was in danger. He said he knocked on the doors of about 10 homes and asked if he could sleep on the floor until blizzard passed. He said he offered residents $500 in his wallet, but no one let him stay. That's not mildly infuriating. That's just fucking horrible. Sounds like someone probably died in a blizzard that night. It's like, nah, I won't take care of this guy, because maybe the next person down the street will. Oh, I guess they won't, because they have the same exact fucking, the same exact thought. It's like, nah, I won't help him, because, the other person will. What are you doing? Hey. What is with you and your licks? Oi. Hey. You. Hey. God damn. It's like... You're being very vocal over there, sir. Sick fucking shit. It's just, it was true more. So I guess there's a lot more video being, shown up, or like being released about like some of the abuse and shit that he's did. Not too surprised. What was that? Store officially caged all the wire. It's a Home Depot that, like, I guess people are stealing a bunch of wire and shit, so now they have it it looks like a bunch of chickens in cages. What the fuck, dude? Are they really that scared that, like, or that nervous that people are gonna, like, steal shit or something? I'd imagine, honestly, it would be hard, you know, to, like, steal things from a Home Depot. At 4,000 feet, Lake Baikal is the world's deepest and largest lake. Whoa. Okay, whoa, holy shit, this is fucking creepy but cool. Whoa. I don't know about walking on that. Dude, that is... Dude, that is so whack. Dude, that gives me, like, goosebumps, dude. Whoa. I mean, I guess in a way you know that the ice is very stable. Despite with the cracks, because, I mean, it just goes all the way down. Whoa. Whoa. Are you really going back at it over there? What are you doing? Hey. God. What the fuck is this? What my girlfriend made me for dinner? You need a new girlfriend, I'm sorry. What? Here, have a tortilla with some cheese. Have a tortilla with cheese. There you go. Here, a hot tortilla. This is what they call a quesadilla. A quesadilla. This is you know, one of those. It's a quesadilla. You got a quesadilla. You know, you got the cheese and the tortilla. There you go. There you go, bae. Ain't it great? Ain't that a delicious quesadilla? It's not dinner, that's a hangover snack. That's barely a hangover snack, dude. Deconstructed nachos. Deconstructed hopes, lowered expectations. Just try some cheddar on chips and nuke it. Yeah, chips. That, like, what's like that? Like, what's that? Like, this is... I refuse to think that is what you're calling it. Those are not chips. Those are taco shells that just have cheese in it, barely. That's... It's like barely nachos. Honestly, my first guess is that she was trying to make a quesadilla or some shit, and she just fucking, like... just, like, deconstructed that. Boop. Well, taco shell is just a giant corn chip. Well, yeah, fair enough. Could be technical. Quit trying to one-up me, bro. Next fucking level. What's this? 44 feet tall, 90 feet long, and weighing 2,200 tons. The finish made Artsira Sorcerer RTA 96C churns a whopping. Wait, this says it's about the largest diesel engine. Oh my god. What the f... What is that power? What does that power? A fucking cargo ship? What the f... This thing's huge. thing's gigantic. Damn. Good lord. What's this? Ah! Well, what's this? POV, you just leased a $3,000 a month, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom luxury apartment in Boston, Massachusetts. Barefoot. Wait, what's going on here? The what? Yeah, the what? What is or whatever. Yeah, however you would say that in Finnish. The what? Or something. Yeah, I said it on the description thing, but I looked at it and was like, whoa. Thing's fucking huge. Anyway, so what is this crazy bitch doing? What's going on here? What's happening here? What the hell's going on here? What is going on? Oh, I see a cop over there. Okay, so I'm assuming there's just like a really bad relationship going on where she's probably crazy as fuck. And he kind of tapped into the crazy and he realized there's too much crazy for his own good. I mean, like a cop just walked up on you smacking the side of his windshield, my lady. Like, I don't think whatever you're gonna say, the cop's gonna believe. Just saying that right now. Because, it's just like, yeah, you're literally on the hood of a car. Man, I gotta remember to mute these before I start scrolling again. Guys deal with situation like gentlemen. Wait, what's this? There's some backstory with this video, at least. Zukov, oh my, hey, why do you? Okay. This whole like what? Yeah, good lord. So it says, ladies, quit lying to your husbands. Anyway, so here, we'll just read this real quick. Backstory, this guy's wife drove through our front yard and parked on the other side of the street a week prior. My husband walked over to her car and told her not to be driving through people's yards like that. Okay, reasonable enough.
I'll come fix it. You can fix the motherfucking shit. Okay, I'll fix it for you. You can, but don't chase down no fucking. I didn't chase no fucking. How would you feel if somebody chased her down? Hey, and they said, hey, stay out of my yard. No big fucking deal. She did wrong and she went in the fucking yard. That ain't much of a man.
My husband is in his jean jammies. Jean jammies? Why is that? Why is that like a needed detail? Well, dude, okay, you know what? Low-key, like, I don't like the wife of the guy with the jean jammies, you know, whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, I know that they're, like, you know, like, having, like, this guy's wife apparently driving their yard a little bit and shit. But, yo, like, what is this smug, like, oh my god, look at us looking so fresh with our jean jammies, my hubby's out here fighting with this other guy. It's just like, why do you give a fuck about that? Like, why is that a detail? Like, now I'm annoyed at you. Now I'm annoyed at whoever made this. It says down here. Victoria, yeah, Victoria, you're annoying now. You're more annoyed than than the other wife.
No.
No. Okay, yeah, I don't like her. For this guy's turn around here.
hopped up the truck and couldn't chase nobody down. Why would I chase somebody down to my truck when she's parked 4 cars down the road, man? Does that make sense to you?
And he's just sitting there like, I don't got facts to back that up, you know, about my claim, you know, so I'm just gonna have to sit here to shut the fuck. Why is he looking like a blueberry, too? Like, it looks like a neon blueberry with that big old shirt, dude. Like, he's so, like, obvious.
Plus, we were blocked in from other cars.
I'm just kind of seeing where, like, they got, like, the property driven into or whatever. I'm guessing it's just not really that noticeable. Well, I guess it was a week prior, I suppose, but whatever. Well, guess they, another one. I was actually wanting to see if there was comments to it, but then it goes down to another. I'm not even on the public freakouts either. I'm just like, there was just 2 right in a row. Continue. Okay, laugh of okay, well, you know, I wanted to read some of the comments on this first before we look at some of these. Yeah. What's going on here? Left got caught in the damn line. I was smart enough to know shit surf. I feel like, well, I have a weird feeling that both of the wives are like shit stirrers a little bit, and the husbands basically are just kind of forced to just like, you know, like get in altercations basically, and then, but you know, or at least like get in altercations a little bit, you know, in like in their favor essentially. Cause, like, I mean, that little, like, oh, look at my hubby, you know, in his jean jammies, you know, me right now, you know, knowing that we look fresh in the neighborhood. It's like, why is that such an important note? It's like, why would you want the neighborhood to know about his jean jammies unless you're trying to flex and kind of stir a little bit of the pot around it? It's some of that compassionate conservatism I talk about, like, every now and then, where it's like, they seem all nice and pleasant on the surface, but they love, you know, stabbing you in the back and just make sure it's all about me. It's like, oh, you know, I don't really care what you have to, you know, think or say, as long as you just know that we look fresh and you just validate us. Ugh. I would not like that neighborhood, honestly. That neighborhood just grinds my gears just with its existence. It's like, Wasting police. How long is it? Oh, you know what? I'll go to this first, because, yeah, I assume this is shorter. That pairs.
Oh my God, please tell me.
So she got a gift. Very happy.
Oh my God.
What'd you get her?
Her slippers.
Sounds like me laughing, honestly, sometimes. Alright, that was a little amusing. She ran the fuck off like, oh my God, I'm out. She just like ran right the fuck off like, I gotta tell somebody. I mean, that was pretty funny. And he just like, the old guy just like, I just got her purse. I don't know. It's like, it's like, I didn't know she was gonna react like that. My God. Okay, that was actually pretty amusing. A little palate cleanser before we get into a nice shit buffet. Why do I have a feeling this is gonna be worth my time? Wait, is she holding up the? Okay, all right. Oh my law.
It's good show Mawson's. Cool. In fact, let me try and bring Mawson's.
Oh my God, the British! Oh no! Oh great, you got a British Karen. That's even worse. Not only is she a Karen, she's British on top of it. Great. Oh, it's surprised the whole fish. Wait, well, no, mate. Am I gonna be able to understand this?
Do you leave alone? No.
Do you leave alone?
Let me ask you something.
Let me ask something else.
Do you live alone and don't you go in my flat? Get away from my flat.
Dude, what is this lady about? Why is she like all up in this dude's grill?
How dare you do that?
How dare you do that? Dude, she's so calm for being a Karen and British. She's like, how dare you do that?
Excuse me, lady. I need to watch. Excuse me. I don't want to push you.
You push me.
I don't want to push you. Please do. Please do.
She did. Oh my god, dude! Wow, she's on like some like line, just like, please hold while we get the constable.
Excuse me.
You touch me. You touch me.
Can you excuse me?
She's blocking the little like buttons, you know, to get to the different. I think to get to his flat. Oh no, it looks like to get to the ground floor so they can leave. I mean, at this rate, I just fucking like take the stairs. But I mean, like.
Can you excuse me? I need to use the lift. Excuse me.
Oh no, you lose it. Like, okay, lady, your scream did like that is not the reaction of getting like that. That push was barely aggressive. Like, he basically just like used his arm to like a wedge. Like, he didn't even like she like is doing this purposely, dude. Like, dude, what is up with her? Oh, she's Karen and also British, so there's yeah, bad combo. Okay, now she's straight up having. Okay, oh my god. Okay, I'm turning it down for a second. God damn it, because I... Okay, here we go. That should help. Nope, okay, I'm just gonna have to click it and turn it down really quick. Okay, there we go. He barely touched you, and she's screaming help now? Seriously? Wait. Wait, it's locked. Wait, what is this? What type of lift is this? What lift is this? It's a lift that it's like you unlock? Did she finally stop?
Can you please let me use the lift?
I think the lift just started malfunctioning. That door's opening and closing like it's a...
Lady. Emergency case number. It's 999. Do you want me to call?
I mean, at this rate, isn't there like another lift that you know to use at this point? Yeah, I'll skip just a little bit. See, he's still in the lift.
Is a contractor here, and can someone please come?
A contractor? Oh wait, this is where she actually is on the phone. Okay, let me go back actually a little bit. I actually want to like hear what the fuck her deal is. Like what is he doing that's making her be this way?
Contractor here, and can...
Damn it! All right, here let's get to about right there.
Please, emergency! There's a man here who is attacking me. He's recorded some of this. He's got me trapped in the lift.
Trapped in a wait, okay, I think that's the original reason. It's like, oh my god, there's a scary bearded man that's trapped me in the lift. I don't want you in here. It's like, he's just like going down to meet his mates at the pub, yo. Like, what's your deal? Like, what?
My emergency is I'm trapped in a lift with a man who is...
You're not even trapped. The door's wide open. You could run out, like, right now if you wanted to. You're the one who's keeping yourself in the oh my god.
Who is...
I mean, this is it says here, I mean, I knew there was going to be the false accusation shit going on, but this is like, this is where it is.
Here. And can someone please come? I'm at flat 15. Well, I'm not. I'm stuck in the lift.
I'm at flat. Well, I'm actually not in it. I'm sort of in the lift, you know, on my way to it.
Regency, 7 Hyde Place. The Regency, 7 Hyde Place.
She's starting to be very calm after that major mental breakdown she just had. She's like, oh no, I'm gonna be very calm. It's like right here in yes, what?
SW1P 4HD. SW1P for Peter.
Pay for Peter.
He's pushed the door into my flat open.
What? No, he didn't. He knocked on it earlier.
For HD. This guy just attacked me in the neck.
No, I got everything recorded. Each lady.
Now she's trying to falsely accuse somebody else who's trying to use the lift too. Now you're making a line of people.
For HD.
She's blocking the lift.
She's blocking the lift.
Man,
Man, this is so British.
H for hotel, D for dog.
And
The fastest.
there. So I've got everything recorded. She's calling the police.
She's falsified fucks this.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
There are
what?
contractors, they're refusing to cover the main content in the lift.
It's just a bit
Oh my god, now this is becoming like a bunch of frustrated British people now. Like, this slowly became a Karen moment to just a bunch of very disgruntled British people. You got like a disgruntled British woman, you know, on the phone with the constable. And then you got this guy, so I'm just trying to use the lift, you know, to meet mates or something. I don't even know why he's trying to use it. He's just trying to get somewhere. And, you know, it's like you got this other dude, it's like, oh, well, it's time to go, you know, do my, you know, daily duties, go to work. Yes, more work, lad. Hey, what the fuck is going on here, mate? And what's this dude? What the fuck is happening here? Who's holding the lift up? What? It's just like, there's like a line of just shit going on. Oh my god, dude, this is starting to become incessantly, like, extremely British.
You have to cover the carpets before you bring rubber out in the main door. And since then, he's pushed into my flat. I've got a photograph of it. He's he pushed me, so my head...
No, he didn't! No, it didn't. You did that yourself. So, if your head got hit against the wall, then, you know, normally you should at least get checked up, because, you know, like, head injuries, even if they are minor, would probably, you know, internally might be very severe. So you might want to, like, at the very minimal, want to at least check it out. But if you don't need to, then you probably didn't get hit on the head. Which you really didn't. You just, like, got wedged away from the lockbox, which, you know, gets to the buttons to work the lift, I think. Whatever weird contraption of a lift that is. And you, like, forcibly, like, shoved yourself against the wall to look like he attacked you. Like, he wedged your arm between your back and the thing, you know, in the lockbox menu thing or whatever the fuck for the lift and shit, so he can use it. He doesn't care about you. Like, he just wants to use the lift. Crazy Karen psycho bitch.
There's only one lift.
Okay, so that's just a fucking faulty, you know, construction of the building. Like, only one lift? I mean, see, that's an issue, because then this issue happens. I was wondering about that. It's like, is there stairways, too? Like, I mean, at this point, I just use the fucking stairs if there is any. Is there no stairs? Dude, what if the lift breaks down and you're, like, in your flat, and, you know, and you can't get down because there ain't no stairway? You just have the lift and that's it. You're just stuck up there. You're just stuck. What if you need to do grocery run and you got no groceries or food? You're fucked.
And he said, is there anyone at home? And I said no. And then he pushed the door to my flat open.
She's holding the door open. Oh, what now? She closes it on herself? Oh my god, wow. All that for that. Dude, what a crazy bitch. Dude, what, why? What's, what, all that for why? Good god. Really just want to lie about everything. Famous to police, well, this court, she needs to be sentenced. Couldn't hurt, she's gonna switch out this. I mean, I don't know what the mental health care protections are in England or whatever the fuck, but oops. I would hope that it's better than ours, because she obviously needs that for sure. Oh, what? Neighborhood comes together to catch a burglar. Stop! Hey, you know what? I'm down to see some, like, community justice. A little, like, you know, the community coming together, being like, hey, you know.
Who are you? dude is like rummaging through my fucking garage.
Well, start running.
What are you doing? Tap him! He was in my fucking garage!
Well, I can't really see too much because of running. What's going on here? Something happened? Oh shit, yeah, he's over there. He got caught.
Can someone please call?
Oh yeah, he got caught right there. Damn, it looked like he got knocked out a little bit.
I'm literally going to my garage to go back to work.
While were you in her garage?
Yep. Yep.
Who are you?
Neighbor. Neighbor.
Damn. Well, that's at least nice, to see there's at least, still, like, a sense of, like, community, like, organizing, in a sense. At least, to some degree. I mean, obviously not everyone in that little street, apparently, because someone else, came out and was like, the fuck's going on? Who y'all, what's all going on here? And it's like, obviously some of them are most of these people are your damn neighbors. Like, what the fuck do you think? Yeah, it's like a random people, just like a horde of random people just start showing up on your cul-de-sac. Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, either way, it's nice, being like, oh shit, someone's stealing my shit, stop them, and then, some of your neighbors just, come in to clutch up and, stop them and help you out. I mean, it's good to know that at least there's still some of that around. Because obviously no one likes their shit getting stolen. Man, dude, why is, like, the public freak out, like, the main thing on my page right now? Like, it's like I keep, like... Whoa! What the fuck is this? It's hardly reassuring to know that Behemoth still exists a while. I'm trying to, like, mute it. It's just like, damn. I'll actually show it. What the fuck is this? I'm just gonna mute it, though. What is that? Is that a snake? Is that a gator or a snake? What is that? What the fuck was that? Is that a crocodile, an alligator, or... Dude, what the fuck is that? Dude, what the It's called a giant nope from Nopesville. That's what the anaconda was thinking as well. The anaconda don't want none unless it's got bones on. Damn. That's a sucuri in Brazil, or anaconda. Wait, so that's a fucking anaconda? That's a snake? That fucking thing is a... Oh my fucking god. Nope. That is a big nope. That's just like a nope beam. That's just a beam of nope. You think that'd just be a rope of nope? That's evolved into like a steel beam of nope. Like, ugh, fuck. That makes the movie Anaconda, like, actually kind of real a little bit, or at least kind of realistic. Now that I think about it, at least in a sense that they actually fucking can still be around. That's assuring. Well, not going to Brazil anytime soon. So I posted on Subpublic as the last image was taken by one of the hikers of the Dilatov Pass incident. That's Lieutenant Divine. Dilatov Pass is probably one of the most interesting mysteries ever. Oh, really? Dude, what the fuck? One of the last pictures? Who? What? Or who is that? Who the fuck is that? Or what is that? Pass the snow going directly into camera and got mountain pig. Yeah. It's probably one of the members just snow gear was taken before the hikers perished in their tents, but then again supposedly taken in the area where it's sub camp, but who knows? It could be one of the members of the group or something else. Dun dun dun! Yeah, I know about this as well. The experienced trekking group from your old Polytechnical Institute led by Igor Dyatlov, established a camp in the eastern slopes of the Sarkil and Russian Soviet Federalist Socialist Republics, Soviet Union. Overnight, something caused them to cut their way out of the tent to flee to campsite while inadequately dressed for the heavy snowfall and sub-zero temperatures. After the group's bodies were discovered, an investigation by Soviet authorities determined that 6 of them died from hypothermia, while the other 3 had been killed by physical trauma. One of them had major skull damage, 2 had severe chest trauma, and another had a small crack in the skull. 4 of the bodies were found lying in running water in a creek, and 3 of those 4 had damaged soft tissue on the head and face. 2 of the bodies had missing eyes, 1 had a missing tongue, and 1 had a missing eyebrows. The investigation concluded as a compelling natural force that caused the deaths. Numerous theories have been put forward to account unexplained deaths, including animal attacks, hypothermia, and avalanche, catabatic winds, infrasound-induced panic, military involvement, or some combination of factors. It's a fucking weird, eerie incident, and it's obviously still in mystery to this day. I mean, at least with the, at least for those who were found outside of camp, obviously that had to have been hypothermia, but for the dudes who had, like, all the skull and chest damage and shit, it's like, what the fuck happened there? Because, that's definitely, there's definitely questions that, about what happened, because obviously, there's no one left alive, to tell the tale, so it's like, It's just one of those things where it's just going to be a permanent mystery. Here, any other random little things? Any other little things on the way? Whoa. A mushroom that looks like a human ear. This bothers me on so many levels. I mean, this actually doesn't really bother me. I just find it kind of creepishly fascinating. It's like, ooh. That's a really cool looking mushroom. Probably killed by an avalanche. Well, maybe. But I mean, if that would be the case, I mean, their bodies weren't, like, buried or anything. Stuffed portobellos. I mean, I don't know if that type of mushroom's edible. But it does look really cool. I know there are some mushrooms out there that are that you can find in the forest that are actually pretty edible. There's this one that's actually very easy to find. I think it's out in the northwest called, like, Lion's Mane, I think it's called. There's some sort of a small avalanche that triggered by moving around soft snow. I mean, that's a very likely possibility. I'm also thinking maybe, like, you know, it could have been, like, a panic induced by hypothermia and shit as well. Which probably caused, you know, some of the, you know, head trauma because, you know, the panic induced, like, you know, an attack on one of them to try to calm him down and shit. Maybe. And an attempt to go try to get out, you know, and go back to go find help and shit. You know, that's where, you know, a lot of them left and died. I mean, that's probably likely, you know, a possibility. I mean, still, you know, obviously we're never going to truly know, but there's always at least, you know, a few Occam's razors, you know, about likely what happened. I honestly would think any of them are pretty possible. I mean, considering that they're in, like, you know, snowy-ass mountains, there's some blizzard, freezing temperatures and shit, like, an avalanche is, you know, on the equation of things that are likely to happen, so... Oh, there it is. Hmm. There, well, it's on the... Kind of random little notification of Bomber Walters that died in 93. Yeah. That's basically just a meh. Glass ceiling shattering newswoman whose intimate television interviews of celebrities, world figures blended into show business and journalism. Introduced many a tear. Has died. My goodness, the way that article started. Love it. I honestly thought she already was kind of dead, to be frank, honestly. It's like, yeah, she used to be around, but it's like, oh, well, now she actually is. Like, so I'm just like, oh, I didn't know she was still around. Well, was. So, it's one of those people that I thought already passed, basically. It's like, oh, whoa, they were still kicking around? Oh, shit. They died, like, it's like, honestly, I thought she passed in, like, the 2000s or something. Oh, what's this? Wacky Times. Or politics as a fandom. What is this? What is this, Teen Johnny? Lily is the exact kind of person that makes me resist publicly declaring myself less as a secondhand embarrassment sometimes. Uh-oh. Oh, boy, what? I wonder what's going on with this. Oh, is it that, like... Is it that, like, Lily Orchard chick? Oh, yep, in the yep, it is. Oh, God. Oh, no, I've heard many about her. Oh, boy. Maybe this might confirm my thoughts. I don't know. Let's check. Yeah, fuck it. Let's check it out. Let's see it.
Alright, so I just want to put it out there to start. I don't support anybody being harassed. Even the most disgusting political opponent that I have, I don't want them harassed. Because I don't think it actually does anything. You know, I think we put way too much stock in these figures, and we always ignore the fact that the figures don't matter as much as the audience that they attract. You know, the mass of people following them is more important than they themselves. So I don't even support harassment of some of the people that I think are totally reprehensible. And I watched this video, and I don't think this person's totally reprehensible. But I think there's a lot of stuff in here that I disagree with. There's a lot of stuff in here that I do agree with. And there's a lot of stuff in here that I feel like is just catty and mean and petty and
oh boy.
So I'm going to take a look at this and give you my thoughts and opinions as we go. And I'm not trying to contribute to some sort of harassment campaign against somebody, but I'm also not going to ignore something just on the basis of that.
A couple of years ago, I made a video about the then topical controversy surrounding ContraPoints freely working with violent bigots and getting really sniffy when other trans people thought that was a bad idea. Now, ContraPoints got in trouble at least twice after that, and there was a big blow-up when Lindsay Ellis got in trouble for being really sniffy about people complaining about a racist take and rage quit her job, but I never made videos after that.
I cannot remember for the life of me what Lindsay Ellis's cringe race take or whatever was, but I do remember that it was pretty much nothing. I remember that...
Actually, I kind of vaguely do. If I remember, I think it was basically just like... It was something on the equivalent of, like, you know, Avatar: Last Airbender, you know, like, not really being comparable to, like, some other show or something like that, because one was better than the other or something. It was literally some utterly benign.
LS was one of these people that was just, like, canceled for no damn reason. Like, she said something that, like, you have to, like, contort yourself into a pretzel to find racist. And then a fucking huge mob of haters fucking showed up with torches and pitchforks and ran her off.
Of a lot of frustration with someone I had thought was a progressive ally.
Is so insane, I wouldn't be surprised if she's a troll. Well, I guess we'll see. I don't really know too much about her. I just heard a lot about her.
Frustration, because I no longer felt that either of these people, or any of the people getting in trouble since then, were anything other than performers.
One of the instances where I find myself kind of in agreement with this person. There are a lot of people, especially in, like, the political sphere of YouTube, that are primarily performers. I would consider myself to be one of them. I don't think that being a performer necessarily makes your opinion invalid or makes you need to be taken less seriously, but I definitely think it should be put forth that a performer is a fucking performer. And a performer's primary purpose is to engage the audience. And that means that I think that there's like a certain level of distrust of performers. It harkens back to something I said in a recent video of mine where I was talking about my contribution to the anti-SJW genre, which I think is pretty significant. And it was that there was an adage I used to have on this platform, which is that if you could say something true or
neo-Nazi. Well, I mean, that's one of the many things I have heard before, so, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if we see that, honestly.
Say the interesting thing over the true thing. And I think that that is something that a lot of YouTubers to this day do sort of survive on. Now, I have since then found ways, I think, to balance that equation out a little better, but I think there's still a lot of people that, you know, when they create channels, even if they are, you know, doing things in the realm of politics, their primary concern is still with saying things that are, you know, incendiary or interesting or fascinating or presenting themselves in a particular way or in a particular light so that they can be the center of attention. And sometimes the ideas and the politics, even on a political channel, can take a back seat to how I want the audience to feel and how I want them to perceive me and all of these other different things that are a matter of, like, the performance and the aesthetics and things. So I think that that is a legitimate concern. I think maybe in this video it's a little bit overblown, but still, I do think there is a valid point to be had there.
Buck Angel, a notorious trans...
I honestly don't even necessarily disagree, frankly.
This was coming off the heat of several years of ContraPoints engaging in what I like to call J.K. Rowling politics, where she views conservatives as sincere but wrong, and progressives as dishonest and hiding an agenda. I feel it's...
Huh? I've watched ContraPoints, you know, and honestly, I never have gotten that out of her content. And, oh my god, there's a lot of text.
More nuance than that, Lil. Yeah, but that's a general...
Alright, this is this long version that I guess they didn't feel like reading, but...
ContraPoints is watch now. Well...
show us. So, ContraPoints is normally progressive centrist, and an inherent ideological
I guess that's their issue.
centrism is that to be a centrist, you have to think the left and right are both wrong, but because
that'd
the
be for
left
Contra.
is mostly right
Watch
on
that
damn near
show.
everything, and no amount of honest research will ever change that, a common way to decry the left without being immediately debunked is to claim they don't actually believe the things they say, and are actually paying lip service in the name of a completely different agenda, drawing comparisons to Lenin, Stalin, Zedong, and other oligarch leaders who use socialist language to take power. Pop culture is also fond of this approach to progressives and loves to make progressive villains who turn out to be liars all along, like Korra, Marvel, Harry Potter, Ruby. We'd be here all for hours if I went through the whole list. So this idea that you know, the left is always correct, and that because, you know, so a centrist who wants to attack the left can only attack it by saying that it's like dishonest. I mean, not only is that, I think, overly simplistic, and
I mean, it's honestly like beyond simplistic. Like, the left definitely has like their infighting and shit, and there's a lot of different, you know, segments that think they're more correct than, you know, others. But like, I mean, on a, like either way, it's still like a very hyper simplistic way of, you know, looking at things about it, where it's just like, oh, like, you know, where it's just kind of like my sense, like, oh, everyone just thinks, you know, they're like the most correct one, but, you know, but in reality they're all wrong, and I actually am the real correct one. It's like, what? It's just like a very broadly simplistic way of looking at shit.
Enough to always be right about everything. Like, if you're gonna say the left is right about damn near everything, like, which left? Which one?
I mean, honestly, I mean, because like, if you're gonna say it's like, oh, they all think they're like, you know, all correct, you know, and shit, and just like in this, like, this kind of hive state, it's like, then, like, where is that? Like, cause if anything, there's a lot of like different, you know, like groups and shit that all, you know, like I said, all kind of have their own like, you know, thing where it's like, yeah, we're all the, you know, ones who are correct and shit, but like, I mean, there's a lot of that. I mean, there's not enough of that to have like a hive mind and shit. For like the right wing, and at least in the far right and shit, especially, yeah, there is.
They don't all agree. And by the way,
there's a lot more consensus on issues there.
The only way centrists can attack their opponents is by saying that they don't really believe what they claim to believe, is exactly the attack you just used on ContraPoints a minute ago. You said because ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis are primarily performers, that you know, we shouldn't take them seriously when they say things of substance or whatever. And so that's the only attack you seem to have so far. So even though I do kind of agree that we do need to be cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of performers in this YouTube space, because it is primarily an entertainment platform, you know, we don't need to just totally dismiss anything that's said because of that. You can't just be like, oh, well, they're performing, so nothing they're saying means anything. Performers and the things that are said during performance and the audience that reacts to those performances are definitely worthy of consideration. And if you didn't believe that, you shouldn't be running a channel about fandom. And
also, it's like people wouldn't necessarily look at comedians, you know, for a different insight either, because a lot of people do it too with that.
What matters is TJ's left nut. I think we all should applaud that. And we all should applaud that perfect line.
People had been growing increasingly discontented with her for a long time. And the problem is that we all just ostensibly assumed that because she was a trans woman, that she was as much of a true lefty socialist as the rest of us.
All right, can we talk about a weird phenomenon that happens on the left, especially with trans people? Anytime a trans woman comes into prominence, other trans women inevitably start to attack them. And this is across the board. Whether it's ContraPoints or Keffels.
I mean, I have noticed this myself a little bit to a degree. I mean, also, like, I mean, like, a part of the whole weird, like, you know, spitballing of random just, like, buzzwords and shit, I'm really starting to notice, because it's like, oh, just because, you know, like, you know, she's trans, that makes her, like, some sort of, like, Marxist, socialist, like, you know, lefty person now. It's like, what, huh? I mean, it's like, not always, like, if that's the case, and then like, who the fuck's Black Ryan, you know? It's like, what about her, or, you know, or Caitlyn Jenner and shit, like, that would be a weird assumption to have, you know, like, because there's other trans people that aren't, you know, like, progressive or lefty by any metric, You know, so, like, how would that fucking, like, that doesn't make sense. It's just a very another simplistic way of looking at things.
Whoever. This seems to be...
I'm starting to notice a pattern.
A universal...
Very hyper-simplistic way of looking at shit.
Trait. So, what is going on there? Now, I'm not a trans woman myself, so it's really not up to me to figure it out or answer. But I can see it happening, so I question it. Like, why is that? Is there a component of, dare I raise the specter of jealousy going on here? TJ is 100% grifter and performer. Don't know why he denies it. I don't deny being a performer. If I wanted to be a grifter, it would be so much fucking easier to grift the right wing than the fucking left. I saw a guy the other day. I won't even mention his fucking name, but I went on some right-wing websites, and I was watching a guy that was literally the most boring human being I've ever fucking seen. And he was just spouting a bunch of fucking shit about the Jews, and he had 800 people watching him. He had like 120 bazillionth of my fucking charisma, and could barely fucking string together a coherent sentence. But because he was talking shit on the Jews, he had all kinds of views. So, yeah, I mean... Which also just shows how easy it is to grift the right. It's like, as long as you just, like, affirm their weird, like, Jews... You know, their whole thing about that, and I mean, it really ain't that hard to, you know, just grift off of them. I mean, all of that, or like, yo, just like you 50 got all your black people, you shove big tributes and shit, and then all, you know, and everything else in between. It's like, I mean, if you just go at, you know, after these basic ass, like, you know, talking points and shit, it really is not that hard to grift off of them. It really isn't. Like, I mean, so you could just basically be like, yeah, I think, you know, we ought to just basically be, you know, like, getting, you know, black votes and just having them, you know, fall more popular, I say, you know. Because, you know, a lot of them are just being manipulated by basically the damn dudes and stuff, and better than, you know, I tell you what, man, you know, yeah. It's like, and you could just be like that. And like, I'm assuming that's basically is like, you know, what TJ might be, you know, talking about. I'm assuming it's like something along that level. And it's just like, I mean, you know, I just feel like that's exactly what's going on. And I'm not surprised that would get 800 views, because it's just like, these damn blah, Jews and this and that. And it's like, yeah, that would easily get, you know, like 800 fucking dumb ass, like random loner ass loser fucking Nazis to just be like, yeah, harping off like a bunch of fucking seals and, you know, clapping away. Easier to grift the right. Way the fuck easier to grift the right. So if I was a grifter, I would definitely be grifting the right. I would not be trying to attack right-wing figures on the platform. It's way easier on their side. It's way more nerfed. And guess what? There's way more consensus over on that side. Right-wingers are very collectivistic. So, whatever the fucking issue of the day is, there's not much disagreement. I've said this before, but if you talk to 10 right-wingers, you're going to hear the same thing phrased 10 different ways. If you talk to 10 left-wingers, you're going to hear not only 10 different things, but you're going to hear every single one of them talking massive shit about the other 9 and how fucking wrong they are and how they're not true leftists. YouTubers aren't perfect, should not be a controversial statement, so don't bitch at me in the comment. But who is perfect? No one's perfect.
No one is perfect. Like, I mean, the whole idea of, like, YouTubers aren't perfect, you know, would imply that there is, like, some level of perfection that could be attained, which there is nothing like that.
A controversial statement that it's almost like, why did you even bother to put it forth as a fucking idea? No one believes YouTubers are perfect, and no one would ever fucking say that they were, but no one's perfect. I mean, anybody who thinks that there are perfect people running around this planet, show them to me, because I ain't fucking seen the motherfuckers.
No shit.
I mean, obviously, other than when I look in the mirror.
Between ostensibly leftist politics and content farming for money. LeftTube was similar to the cartoon community in that on YouTube it's a relatively niche environment with only a handful of standouts. There can only be one H-Bomber guy or Phantom Strider, and the rest mostly
By the way, I don't know who either of those guys are. Well, H-Bomber guy I heard of. Phantom Strider never even heard of.
About picking up
I don't know
scraps.
Phantom Strider
And I say
is
this
either.
as a proud scrap picker myself. But what inevitably happens,
we all love them scraps,
when a community of content creators establishes itself, is that everyone comes in looking for their little piece of the clout pie. There's a common discussion nowadays regarding debating the alt-right.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean, they're totally right about this part. If someone out there exposes a mine of material that you can easily convert into content, which means you can easily convert it into money, which means you can easily convert it into, you know, clout, influence, whatever the fuck you want to call it, yeah, everybody jumps on that. When there was a rich vein of atheist content on YouTube, yeah, we were all on that. We were all chasing that atheist clout. And then it moved on to the anti-SJW stuff, and we were all on that. We were all chasing that clout. When someone in a community exposes, like, a rich vein of content, yeah, other content creators are going to jump on that fucking vein. But, like, the problem is, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is not like, hey, there's a trend going on right now. Trends are part of the human experience. Just like right now, every movie that's getting made is a fucking superhero movie. And, you know, in 10 years, it'll be something else. Right now, you know, in the communities that I'm in, it's popular to fucking criticize a bunch of right-wing assholes for saying a bunch of crazy right-wing fucking Nazi-adjacent bullshit and attacking trans people left and right. And, you know, trying to roll back the clock on gay rights and
just broader civil rights and women's rights and, I mean, just kind of everything else in between, too.
Ceaselessly make sure that, you know, unions are weak and that workers are, you know, sort of consigned to this status quo of accepting peanuts for compensation.
More boo.
You know, that's the kind of shit that, you know,
all the boo.
I'm interested in attacking. And I feel
Attack it.
there
Crush it.
is a positive effect in attacking that. Just like I feel like there was definitely a positive effect for the atheist content I made. Now, when I made anti-SJW content, I never really viewed there as being that much of a positive effect of that, other than for my pocketbook, you know? That was definitely something I was doing just because, hey, this seems popular. And, you know, every once in a while there would be something culturally that I feel like, oh, I'm taking a stand on this issue culturally or whatever. Like, you know, the treatment of men versus the treatment of women in media. How it was totally acceptable for Sharon Osbourne to go on her little ripoff of The View and laugh about a dude getting his dick chopped off and shoved in a garbage disposal when no one would ever laugh if the roles were reversed in that scenario, right? So sometimes it became about a larger cultural issue, but for the most part, it was mostly just like, look at this dumb SJW moron who just said that we can't use the term hard worker because slaves were the real hard workers, and you need to think about that before you say that term. It's like, no, we don't.
I mean, no shit. I mean, honestly, it's just like, and one thing that I know gets called out a lot when people, you know, rebuke, you know, those type of topic points where it's just basically like, oh, you're just class reductionist. It's like, well, too bad, so sad. Honestly, there are a lot of issues that tend to fundamentally, down to the core, reduce to class issues. Like, I mean, including a lot of social issues. Does that mean that they're, like absolutely, you know, have to, you know, go hand in hand? No. But, you know, a lot of it gets exacerbated, enabled, and pushed forward due to the foundations and the roots of another issue. Like, I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, like, that's one thing I really get, you know, under my gears about, especially when it comes to, you know, like, the whole class reductionist, you know, take or whatever. It's just like, yeah, isn't there a lot of issues, aren't they? Thought of the long day of work sees MC. Hey, what's up, me? Race reduction as far as I'm concerned. I mean, not even really just, not even really that. There's, like, more, I guess, broadly just cultural reductionists. Which, I mean, is, you know, because, like, because honestly, I mean, both play major hands into each other. And it's just like, you know, to exclude, you know, the issues of one thing, you know, versus the other, you know, just because of whatever fucking reason. Yeah, it's just like, that's just kind of dumb. I mean, you know, both issues, you know, like, you know, go hand in hand, and, you know, and both, you know, need to kind of be shown where the overlap is, so, you know, there can be better understanding of that type of shit. Cultural reductionist, in the sense of, like, oh, you know, like the whole, like, you know, hard worker thing that teachers talk about. It's like, oh, like, a lot of the culture of America, when it came to, like, the hard work and shit that was being done, was done by slaves. And nowadays, a lot of people are just like, well, you know, like minimum wage, you know, workers and shit, who do a lot of hard work and stuff themselves. But, you know, someone will try to be like, oh no, you know, you can't, you know, use those type of, you know, terms of shit because, you know, like, it's just reducing, you know, broadly, you know, the whole, like, class issues over, like, the prioritization of, like, the problems of, like, you know, the culture of, like, contemporary, or of, like, what the culture represented from what happened in the past and shit. Those type of things. I mean, you know, where it's just like, oh, you know, you can't, like, you know, address, you know, like, you know, someone who happens to be, like, poor and impoverished that might be, you know, white or somehow ostensibly, and then, you know, versus someone who might be black who's literally in the, let's say, hypothetically in the same neighborhood, in the same type of position, because, you know, despite that, they, you know, deserve it, like, far more than you. It's like, well, they both deserve it, and it's like, and they should both be brought up, you know, to an, you know, level of comfortability as equals and shit, because, like, that's, you know, and if one gets more to get that, then, you know, which arguably will obviously probably be the black guy in that neighborhood, but either way, if, you know, one person would get a little more to get to that point, either way, they both still get to that, you know, into that line. I mean, that's kind of the whole point. You know, the rising tide lifting all ships type of thing. I mean, it's just like, you know, like, I mean, it's just different little things like that. Which I guess, you know, can be, you know, like race reductionist, you know, as well, but that's just kind of, I think, one, you know, like, element to, you know, a lot of that broader type of thing I'm talking about.
Fucking
do you see that Santos Claus is under? Oh, that guy. Yeah, I saw some. I didn't read too much into it, but I did see something about that.
You're a nitwit, but I never felt like I was doing anything culturally important when I made content about how that person's an idiot. I just felt like I was mocking a particular idiot. But when I was making atheist content, and I guess I'm kind of back into doing that a little bit, I felt like that had social value. And when I'm making fun of, like, crazy right-wing asshole despots, I feel like that has social value. So I don't really care that it's a trend. I don't really care that I'm profiting from it. I feel like I'm profiting from it, but I'm also doing something that I find to be within the framework of my own personal ethics.
Minimum wage? You know, like someone who works, like, in retail and shit? Or just, like, fast food, or just and that type of job?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything problematic about that, but maybe there is.
Or rather, just the right. People will say that it helps debunk conservative thought, but that's always been a very tenuous leg to stand on. You can't destroy a school of thought by owning one guy with facts and logic.
No
one's ever said that, for one, and for two, like, that's not the point. The point, like, well, I mean, the point of, like, you know, debunking a lot of those, like, right-wing crazy conspiracies and ideas, like, at least on a public platform and shit, yeah. I mean, that's part of it. Because it's not trying to debunk it to that one guy. It's trying to get people who might follow that person in his audience that might, you know, second guess and start, you know, questioning about, you know, what, you know, they've been told by that person, and maybe consider those, you know, ideas that were rebuked against, you know, and debated about and shit. Like, that's kind of the broader point, is to not get the person, you know, someone that is trying to debate against and shit. Like, if it, you know, like, I guess, you know, if Vosh, you know, like, in, you know, debating Sargon, for example, or some shit, it's like, the point of him is not trying to convince Sargon of his ideas, it's trying to get people from his audience away from it. Like, I mean, you know, and that's kind of like the point. No one's saying that, like, you know, people are going to go into these debates, you know, trying to convince, you know, like, the person they're talking to. It's like, no one thinks that.
Like, I want to debate against a Christian, therefore Christianity is defeated. No one has ever said, I want to debate against a conservative, therefore conservatism is defeated. But you know what? If you enter into enough debates where the atheist continuously looks better than the Christian and has better evidence, and there's enough debates where the progressive continuously looks better than the conservative, yeah, after a while, people start to look at that and say, like, hey, one side seems to have all the good points, and the other side seems to be kind of, like, confused and muddling and prudish and whatever the fuck else. And that can change hearts and minds. You know, obviously, the ideological struggle is never, like, finished with a bow wrapped around it, like, aha, finally, we've defeated them. Like, that's a weird expectation. So you're basically saying anything less than, like, a YouTuber going out there and completely defeating an ideology for all time, anything less than that is just not even worth it? That's a really fucking stupid, ass-backwards motherfucking standard.
Ben Shapiro is not the supreme leader of fascism, but that doesn't stop everyone debating him 17 times a day. Why? Because it's easy. It's easy content. It's an easy content farm. You don't have to do much, and you don't have to be very smart. And
that's true.
And that's the debate bro grift.
Here's where you're right. You're right when you say Ben Shapiro is easily debated, because he is. You're right when you say Ben Shapiro is a fucking idiot, because he is.
Yeah.
Where you're wrong is there no value in debating him? There is value in debating him because there are people who listen to him.
No shit.
And every time he receives pushback, that is a chance for some of those people currently fucking nodding their heads when Ben Shapiro talks to fucking get themselves exposed to, like, hey, wait a minute. There are other points of view. There are other ways of seeing this.
This is what I was mentioning from earlier.
Maybe Ben Shapiro isn't to be trusted. Maybe Ben Shapiro, just because he can talk fast, is not necessarily an authority on this. Maybe the entire framework that Ben Shapiro has sort of like seduced me into becoming ensnared in is a lie, and I should look elsewhere. And, you know, to say that those people are not worth trying to convince otherwise is a really strange idea to me, because those people cause problems. You know, if a bunch of people are going around fucking following, you know, a Hitler type, I'm not saying Ben Shapiro is the equivalent of Hitler.
But he does love sand, because it gets coarse and everywhere, like Hitler did.
But if there's a Hitler going around saying Hitler shit, and there are people fucking arguing with Hitler, you know, would you go to those people and be like, why are you even bothering? Don't even bother trying to argue with Hitler. Just let him be Hitler and let his followers be the Nazis. I think it's kind of worth pushback, whether it's super effective or not.
I mean, honestly, like, frankly, I mean, even if you don't necessarily want to debate someone, at least pushing back against that shit, you know, needs to at least, you know, like, happen on some level. It's like, you gotta at least push back at it. Like, whether you're mocking it because, like, well, you think that way, you're just a dumb bitch, huh? What a fucking loser. You know, it's like, even if it's just some shit like that, like something, you know, it's like, yeah, even if it ain't super effective, and frankly, I'd probably disagree and say that it can be. Not, you know, my argument at least, but at least when it comes to, like, you know, the debate aspect of things and actually, like, having these back and forths occasionally and shit. Because that's kind of the whole idea, and oh my god, what are you doing?
Convince even, like, a couple of Nazis to be like, you know what, nah? That's a good thing.
Nah.
How is it not a good thing? It's a good thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen Ben drink water. Guess who else drank water? Hitler. Damn. Fucking wrecked.
It's always been the debate bro grift. But the problem is that any audience who likes debates as content won't stick around for the same easy targets, so instead they have to make more reaches. Ian Kaczynski made a name for himself debating the alt-right.
How dare you attack Vush?
Vush.
Vush is my god!
Please, God, Vush!
How dare you!
In an extremely edgy fashion, utilizing slurs and large screaming declarations. But as his audience became increasingly bored of it, he had to branch out. The problem was he didn't really have a praxis outside of class reductionism and calling people Nazis, and when he did branch out, he ended up just calling people Nazis.
What? Like, that's a stupid way of, you know, like, simplistic, you know, like, a very stupidly simplistic way of putting Vush. Stop Vush. It's like, oh, class reductionism, and he calls everyone Nazi. It's like, oh my god. Wow, I see what we're getting with here. Jesus Christ. This person is, like, Lily's really dumb as fuck. Like, Jesus Christ. Wait, so was pro tips for life? They're not. I feel like it's a reverse Oracle situation with this. Look at Wayne as these are not your poor little Mew Mews. No one said they were. Not everyone who tells you to care about racism is a Nazi, you moron. What?
Pro tips for life. Low income white neo-Nazi.
Oh, I see why he says that, because now I just saw who's in the corner in the top left. That's fucking, what's her name? Fucking, I forget her name, but she basically, like, denied the Uyghur genocide and shit, and was like, it's, like, you know, what's her fucking name? I forgot her name, honestly, right off the top of my head. But I see why why this is up here and shit. For Vosh and whatever, because she is, I mean, she's basically saying that, like, oh, because he, called, this chick, I can't forget her name, the equivalent of a Nazi, considering her takes. mainly being like, because deny Uyghur genocide, they're okay with like, you know, the whole like quote unquote white genocide thing too, and amongst other weird shit. If I forgot all the deeds.
Your poor little meow meows. Not everyone who tells you to care about racism is a Nazi, you moron.
Any concept that was more complicated to him than Nazis bad, working class good would inevitably be filtered through
Working class is good though. Fuck you.
increasingly unhinged hypotheticals to worm the subject back to that framework.
The crazy thing to me is that if you ever have watched a Vosh stream...
I just remembered it as flowers. The flowers in the background, just remembered it. Like, it's... Okay, alright, whatever.
You know this is like a total mischaracterization.
It is.
Because Vosh is completely capable of constructing some pretty intelligent thoughts on the fly. Even if you don't agree with his thoughts on a subject, it doesn't just all boil down to like, working class good, Nazis bad. I mean, for fuck's sake, sometimes the Nazis and the working class are one and the fucking same. In fact, it happens more often than you'd think. So that is...
I mean, it does.
Even congruent. I don't know how good of an extemporaneous speaker Lily Orchard is, but I would venture to guess that probably not as good as Vosh is.
Most infamously when he
Definitely
screeched
not.
accusations of white genocide at a black woman sight unseen for arguing about land back, which...
Sight unseen? I don't know. Wasn't she on his show?
Yeah, it wasn't sight unseen.
is the return of stolen land to indigenous people, which, if you live in the United States or Canada right now, is the land currently under your feet.
Right, which is why that issue is a fucking political non-starter.
It really is, like, you know, like, it's just, I guess, fortunately and unfortunately, I guess, because, yeah, it's unfortunate of what happened and shit, but fortunately, because, like, you know, for the contemporary day, like, to try to be, like, hey, we're gonna take, like, all of, like, North America back now, it's like, it's like, good luck at, how do you achieve that, you know, it's just not a starter.
And really, like, dumb and ass backwards, because, like, yeah, land was stolen from indigenous people. No denial there.
Of course.
But, like, the solution to that problem is not to, like, let's go back, let's give them the land back. Because, like, where the fuck are all the people that are currently on the land supposed to go? That had nothing to fucking do with that. Yeah, they benefit from it, but, like, so what? Like, it's a political non-starter to go around to people and be like, get the fuck off your land.
Have to read to do whatever they want to find stuff with it. Yeah.
What do you mean? It's because it's not.
And she accused him of being a Nazi. Yeah, while also kind of spewing, you know, like herself, you know, some basically, you know, far right talking points herself, from what I remember too.
Land, your ancestors stole it from my ancestors a long time ago. It's like, okay, well, sorry about that, but like, we've got like a house here now, and there's like, I work at the grocery store over. Nope. Back to Europe. Like, what?
It's like, yeah, for real.
Fuck you. This idea that you can just solve a political, like a
I like the little toony eyes, honestly.
Song of the past by just like, roll it back. No matter what the logistics are. No matter how fucking stupid or inconvenient or like implausible that is.
Roll back.
Do it.
Fuck it.
Just press the
gotta go back
button. It's like, you can't. There's 300 million people here now.
330.
When it comes to white people, he
counting.
wants all that ooh democratic socialism. But when it comes to anyone else, he's usually all about mass ethnic cleansing. Jewish people living on...
what? So wait, what the fuck? No, what? No, he's not. Like, dude, I don't even know where to start with that. Like, the fuck?
Land and doing ethnic cleansing, he wants to nuke the civilians. White people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, well, stopping him from doing that is hurting him specifically, so he doesn't like that. This class...
What?
It's a really weird fucking comparison. As far...
So, you're right. It's my landlord, so you wanted to harass him, be my guest. Oh, you know what? That would be a good little rebuttal, frankly. Hey, what's the whole this part?
doing ethnic cleansing, he wants to nuke the civilians. But when it comes to anyone else, he's usually all about mass ethnic cleansing. Jewish people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, he wants to nuke the civilians. White people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, well, stopping him from doing that is hurting him specifically, so he doesn't like that.
Like, yeah, dude, what a fucking weird-ass comparison, dude. Like, what the fuck? I mean, this bitch be psycho.
That was a really weird fucking comparison. As far as Israel goes, I don't believe in borders. So I believe that, Palestinians and Israelis just need to get along. Maybe that's naive, but I really don't see
yeah, I was just about to say.
The other solution is one of them kills the other. And I don't really like that. So to me, they have to fucking learn to put their differences aside. And if America can come to the point where we are now, and I'm not saying things are perfect here, they're clearly not. There's still clearly a lot of fucking racism that has to be worked through, but we went from lynchings and Jim Crow and shit to, having enough people in this country willing to fucking vote for a black president. If I didn't like Obama in any way, shape, or form, but I at least like that he proved that America was no longer so racist that we couldn't accept a black person as our head of state. Obviously there's still a fucking long goddamn way to go on that kind of shit. I believe that the world belongs to all the people of the world. And to a lesser extent, the animals and plants and shit. Because they were here too. But I'm a human supremacist.
And probably before us, anyway.
So I believe that all the peoples of the world should have all the lands of the world. I don't really believe in borders. I don't really believe in states. Now, how to make that feasible, I don't know. I'm willing to fucking admit that I don't have those answers. But I think that's what we should aspire to. And so this idea that we need to this is our land, it's like these kind of arguments, to me, are the very reason why human history is fucking riddled with bloodshed. And as soon as we let that shit go and stop fucking murdering each other over fucking dirt, the better off we'll be as a goddamn species, in my opinion.
But my hunk of dirt's better than your dirt. Actually, your dirt's a little better. It's got some stuff I want on it. Give me your dirt.
And make no mistake,
give me your damn dirt.
Is a white supremacist.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
God.
Mistake.
The secret crypto Nazi bush.
This is where it's just like, come the fuck on, dude.
I mean, for real. I mean, it's like, I ain't the biggest fan of Usher. I have some disagreements from time to time, honestly, with his takes and shit. But, I mean, for fuck's sake, I mean, come on, be realistic with who the fuck he is, you know what I mean? It's like, good lord.
You're so insane if you believe that. You know that's not true. This is just this ultra hyperbolic
sort of what happened?
My opponents are fucking Nazis bullshit. It's ironically the thing that Vosh gets accused of
Beats
all
like
the
to roll
time
and little wooden balls as a foreign play. What?
Your opponents are Nazis. Well, here is the real version of that.
Is there a pick? Strong indication is sex minds are far more sophisticated than we imagine. Like to roll with little wooden balls as a form of play. What? Save the bees. We must bow down to our new overlords. We abolish nations by making the bees, just like our new overlords.
Real life version of that is a person who
the bee world order
at a pretty lefty dude, maybe not left enough for everybody's taste, but pretty fucking left, and saying this is a white supremacist, everybody. This dude right here that is numerous times fought against systemic racism here and abroad.
And literally is debunk Nazis to their faces.
Sock Dems. Saying that, your system of governance would still involve exploitation of the third world. They don't call it the third world anymore. They call it global south. But they would so he's willing to go to that point of being I don't even want a sock dem society because that's too racist. But this fucking chick is gonna call him a white supremacist for that? That is fucking
Lost world order, you can just see massive and blocking out the sun. Oh god.
Bro.
No.
That is insane. You have lost the fucking plot at that point.
You can make all the woo-woo wise of the proletariat speeches you want, accusing people of color of wanting to genocide white people, or suggesting that there's merit to the conspiracy theory that Jewish people control global banking. It's pretty...
That is such a fucking mischaracterization right there.
Oh my god.
Vosh has never said Jewish people control global banking. He has...
Like, he's never said that.
Because it's true that they're overrepresented in global banking. And he has also explained the historical reasons for that and how they were basically forced into that position by anti-Semitism. Because back in the day, it used to be illegal for Christians to be moneylenders. And so, as a result of that, Jewish people ended up being the moneylenders.
Yep.
And it was convenient whenever there was an economic catastrophe for the king to blame it on the Jews. And so that's why there are a disproportionate number of Jews involved in finance to this day. It's not because of some evil Jewish cabal. It's because of white supremacy. It's because of anti-Semitism. It's because of kings and despots wanting to use the Jews
as a scapegoat every time.
Use their own bad economic policy.
Which honestly is just like kind of ironic in itself, where it's like, oh, they control everything in the banks and this and that. It's like, due to the precedent of anti-Semitic fucking ideas and shit, you know, of, you know, basically trying to like demonize this entire group and making it like illegal for Christians to, you know, do those type of jobs anyway and shit. It's like, oh, like, basically, you know, just like the same type of anti-Semitic, you know, bullshit, you know, is basically what led them into a lot of that type of shit predominantly in the first place. And now they still think, oh, they must run everything. It's like, like, oh my god.
So this fucking weird...
Why are, like, right-wingers in a weird way, like, just always have this sense of self-fulfilling prophecy within their stupid shit?
Bosch somehow has bolstered the arguments of
anti-Semites. Yeah, I'm sure.
It's completely and utterly false.
Fucking telling.
And as far as the thing with the calling this chick a believer in white genocide, I don't know. I don't remember the fucking... I don't know the context of that.
Too young. Those are both things she did.
Ian is
Not
a
really.
grifter.
I know at least one of those he didn't do. As far as the other one goes, maybe he did it. I'm not sure. I didn't see.
Does all of this for content and money. He isn't very smart. He isn't politically motivated, and he's a very emotionally stunted white man with all of the opinions of someone who didn't get beaten up enough in high school. But because he's some...
Someone sounds jealous. Somebody, like, kind of, you know, trying to, you know, like, yeah, like, you know, say a little something about yourself there, buddy? Ma'am? I mean, you have a very, hostile view about, Voosh here. I mean, I know there's the meme about Vosh derangement syndrome, but I think this is the actual realistic, like, form of what it looks like.
all the rights.
Yeah, I mean, this person, by the way, I think it's about the time to show you just how fucking far this person's VDS goes. Because they have a post on their Tumblr from back in the day that literally just says someone really needs to just kill Vosh.
What's he just going on by the way, just I think? Yeah.
Vosh. So, like, this person just has a seething hate.
Well, I think, Lily Orchard's, she, her, if you're referring to her, Lily, but for Voosh, I mean, yeah.
Vosh? Or honestly, I mean, like, hates Vosh, hates ContraPoints, hates Lindsay Ellis, basically hates...
Who's talking about progressive fellows who basically did justify it? Yeah.
Anybody who is nominally or marginally left that has exceeded their own popularity. It's really what it seems to me. My read on this situation is anybody to the left that is more popular than I am is a disingenuous performer, whereas I am the true leftist. That's what this reads like to me. Let me know if you disagree, but that's what I'm getting.
I have always been a big proponent of understanding the difference between stated politics and actual politics. Ian's Wikipedia page has to clarify his politics as self-described left-wing. That's how bad he is at being left-wing.
And you're just, like, basically using a Wikipedia page.
To take his word for it most of the time. Give people enough time, they'll show you who they are. You just have to stop ignoring it. See, the thing about
yeah, I mean, like, you've kind of shown us that you're just, like, basically motivated by pettiness and jealousy, right?
Yep.
ContraPoints' flagrant courting of right-wing figureheads like Buck Angel,
Like goes on about race, but then says that about Vosh for no reason.
Blair White, and the deriding of trans people pushing for visibility as radicals, is that ContraPoints was doing what a lot of breadtubers do, positioning where she was politically, philosophically, and socially as the Overton window, and everything to the left of her
as if everyone doesn't fucking do that.
I mean, yeah, no
George
shit.
Carlin observed this, that if you're in traffic, everyone going slower than you is an idiot, and everyone going
faster than you is a maniac.
Right? It's the same thing politically.
Oh my lord.
Anyone that's to the left of you is like, oh my god, they've degenerated into lunacy. Anyone to the right of you, oh my god, they're a Nazi. By the way, I'm not even a fucking ContraPoints fan. I knew ContraPoints before she even transitioned. I mean, she's made videos against me. I've made videos against her in her previous identity. We don't like each other. So don't think I'm some kind of like ContraPoints fanboy here, defending her out of some like, oh wow, how dare you attack my Contra. I'm not.
How dare you attack Contra.
But even I know this isn't fair.
Trans queen of YouTube, how
they
dare
position
you?
where they are as peak leftism, and everything else is either the far right or a woke distraction. Many of them are only tenuously leftist, and many of them hold far right views, but they also don't like capitalism. Indeed, much of BreadTube is of the opinion that opposing capitalism is the only real leftist priority, and everything else is a distraction. Which the
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I think it is.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much on the same page with you. It's like, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it tends to be the root of a lot of fucking issues in the modern society and in the globe right now concurrently. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's very simple. Like, again, like, one of the first things I started noticing about this shit was how hyper simplistic everything, you know, is being reduced by Lily. And it's just like, it's like, it's with maybe like one or two things. Like, yeah, I'm sure, kinda, but that's a hyper simplistic way of looking at it. It's a little bit more, you know, nuanced than that. Or it's just like so like simplified that it's just like utterly fucking ridiculous, or just like an utter mischaracterization and just like a character attack, really.
Primary one, because I feel like a lot of that stuff. Okay, so here, let's break down what's on the screen here. This person's very fond of making you fucking pause the video and read. It's like, couldn't you read this to me? Isn't that what we're doing here? Anyway. Class reductionism, the belief that class is the only real form of bigotry and that all other forms of bigotry are used to enforce and maintain capitalism. Reality. Capitalism.
I mean, it's not like entirely the like thing when it comes to class, but it's like, I mean, again, it's hyper simplistic as fuck.
Heteronormativity, cisnormativity, and class are tools of white supremacy, and those saying we need to focus on class are a pawn of white supremacists because it involves telling marginalized people that their struggles don't matter.
What? Since when? Since when is that involved telling marginalized people's struggles? So if anything, it should matter more? It's the opposite, you dipshit. Like, what the fuck, huh? Like, it's the opposite. Like, I mean, especially for me, I've always, you know, said that, like, when it comes to class, it overlaps with other issues. So it's like, especially if someone happens to, like, for example, be, like, a trans black woman who is working at, like, you know, an Arby's and a McDonald's or some shit. Like, not only is the class struggle there, but they also have the struggle of, you know, them being, you know, a queer trans person and being black. Like, that means, you know, those, you know, struggles should matter, you know, even more so in a way. You know, it's just like, not like they don't matter. It's like, the fuck? This time, it was more likely to fall in bigotry. Well-off people or people struggling. I mean, honestly, it's just like, people that, like, at least, you know, honestly, I wouldn't really know the true answer to that right off the top of my head, but if I had to take a guess, probably, you know, well-off people. But at the same time, you know, people who are struggling can easily be scapegoated, you know, into things that are bigoted. So, it's like, again, I wouldn't really know.
I would say both of these are bullshit. This class reductionism, yeah, it's a problem. But planning the reality that, like, oh man, it's like all this stuff working with white supremacy, and anybody who only wants to talk about class is clearly just like playing into the hands of the white supremacists. No, because the white supremacist, if they're a true white supremacist, wants capitalism. Because once again, capitalism is far more compatible with fascism than it is with socialism. The further left you go, the more you're going to see capitalism either reduced in power or destroyed. The further right you go, the more you're going to see capitalism bolstered.
I mean, think about it, figure so anyone care about my jobs if they're already taken care of? No, probably not. Honestly, yeah, they probably wouldn't. So
a fascist is way more like, because you can have fascism and capitalism. You can't have like a radical left government or a radical left lack of government where it's just like, you know, a self-organized anarchic sort of social system and still have fucking capitalism. Unless you're going to do anarcho-capitalism, which is really like a contradiction in terms. It would just really be, that would just boil down to a lot of like corporate entities fighting each other in like wars and shit. But I don't want to get too far into like this like hypothetical realities and shit. The reality is that capitalism can be nominally left on some social issues if it feels like there's profit in it, but it's never going to let you go all the way to socialist. It's never going to dismantle itself, except by accident, in like the way that capitalism might self-cannibalize. I think that a lot...
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't necessarily... It's like, I mean, I would hope so, frankly. It's like either have it self-cannibalize already or fucking, you know, outside forces do it. I mean, because that's only realistically, at this point, you know, how capitalism can actually be, you know, like, kind of take it down a notch, really.
If you attack capitalism, you're attacking a lot of this other stuff.
Yeah.
Because it relies on those tools to survive.
Any leftist policy that doesn't prioritize anti-racism is just conservatism with a hammer and sickle. And the
prioritize is such a weird thing.
It's such a weird word.
Okay.
What?
Here's an example. So let's say you want to address the problem that black people are, you know, by and large, have a lesser percentage of wealth than white people in America. You know, you can pass something that's just directly like, let's just directly give money to people on the basis of them being black. But then you're ignoring the fact that there are plenty of black people who are well-to-do. And you're ignoring the fact that there are plenty of white people who are not well-to-do. So, wouldn't it make more sense to look at it from an economic perspective and say, like, hey, instead of raising up the poor black, let's just raise up all the poor, and that is disproportionately going to help black people because they're disproportionately poor. So even though the approach is classist, it addresses a racial disparity by the very nature of it, because a lot of...
But TJ, that's just class reduction bullshit. You can't do that. How dare you prioritize that type of shit instead? What are you, one of these, you know, fucking, you know, like, pawns of the white supremacy? I mean, it's just like, I mean, this is kind of what I was meaning earlier about the whole, like, rising tide raises all ships thing. And this is what gets my fucking gears about these, like, type of, you know, folks like Lily and shit, where it's just like, she wants to be like, oh, you know, like, if you, you know, like, prioritize, you know, class and shit, you're basically just a Nazi with a hammer and sickle or whatever the fuck. Or, you know, just basically just, like, you know, not, just, like, some real leftist or some shit, because, I guess for whatever fucking reason. And it's just like, no, that's, like, I mean, the utter mischaracterizations and the utter fucking strawmanning and shit, and just, like, really feminist, like, petty bullshit, you know, being woven into all of it. It's just, like, really, as far as I'm concerned, really just kind of fucking telling. And honestly, she's just not a serious fucking person.
In which black people are oppressed is economic. But there's no reason to just say, like, let's look at the problem through the lens of race, because it makes more sense to look at it through the lens of class, because then you can address the totality of the problem. You address the racial disparity by addressing the economic disparity.
Crux of the response to most of the criticism of ContraPoints was largely people telling ContraPoints that she needs to start caring about how other people think and feel, and ContraPoints going,
but, like, I don't wanna, you know?
This was someone who...
I'm pretty sure
Why was I just exposed to My Little Pony? God, fuck. Alright, now I have another reason why I really don't like her now. Ugh.
whatever her failings might be, at least give some consideration to the feelings of other people. Like, I don't think ContraPoints is like this cold, unfeeling, absolute narcissist who doesn't give a rat's ass about anyone else's feelings.
Honestly, didn't like ContraPoints video about envy kind of like get into basically like what Lily is about and what Lily's doing? Because like, I mean, honestly, like Contra does have like kind of a sense of empathy and shit. I mean, I could just like, I mean, even with her being a performance artist in a way with her content and shit. I mean, you can just at least tell there's at least a sense of it. And plus, she does live streams too, where she as well, at least has in the past. So it's just like, and I mean, I actually watched a couple of those too, and yeah, same thing. Honestly, it's like I can tell she's at least generally like an empathetic person or whatever. So it's like this idea where she's just like some cold sociopathic bitch. It's just like. Sounds like you, Lily. It's like, sounds like you're doth protesting too much, because pretty much like this entire thing where I've been exposed to her content so far is just like her basically being a cold sociopathic bitch.
First of all, she couldn't even do that as
it was
performer.
Very fucking petty.
Because like your earlier thing is that you're basically implying she's just a grifter and a performer and doesn't really give a shit about anything. Well, even a person like that has to give a shit about the thoughts and feelings of others, because they have to juggle those and manage those. And not offend everybody. They have to fucking know what to say to people, at least enough to tell them what they want to hear. So even if ContraPoints was a total grifter, a 100% performer, didn't give a shit about anything she said, she would still have to care about the thoughts and feelings of other people, just to be successful as a grifter/performer.
Like,
I mean, no shit.
Largely only leftist because we assumed this of her, and even she would contest that and say, nah, I'm like more of a centrist. And a lot of her more out there than...
My God.
Particularly envy came
this really major smug condescend. Oh wow, she's actually mentioning the video. Hey, that video that Contra made is about you. Anyway, well, not literally, but I mean, a lot of themes and shit about that video does pertain to her for characteristics. I mean, it's like, like a lot of this is either about Vosh or Contra. Also, it's just like. I mean, it's like, it really says a lot about her. It's like, you are really fucking petty and are just, honestly, it sounds like it's just really jealous and not a serious person because you just wish that you were as successful, as, they were. But you're not.
Superimposing her own experiences with gender and capitalism on.
I mean, shit, I got no room to talk myself, frankly, for, for sure, but whatever. I like, the difference is, I don't give a fuck.
Is clearly a woman who has developed a taste for the finer things in life and generally wants to be a part of upper society. And there's nothing...
I mean, like, I think a lot of that's primarily performance art, and a lot of it, like, if you actually listen to some of her videos, she actually has kind of delved into some of that before. I think in her video about, like, decadence or some shit. Because, like, a part of that was trying to, like, pass as, like, a, trans woman herself. So that's kind of partly as why. And she just adds a little extra flavor to it, especially when it comes to her videos and shit. Because, obviously, she's, doing, like a very highly produced, highly production valued, type of, like, video.
Inherently
wrong. A lot of it looks put on to pretty high. Yeah. I mean, that's also kind of the point. I mean, because obviously she does a lot of, research and a lot of production before releasing a video, and a lot of it's supposed to have this sense of, sophisticated, high-minded, like video essay. There's nothing even wrong with that. Honestly, it's like, I think she does it pretty well.
Socialism has long had to contend with the fact that a lot of people in it just want to have the means to survive, while a lot of other people look on at the wealthy with searing envy. But that latter group is never going to be happy because that opulent wealth just can't exist without an exploitative system to surround it. Socialism isn't about making everyone wealthy, it's about making everyone stable. But this performative approach to wealth and opulence is a blinder, especially if you make a six-figure salary. This is doubly so for gender.
I love that the video that she singles out from ContraPoints is the envy video. Because it's pretty clear that this person, Lily, is dripping with it. Just absolutely
dripping.
And in the same way that maybe some people long for wealth,
just drowning in
envy. It's clear that Lily longs for the level of clout and influence that ContraPoints has. And since she can't obtain it, she has to attack it as an unworthy pursuit. It's basically just an instance of sour grapes at this point.
Yep.
Wannabe philosopher, ContraPoints tends to assume that there's a deep-seated philosophical reason in non-binary people's existence because, well, she's got a lot of deep-seated contradictory feelings about gender. Surely everyone does. This rather...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most people probably do, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, I mean, not everybody, but yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do.
infamous clip is rather telling in that regard.
So the polite thing to do here is easy. Someone asks you to call them they, you call them they.
Pretentious. The truth of the matter is that using someone's pronouns doesn't really have a why outside of because I said so. It's like asking the reason you should use someone's name. I'm a proponent of what I call totalitarian gender. Essentially, someone's gender, name, pronouns, etc. aren't up for debate. They are for an individual to dictate on whatever weird whims they desire. If they want their pronoun to be anomaly, then anomaly pronoun is anomaly. End of discussion. In that framework, the only reason why you're using they, them pronouns for someone is because it's polite and there is literally nothing else to call them. And there really isn't a deeper reason for that. There might be to that person, but you shouldn't need that explanation and you aren't owed it. Cis people...
Okay, like, sure, but, I mean, just to be like, nah! Yeah, just like immediately like, no, I dare it! Yeah, about it is also equally fucking dumb. It's like, yeah, to be like, well, what? You know, it's like, I mean, sure, to be like, you know, about like, but also, like, honestly, it's like, from my own experience, you know, when it comes to people who are either non-binary or trans, I mean, a lot of my understanding, you know, more about what transgenderism was and what, like, you know, people who are non-binary, what that's about, was asking questions, being like, well, you know, what's, you know, just, like, because, like, that's kind of a part of the whole, like, you know, part of respect, at least in my mind. It's like, you know, oh, well, I actually never, you know, talked to someone who's non-binary. I'm kind of curious, you know, what is it, and this and that, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, there's nothing wrong with asking some questions. I mean, you know, just being like, well, what? You know, or it's like, well, why that? You know, whatever the fuck. It's just like, if you're being, like, you know, a prick about it, sure, but, like, if you're, you know, but if you're just simply merely asking a question, then there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, just having, you know, a basic little back and forth about it isn't really a big deal. I mean, it's like, if the person's still going to be disrespectful and, you know, whatever, either way, then it's like that person's a prick, then don't interact with that person and tell them to fuck off. But, like, you know, also this whole, like, oh, you could deal with them in any jurisdiction if they question it. It's just like, just be civil about it. I mean, like, what the fuck?
To justify their own existence like this. The gender binary isn't this all-encompassing thing. Really, only Europe ever cared about it, and every other culture had their own idea about gender in the first place. Thanks, colonialism. But gender as a construct has only ever been this important thing because cis people made it an important thing.
So is gender important or not?
I mean, honestly, yeah, now I'm getting confused. Like, totalitarian gender means that there's, like, you know, a sense of, like, importance to the idea and concept, but now there's, like, you know, a thing about, like, oh, you know, it's not because of, like, it being... This is what makes me think this person's not fucking serious, because they're kind of contradicting themselves now at this point, aren't they? Doing anything for New Year's. The store's closing early, like, on Christmas Eve, so I'm probably gonna have a couple brewskis, probably see if I could watch a shitty Christian animated movie, and then at least for, like, around, like, 10:30 to midnight, you know, probably hang out with my mama, because I already kind of promised to hang out with her for New Year's. So, but New Year's Day, I'm actually not 100% too sure I'm doing. I'm assuming I'm probably working that day. Oh, I'll find out a little more about that tomorrow. It's purely by construction. Well, I mean, Lily did also mention, I mean, the one rare fucking defense I'm gonna give of her for, you know, in this video so far, is that she also says, like, well, other cultures and other regions of the world had their different ideas of gender, you know, so it's like, you know, she wasn't exactly saying it was just purely a European, like, thing, but, I mean, either way, it's barely worth defending, but, you know. Find out New Year's Day, look for you to hit the bars or kick back. Yeah. Yeah, if, I'll find out, because, if I am free, I'll definitely be kicking around. But if I'm not, if y'all happen to be, at a pub, near me or shit, or I like to, at like my little local watering hole or whatever, then I'll see about swinging by. But if not, then I'll see what at least Logino's doing, because I still need to get my phone stand from him and my Bluetooth. But the Bluetooth isn't as important, but I'm obviously gonna pick that up when I get my phone stand.
It's only important because cis people made it important, but then you're saying if someone doesn't instantly respect even the weirdest pronouns that's hard to remember in the world, if someone's like, I am anomaly gender and you will address my pronouns are anomaly and shamalama ding dong, you will say that, or...
Logan's my place, sir. Well, I mean, if you all decide on a kickback, but if so, try to make a Logino's.
You will...
Because, well, I could probably try to I need to get to your place anyway, honestly, and actually fucking show up there. But I just don't know the, like, the routes that I get there. We could deal with that, whatever.
I will break your teeth. I am a totalitarian genderist. So wait, those two, it's incompatible what you said. Is it important or is it not important? Is it so important that you should punch people over it, or is it so unimportant that it's just only the cisgenders made it a fucking big deal? Other cultures had other ideas. Like, what? You don't see how incongruent that is? By the way, this idea that someone either follows your gender line or they're like, they deserve like violence done against them is just a might makes right argument, which makes you a better contender for a fascist or a Nazi than it does Vosh, by the way. You ever watched like an Arthurian
honestly, for real,
legend movie or read any of the fucking Arthurian myths, and they have like this thing where like, oh yeah, now Guinevere has been accused of sleeping with Lancelot, so now there must be trial by combat, or any other fucking work of fiction where there's trial by combat. And it's basically like whoever prevails must be the truth teller. Like, you've basically fallen into that dumb fuck space. Where now, like, violence will appraise us of the answer to this query.
Yes.
If you don't agree with me, violence shall be done upon you, and that's how we will determine what is true. It's like, what?
It's like, yep, no diplomacy, no back and forth, no conversation. Disagree with me? They shall have a fucking duel.
That old question of, why is there gay pride but no straight pride? Because nobody's trying to kill you, that's why. Why?
I mean, really, no, there's not many people trying to kill gay people in this day and age either, alright?
Well, that's probably like the one faint disagreement I'll have with TJ. It's like, yeah, there are definitely people out there that are pretty adamant about it, and have, at least this happened, well, at least twice in recent history, and once very, very fucking recently. I mean, there was the Pulse nightclub shooting, and then a while back, and then there's Club Q.
Is there Black Lives Matter?
Plus, just a bunch of fucking armed, far-right Nazis and shit showing up to drag events and gay clubs and shit like that. Anyway,
White Lives Matter, because
there is White Lives Matter. It's just not as socially recognized because they don't need it. White people,
and also it tends to be backed by a lot of racist white supremacist dog whistling and shit, so it tends to be more disagreed upon and more shunned in society, more so than not. Most of the killing gay people, of course, outside of it. Yeah, I mean, there's also that too.
Just fine. Now, you talk to certain white people, you might hear different, but like they don't have any fucking actual facts to back it up, so we can easily just be like, meh.
Nobody's trying to kill you, that's why! If they weren't trying to kill us, it wouldn't be a big thing. People would just be trans and that's it. It would be no more nuanced or complicated than,
do I want to be happy the rest of my life or miserable?
And it's like,
I love how Bosch is like this crazy white supremacist, but Family Guy gets it right. Like, what?
Idea that there's...
I did find that a little interesting. Using a Family Guy clip, while also insane video accusing Vosh as a Nazi and shit. And basically being hyper jealous of ContraPoints.
To it than just being polite to other human beings as a form of privilege. It's putting the existence of non-binary people up for debate. Even if you are ostensibly, in favor of non-binary people, you shouldn't be having that debate with anyone at all. There shouldn't...
there's a lot of stuff that I feel like shouldn't be debated. Like when someone tells me that they think there's a God, I feel like that's really stupid. And I shouldn't have to debate that. But I still will, because there are people who believe otherwise. If someone tells me they don't believe that non-binary is valid, I will argue with that. But I'm not going to say, like, this shouldn't even be a debate. It shouldn't be, because they shouldn't be that stupid, but they are. You can't just hand-wave away stupidity like, well, this shouldn't be up for debate. I refuse to even debate it because I'm not going to legitimize it. Like, it's already legitimized by the fact that people believe otherwise.
Yeah, honestly, it's just like, I fucking wish that, like, a lot of things, weren't debatable, but they just are. Yeah, like, I wish that debating basic human needs and just, like, debating, basic rights for workers and shit weren't debatable. I obviously wish that, trans rights weren't necessarily a debatable thing, at least when it comes to a sense of their basic existence. It's like, I guess, debating on, like, when's, should 18 be, like, like the proper surgery age, or should it be maybe a little lower, a little higher? Like, there could possibly be a debate about that, because there's, maybe some medical science in the future, in more recent, like in the recent future might say otherwise or something. There can be, some, debate about these type of topics and shit, but it's more about, like, hey, is it a debate about, like, the existence or the validation of these things, or is it about, like, hey, is it, where, do you think, should, like, some of the, treatment begin, or, how should, like, what's the best process for these type of things? Like, there's a, because it's still something that we're still understanding and learning ourselves. That's just, for even the people that are studying and, researching it further and developing treatment and shit. Like, because it's obviously been, a thing for a while, but it hasn't really been truly normalized up until recently. Especially at least in medical science. So, for me, it's like, what, at least, what I would consider at least up for debate when it comes to these type of things would be, like, what, is, like, what gets us to better understand, these type of things. Being like, is this, the best, route of, successful treatment, or is it this, or, like, what would be the best case? And obviously, there's going to be people who are going to be, dishonest fucks about it, just like any debate and shit. But, that's just how it goes, sometimes, unfortunately. Like I said, unfortunately, there's plenty of things that just, aren't, that I would personally think that aren't debatable, but just are. Like, yeah, especially when it comes to whether there's a God or not. It's like, or basic human needs, or healthcare, or these things. It's like, it's like, just all these type of things that really shouldn't, but, yeah, they are.
You can't just hand-wave an idea away. Like, yeah, there's flat earthers out there. They're fucking stupid. But I would debate one because they're fucking wrong. I don't think it legitimizes flat earthers to have the debate with them. Because during that entire debate, I'm just going to be like, you're a clown.
To be an option to not be in favor of non-binary people. These are not people to be debated at all. This is not a position to be debated.
It is, though. I say this as a fucking non-binary person, or a person who, I guess, rejects the binary, whatever you fucking want to label me. I don't agree that it's not up for debate. Everything's up for debate. Like, whether the human race deserves to exist is up for debate. Whether there's a God is up for debate, even though I've already decided on that. A lot of things that I think are not even worthy of debating anymore because they're so fucking obvious are still up for debate. Because other people are always going to think differently. And if you're going to say it's not up for debate, then you have to propose... what you're basically proposing here, which is that, like, okay, violence should be done against anyone who dares question this orthodoxy. And if you're going to propose, like, violence to enforce an idea, then that idea better have some real fucking weight behind it. You know, I mean, I feel like it's...
I mean, honestly, and usually the cases being that if someone has to resort to violence to try to back their fucking, you know, ideas up, it usually doesn't have a lot of weight to it.
It's fucking weird to jump straight from, like, if someone...
That's why usually a lot of the far right tend to show up with protests with a lot of fucking guns at drag events and book clubs and shit like that. Because, you know, it's a part of their, you know, way of trying to, you know, incite at least violence by intimidation. And the whole idea is basically of trying to shut down and silence and, you know, hide away, you know, the opposition that they don't like. Like, that's kind of the whole broader point, is trying to resort to violence first and shit. It's like, yeah, maybe they aren't shooting or beating people up necessarily, but, you know, the whole broader intent is there.
I want violence. Instantly violence. And then say, well, they're trying to kill us. Well, it seems like you're fucking also trying to do some harm to them, so I don't mean to, like, equivocate shit, because clearly you're a less powerful social force than they are. But it's still like you're thinking along the same lines as them. I mean, don't you think that the worst thing here, worse than legitimizing this debate about non-binary people, don't you think it's worse to legitimize violence to enforce political ideals? And I'm not saying that violence is never called for, but Jesus Christ, is the bar low here.
I mean, no shit. I mean, for real. Like, because honestly, it's like, you know, when it comes in times where, you know, like, violence by intimidation come into play, having, like, you know, queer folk, you know, kind of like having aligned themselves, you know, with their own, you know, firearms and shit. It's like, I mean, there is like a line in the sand, you know, where I think, you know, it's acceptable and then where it isn't. And having a sense of it, you know, as a form of the, you know, like, defense, you know, in that way, you know, where it's like, you know, where, hey, if you're going to show up with this type of shit, then we'll just come back the next day with it and, you know, try something. Like, what, you're going to fucking do some shit? Like, that's kind of the whole point, is, like, you know, of, you know, self-defense at that rate. Yeah, it might not necessarily be, like, on a one-on-one, you know, type of context in that way, but the whole, you know, broader idea, the concept of it's still there, though. A lot of these people really do that thing. If someone is sexist or white-phobic, then they generally do deserve violence. And it's not even like if someone is, like, in this est or a white-phobic that or whatever the fuck, is because, like, a lot of the things, you know, or a lot of, like, at least so far, the people that, you know, she generally thinks, you know, are this or that, aren't even that. So it's like, oh, you know, even these people I just personally don't, you know, like, I just personally disagree with, I'm just going to buzzword them as this and wish violence on them. It's like, honestly, I mean, it's kind of the whole horseshoe theory a little bit, you know, too, going on. What do you think? Like, because this person's just basically being, well, even openly saying I'm a totalitarian gender, honestly espousing more, you know, like, a lot of different, like, kind of far-right type of ideals and shit when it comes to, like, reacting against political opponents and its own totalitarian ideas and shit.
Democracy. It's not a matter of opinion. It is a totalitarian state. I will tell you what my name and pronouns are, and disagreement is not an option if you like having all of your teeth.
And I mean, that's all well and good until the person who disagrees with you is bigger and stronger.
Yeah, and then that teeth supposedly that they're gonna have cracked are gonna be yours along with the rest of your skull. So it's like, I mean, you really want to push it around like that?
I'm going to assume is not.
I mean, that's why, you know, like, there's the whole all talk and no bark, you know, type of thing. All talk, no bite, you know, whatever fuck. It's because, like, usually those who actually do bite don't usually do a lot of talking. They might talk here and there and shit, but, you know, they don't do a shitload of it. You know, because they're not ones to just, like, constantly fucking endlessly brag over and over and over and over again. It's just like, I mean, you know, the people that usually, you know, constantly are bragging, like, oh, I could crack your teeth if, you know, disagree with me, this and that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, usually the people who do that tend to have no fucking bite and are probably mushmelons, like, frankly.
For instance, if you tell your name and pronouns to, like, a fucking...
Being an asshole doesn't warrant this. I mean, for real, it doesn't. like, I guess it can merit being like, you're a fucking asshole, go fuck yourself, and, you know, a little verbal intoxication. But, like, I mean, the only time, you know, like, honestly, like, a physical confrontation at the minimum would be okay. It's like if that said asshole was starting getting physical with you. You know, and even then, that's still not, like, a death sentence in my mind. They're just an asshole. Just deal with them accordingly as asshole.
No. 7 foot tall, fucking muscle bound motorcycle gang member with like a fucking chain in his hands or something? Are you still gonna be like, oh yeah? Prepare to lose your teeth? Because I'm pretty much sure that's not gonna work out for you. Maybe, like, we shouldn't base truth on who can fight the best for their belief. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of instances where the people who are the strongest and the people who are the most correct are not the same fucking people.
And this is the case for everyone. Disagreement with an individual's identity is not an opening for debate. It is not an opening for fierce opposition. They are not to be entertained. They are to be...
Literally larger the same type of person who wants to rehabilitate former gang members who've literally committed murder, but God forbid someone misgendered. I mean, for real. I mean, I agree that no one should, you know, purposely be misgender and shit like that. But, like, at the same time, that doesn't, you know, mean that you should be a total fucking piece of shit to someone that is. Like, if they're an asshole and dick, yeah, they're a bigoted piece of shit, and they, you know, and they're being disrespectful, and it, you know, fuck them. But that doesn't warrant being like, oh, how, like, the fucking utter audacity, and you need to have your shit canned, you know, and whatever. It's like, what? Unless that person's assaulting you, like, you don't attack them. Yes, giving people PTSD, that's a surefire way to get people to sympathize with your cause. I mean, for real, yeah, seriously.
And alienated entirely. There is no philosophical explanation for trans people more nuanced than they exist. Their existence is not to be debated for sport. And that's what all of this is. It's sport. That's why breadtubers put so much stock in debating the alt-right, because that's their sport. Their audience isn't here for active participation in politics, they're here for professional wrestling.
Like you?
Some people are good at debate. They go debate. Some people are good at, like, other forms of fucking, activism, praxis, whatever the fuck. They go do that. Why the fuck does there have to be this, like, massive, like, oh my god, no. These debate grifters are a bunch of fucking pieces of shit. Why? Because you're not good at it? Is that what it boils down to? Is this just another instance of envy?
Yes.
Is this another instance of jealousy? You're no good at debating people, so therefore the entire fucking sphere of debate is just all a lie?
Well, see, in a way, because this person is basically just like a very emotional, irrational fucking human being. And basically just thinks based off of fucking pure irrationality and pure reactionism. Like, this is just a left-wing reactionary, really. Well, left-wing reactionary. If you're gonna do that, someone punch in the face. Don't punch in the face, you might as well just, I guess they're not gonna be on your side. Well, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, in some cases and shit, like, I mean, you can, like have a scruffle and a, you know, tuffle and shit. And sometimes that's honestly what, you know, might be needed to, like, you know, sort shit out. Like, there's definitely been fights I've even seen where it's like, you know, where it's two people, yeah, you know, beating shit at each other, but either later that day or sometime later, you know, they'll eventually make up and shit. Sometimes literally. You know, so, but, you know, hell, I mean, like, at least when it comes to, like, this ideological level, though, I mean, that is something that just, like, I will say that I don't think I have really seen. Like, maybe, like, I'm actually gonna try to think. Has there actually been, like, a physical, like, fight? At least I have witnessed that has had amends made later. I think, but I just can't really put my head on it. So just based off that alone, yeah, no. because you're basically just going to solidify them more onto their side that they already are going to be on and already believe in, and just think, oh, well, now this is, pretty much, it's like how, these, people are now, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, I will say also, it doesn't mean it's, like, going to be fucking, like, a permanent thing. Because there is a way to essentially, have that person, like, still get de-radicalized, or at least, have their opinions changed, but it's going to be a lot fucking harder, because they have a lot of that PTSD and a lot of that trauma from being, in a fist fight, about that type of shit. So the enemy makes it easier to allow travesties to happen. Yeah.
It legitimizes the opposition.
I mean, because honestly, it's just like, as much as, like, my identity gets dehumanized by a lot of the far right and shit. Like, oh, by the way, hey, Venom. But, like, at least for me, it's like, honestly, I'll even catch myself at times, doing it, but it's like, I'll remind myself, just don't, because it does make it easier to do, heinous shit like, a lot of them will generally do, because they already do a lot of dehumanization about, queer folk, black people, immigrant, folks and shit. It's just like, I mean, it's already, like, bad enough with that. It's like, it doesn't need to, be exacerbated and shit.
Dare to debate them. We should just declare by fiat
Far
that we're correct.
White, right. Well, I mean, they both sound very similar words anyway.
And anyone who doesn't agree that we're correct gets their fucking teeth broken, bro! I mean, nice LARP and all, but you're full of shit. You're full of shit, and you're full of envy, and you're just insanely petty.
They're here to see people fight. They're here to see what stupid fucking costume they're gonna put on this time. And that's fine if you remember what it is you're actually doing and what you're actually here for, and your political discussions are more esoteric and pie in the sky, like democratic socialism versus social liberalism, rather than debating people's inherent right to exist. Not every content creator is politically driven, even if their content is technically political, and their audience probably isn't either. When Ian gets in trouble for spewing white supremacist rhetoric for the 18th time that day, there's no
What? Dude, what fucking deranged lunacy is this?
You psycho. You're a lunatic. You're fucking insane. Like, this has no bearing on reality.
Oh, wait. And you know how many times growing up when me and my brother were like, I will nail your skin to my closet door. An hour later, hey, you want to play Smash? Yeah, I'm down. That usually happens between us like once a week. Yeah. I mean, honestly, there was at least like one fight that I had with my brother where I said he was dead to me, but at this point, obviously, I don't really believe that. But at the time, that's, why I said, and it kind of escalated to almost an actual physical fight. He got me in a chokehold for a second, and then he released it after I just kind of sat there, just went like, you fucking kidding me. I think it was just shortly after I got Zukov, too. Because it was last year's Thanksgiving in 2021. Fun times.
Like, we're living in some weird alternate version of the world where Vosh is a white supremacist and ContraPoints is just...
Tori Chun's clothes off? Jesus, what was going on with that fight? Goddamn.
There's no point in discussing ideas because everything that we believe should just be
not in the gross way.
Fiat and
I mean, I figured it wasn't, but still.
Enforced with violence, even if we're not in the position to win the violence. So, like, this is just so massively weird and ineffectual.
Shortage of people rushing to talk about how he de-radicalized them from the alt-right, but did he though? Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stalking people on kiwi farms? Were you retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing trans women? Or did you just scroll through Twitter nodding along with edgelords? In my experience, nobody on the alt-right who was politically engaged were ever de-radicalized by BreadTube. They were passive, conservative, but probably couldn't be bothered to vote. Someone who might have voted.
So, in this part of the video, they're basically just saying, like, no one who's politically active on the right has ever been subjected to other ideas and then changed their mind.
The only people who ever change their minds are people who are only nominally on the right, and now they're only nominally on the left, and that's it. No one ever actually, changes their opinion. No one who strongly believes one thing ever goes on to strongly believe something else.
Even though that, just history just totally contradicts that, because there's plenty of people, all throughout history that have, throughout their life, of growing up thinking one way, and then sometime down the line have kind of realized that their ideas and change their mind and change their positions about things. I think Dr. Seuss is one of these dudes, because he used to do a lot of anti-Japanese and anti-German World War II propaganda stuff, and a lot of the anti-Japanese propaganda was spicy meatballs. And later down the line, he kind of later regretted some of that, type of, ideas and shit, and some of that type of art, and that type of shit, because he didn't really, realize, kind of what it was, really pushing and enabling, outside of just the whole war propaganda thing. Oh, he's dreaming. Little sweet boy dreaming.
Which is just patently false and obviously not true.
For Trump,
but in her experience it is, so whatever.
But their show was on that day, so and they were just as politically passive when they moved left. They changed none of their opinions, they didn't drop the edgelord bullshit about cancel culture, they didn't do anything. Maybe they whined on Twitter about woke scolds because woke scolds were making it harder to believe they were really shifting left.
To the right wing, it's okay to dehumanize queers because what are they gonna do? Shoot back?
Be de-radicalized.
I'm just not gonna answer that with anything.
Had to have been radicalized in the first place. And if you were, actual de-radicalization takes way more therapy and way more...
Lovecraft can be seen as an example of this later in his life, his views softened. Yeah. Probably a more looser example, but yeah.
Reflection than watching a loser in his gaming chair scream at black women over opinions they never actually held. RedTubers will claim to be recruiting, but aside from the fact that recruiting Nazis is completely counterproductive, they aren't recruiting for anything except their Patreon.
Wait, do you think someone is just a Nazi by nature? What you just said, coupled with this picture of the wolf in sheep's clothing, makes me think that you just think once a Nazi, always a Nazi. And that anybody who was once a Nazi, or even just right-wing, who now claims to not be that anymore, is just they're a lie. Nope.
I'm just gonna be a very hyper-paranoid freak and say, nope. Once a Nazi, always a Nazi. In fact, the people that affiliate them also might be Nazis. They might be Nazis now because, it's like a virus. Once a Nazi, you're always a Nazi, and the affiliation around those people that used to supposedly be Nazis but are still actually Nazis could also now be Nazis. It's like a virus.
Nazi. Do you think
it's
Nazi
my God, dude.
Inherited?
It's absurd.
So, if it's counterproductive to change people's minds...
Yep, it's like phrenology. It's Nazism is literally a genetic trait that's built in the genes. Yep, that's basically what Lily is saying, basically.
Anybody
I'm gonna go with it. I'm going with that.
Everything is inherently a piece of shit in your eyes, right? So, if no one is ever allowed to grow or change... or, have any sort of, character arc, basically. People are just you're born correct, or you're born evil, and that's what you are, and there's no hope trying to change it, because it's just immutable. What are you talking about?
Rose, you're just class reductionist. You're just a pawn for white supremacy. How dare you? How dare you be a pawn for white supremacy? There we go. No one's allowed to be redeemed unless they're a prison game for murder. Or, stuff like that. Unless they're a prison. I definitely think that to an extent being socially conservative, progressive personality trait. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, in a sense that, like, maybe in a sense that it develops through the environment. Because in that case, then, sure. Because, I mean, you can, like, hypothetically, like, for example, take, like, identical twins or, like, a clone of somebody. Like, if you cloned me at birth and had just me, like, as now, and took that clone and had it, like, strictly raised in, like, some far-right Christian family in, I don't know, fucking Florida or something. Like, that clone of me is going to definitely be a lot more of a right-winger and have probably, you know, espouse a lot more of those type of ideas, likely, you know, in comparison to me, you know, in a sense. You know, they would definitely be a lot more conservative and more right-wing in comparison to me, despite pretty much genetically being the same. So, I mean, I wouldn't really know too much about that, you know, unless it's just like, you know, a trait that, you know, just develops via the environment, which, if that's the case, then, yeah, then I'd agree with it. Because I'd say those type of things, you know, come up via environmental factors, because a lot of those type of things, you know, come through, you know, via development. Speaking generally. Well, I'm just saying I don't know if I really necessarily agreed, at least with how you were wording it. Because I wasn't really sure if you were meaning environmental or not. That elaboration wasn't, you know, given yet or not. Because if it's like personality trait that's just like ingrained, then I don't know if I agree with it. But if it's at least an environmental one, then yeah, I would agree with you. I'm just like, if anything, I mean, it's just like, you didn't really elaborate specifically, so that's why I'm just kind of going on about it. I'm not all in. I just like really just kind of, you know, making an opinion one way or the other depending on what you meant.
This is not your political engagement. This is your entertainment. This is a borrowed observation from Signify.
Well, we'll say this is entertainment, at least a little bit, because I mean, fucking on you, Lily, is a little amusing and entertaining.
The thing that debate fans don't want to admit is that this is their entertainment. They're trying to validate repeatedly.
So fucking what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? You're an entertainer. You don't think you're a fucking entertainer? You're making YouTube videos. People are watching them. It's entertainment for you too.
Yeah, no shit.
Like entertainment can't intersect with real shit. It can. It does.
Debating insert white supremacists here for a week straight to say that's an important thing to do when no, you just like wrestling. You just like professional wrestling. You just like soap operas.
If everyone who claimed to be de-radicalized by BreadTube was honest with themselves and everyone else, they would respond to ContraPoints or Vosh posting a new video or stream with, "Oh, quiet everyone, Nana's gotta watch your stories," like my grandmother with Days of Our Lives, or my mother with Lois and Clark. They might like to believe that they're part of a leftist movement, but when was the last time they did anything that wasn't dogpiling someone on Twitter? Most likely over nothing. As much as many of these people talk about recruiting, they're not recruiting.
Wait, you earlier defended the people dogpiling Lindsay Ellis over nothing. So,
but
with Twitter dogpile?
Yeah, man, there's just so much like hypocrisy going on with this person. Holy shit, walking contradiction.
Anything but their own fan bases. While I compared them to the cartoon community, I find a better parallel is between BreadTube and psychology channels. While you can find resources in...
I've never dogpiled anyone on Twitter. I mean, I might have with a few right-wingers, which actually is why I got banned. But that's kind of the thing. It was with right-wingers back, like, years ago at this point. Like 3 years ago now already at this rate.
On YouTube, you will also...
Well, more like 2.5, but
and a lot of content farm clickbait doing little more than using the language of psychology for clicks. And especially drama channels who just want to call people sociopaths and armchair diagnose people they don't like. And navigating that and knowing...
I feel like whatever that was personal.
Yeah, that sounded very personal. Like, I don't know the transgirl therapist. I don't know what they ever done. I don't know what she has ever done to Lily, but that sounded very fucking personal. Goddamn, bro.
Navigating that and knowing...
I feel like whatever that was personal. I don't give a shit about your personal drama with other people, but, you know, whatever. You go ahead.
Who's real and who is a fucking charlatan or just a novelty product is important. BreadTube has the same dichotomy. There are card-carrying socialists, but there's also just a lot of edgelords cashing in on a trend.
I mean, do you have to literally be a card carrier of it? Like, yes, here's my socialist identity card. It's just like, I mean, like, what? Do you have to, like, literally have, like, some membership card or something to qualify? Like, I mean, I never got that in the mail.
And a lot of actually hostile people who bully others for clout. But there's this real problem where if you expect a
Okay, now, like, initially I was thinking these were kind of cute with the little googly eyes, but now they're starting to get annoying.
Socialist to uphold socialist ideals, you get called a woke scold and get dogpiled by Nazis. This isn't a tangible leftist movement, and I don't say that derisively. While LeftTube can occasionally do some real good, simply watching YouTubers, especially edgy brocialists who use radical politics as an excuse to avoid analyzing their ingrained biases, isn't going to make you into a good card-carrying leftist. It just feeds politics into the fandom cycle where
But why should they bother to question their biases when, according to you, people can't fucking change anyway? Once a Nazi, always a Nazi. You basically said that earlier. So
yeah, it's kind of hard to fucking, you know, basically reflect on your biases and change your views if you're always a Nazi, you know, and shit. So, kind of hard to do that. Another contradiction of this person.
why should anyone bother with introspection?
What? Don't have your card? We get 12% off on Dairy Queen. Wait, damn, really? Shit. I need to really get it.
When change is apparently impossible.
To bring this out into the real world, you should never get emotionally attached to a politician. They are disposable by...
I mean, I guess I agree with that.
Sure. I didn't vote for the Liberal Party in the last two elections because of what nice, honest, moral people they were. They weren't. I voted for them because they mostly matched my overall political goals, and unlike the other three, were actually capable of keeping the Conservative Party from taking power and fucking everyone over. And if I were someone who cared about ideological purity and routinely called everything less than socialist than me...
Wait,
you literally are doing that this entire video, you fucking moron.
Care about ideological purity? What the fuck is this video about?
The fuck is this whole video?
This whole video has been
wow, bro, the cognitive dissonance. Holy shit.
Reputation of that. So,
oh my god, wow, the whiplash. I just had so much whiplash. Oh my god. Oh, dude, oh my god. Dude, my brain. What she just did not fucking utter those words out. Like, Madame. The fuck, like, you're so cognitively dissonant, it's insane. Dude, I'm better than you, woke scold. Well, it's Lily Orchard, and it's actually a she/her. I mean, it's like I immediately do not like her, but I mean, I'll say it's like I'm not, you know, gonna misgender, you know, anybody despite how much I might despise them.
I'd probably consider that a problem. But because I don't have an emotional attachment to politicians, and I know what the actual positions of these parties are...
I mean, obviously, I know you didn't know. It's the voice. The voice throws it off, honestly.
It's much...
And they just have, like, a little, like, animated, like, a little character thing as their little presentation, so you don't really see who they are, so...
Easier to make the more grown-up strategic decision. Politics and fandom should never mix. And while BreadTube is mostly just politics as a...
Okay. But the problem is, the person most treating politics like fandom in this video is not, I hate to break it to you, it's not ContraPoints, it's not Voosh, it's you.
Yep.
Sorry to say,
yep.
It's you.
It's you, Lily.
It is increasingly breeding this self-centered, egotistical version of socialism in its viewers, simply by virtue of the fact that many card-carrying socialist content creators have inoculated their viewers to be violently opposed to anyone who pressures them to actually uphold socialist values. The end result...
The googly eyes, dude, just...
Oh yeah, that's totally happening. You're right about that one.
Those people who view politics...
I can't really do the, like, eyes where you, like, you know, like, split them like that. Like, I don't even know how you could do that. I wish. You just have to, like, use a lot of mind control to just, like really do it. Because, yeah.
strategic move on a chessboard, but as a declaration of your own moral goodness. And this parasocial relationship with political commentators goes both ways. Parasocial hatred of these people is not useful in any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, you're totally free from that, clearly. I mean, once again,
bagel
like,
with
here you're
creme
actually
de
saying
chile.
something I agree
Creme
with.
de chile.
I think being parasocially attracted to or repelled by a content creator, I mean, while it's natural and understandable, is not ultimately a productive thing. But at the same time, like, clearly you don't follow your own advice on this at all. At all.
I mean, the cognitive distance is insane. Like, I mean, she definitely does not follow any advice that she has ever put forth, at least in this video thus far.
So it's kind of like empty coming from you.
It all creates engagement, especially for professional trolls. While I deeply dislike them,
like you, Lily,
I can't summon the fire to be angry at creators like Contradiction.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not angry. That's true. I got that from this video. No anger here whatsoever.
Nostalgia Chick or Ian Learn to Shave. Couldn't even summon the energy to think of original insults there. Everything about them is so mundane and their actions are so predictable, especially when they glommed onto the right's cancel culture nonsense. See, when all this Buck Angel stuff was happening, ContraPoints ended up doing a Patreon stream that went over the backlash. Very dismissively, of course, but what did you expect? And the reason I bring it up is because during the stream...
Yeah, dismissively, of course, because you're a fucking idiot that has really no merit of just, like, actual discussion that's worth putting forth, Lily. That's the main problem.
He made the remark that just because trans people were offended when she worked with transphobes wasn't a good enough reason for her to stop. And it's a poignant moment because it's a
Who would be the trans...
point where I realized doing another video on ContraPoints' bullshit was kind of contrapointless.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, wow, what a witty little comment there. Ooh, that's a knee slapper. ContraPoints is a little ContraPointless. Oh my god, wow.
Maybe there's, like, different trans people with different opinions on that. Maybe...
No shit. Like what, all, like, trans people are just supposed to be like a collectivized hive mind, like a Borg? We are the trans Borg, and you shall be assimilated into the trans Borg.
Trans people are not like a monolithic group that all share one opinion on everything.
Nope. They are now known as the trans Borg. We are a collectivized trans Borg society.
Could be.
You know that image you think of when you think of philosophy?
You will be trans-simulated.
Roman guys debating like it's a sport while a crowd gathers around them. That's all this is to most of bread tube.
Yeah, those guys, I don't know if you know this, like, had a massive influence throughout history, so that's a weird comparison. You know what, these breadtubers are basically just like Socrates and Aristotle and shit. What, massively influential and important?
Took a whole week to think of that one.
ContraPoints cared about what cishet people think of her and did not care what trans people thought of her. She fundamentally did not care until what they thought of her became annoying. And that's why her response to the backlash was so shit. Because she didn't care about mending a rift. She just wanted those little brats to shut up and leave her alone. She'd already decided who she wanted her content to appeal to, and if she wasn't dissuaded by thousands of people ostracizing her and giving her a mountain of headaches, another video from a nobody wasn't going to do that. The fact is, there isn't some secret mystery as to why this wealthy, conventionally attractive white woman is so hot.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got a little bit more personal hot shots going on right there. It's like this conventionally attractive white woman. Ugh. It's like, is that another little, like, hint of jealousy that I'm hearing there?
Jealousy is so fucking transparent sometimes. There's no mystery as to why this wealthy, conventionally attractive white woman would feel this way. Oh, okay. Aw, I guess Lily's feeling insecure. That's what this all boils down to.
Hostile to criticism. She just doesn't care. She would rather just dress up like she's in a Family Guy skit about gay Dracula and contemplate her navel.
Trans people, less than 1% of the population, but 90% of online cultural discourse. Well, I mean, like, whose fault is that, really? That is not the fault of the left. One thing that Lily said in her video that's definitely true is that in a fucking perfect world, trans people could just be trans and it would be just uncontroversial and no one would give a shit. But unfortunately, we live in...
Hey. If you're saying we're gonna get gay married, then we're gonna do that at the Elvis, church. Because you can actually get married at the Church of Elvis. And have, like, a Elvis reenactor sing you a bunch of Elvis songs. I shit you not, I'm not even kidding. And it's usually the fat Elvis, chapter of Elvis that usually is doing it, because who better? That's the only real true Elvis you really need, is the Fat Elvis. Oh, Fat Elvis gonna hit you now. Oh, baby, gonna marry you now. Viva the Lord of Vegas now. No. Everyone's got a little bit of that Elvis in them. Oh.
Where there's a bunch of right-wingers who feel like they can make political hay out of it. And so the discourse has to be focused on it. Just like for a while, the discourse had to be focused on gay people. And for a while, the discourse had to be super focused on, you know, the civil rights movement or whatever the fuck. You know, unfortunately, because society can't just come to its senses on stuff like this, we have to have this fucking culture war bullshit. We have to have this dumb fuck fight where, you know, progressives and leftists and shit have to fight for basic, like, just normal human compassion, empathy, and reason, and the right wing goes kicking and screaming and says, "No!
How dare you!
And that's just...
We will literally kill you to try to not have this. How dare you!"
So don't blame the left for that shit. That's all on the right.
And I don't say this with any malice. ContraPoints isn't the first white woman.
Without any malice, there's nothing but pure malice drowning this video. Like, what the fuck?
Deep self-loathing and an adversarial relation.
I don't know who most of these people are, but most, I mean, I can tell you right now, the ones who I do recognize all have more talent than was taken to make some fucking shit like this video. I don't think you have any business talking about other people's talent. Lindsay Ellis, way better at making videos than you are. ContraPoints, way better at making videos than you are. J.K. Rowling, I know I'm going to get shit for even paying any compliment to her, but fucking wrote a story that captured the popular imagination of multiple cultures across the globe. Clearly more talented than you are. Don't know who the rest of them are, but this just seems like a laundry list of, like, people I dislike because I am insecure that they might be better than me. Well, let me just release you from some of that insecurity by letting you know, yes, all of the ones I recognize are better than you at what they do. So, sorry, but them's the facts.
But she did get me thinking about who I want my content to appeal to. Because I don't want neo-Nazis liking my channel or my writing. I go up...
Well, good for you. Because not only are neo-Nazis not going to like it, but I can't really see how anyone could.
I mean, no shit.
Maybe your videos about fandom are better. I know that this channel primarily is about bitching about Steven Universe and shit, so maybe that shit's better. But this shit here is fucking unwatchable and annoying as fuck.
I feel so strong. That's about not cheap out. That was so for level column only matched by pawns in a Buddhist temple. I know. Just like, you know, just strictly, you know, pure, peaceful, like, nirvana harmony.
But hey, we're watching it, I guess.
Go out of my way to be as hostile to them as possible. Some people whine about...
What was that? She's said after all, my stepdad's everything my real dad could have been if you were completely racist.
Saying
Damn.
I should be reaching out and helping de-radicalize them, but
I really don't think you're capable of that. So no, I don't really think you should be in that role either. I think maybe you should probably just stick to the fandom stuff and not even...
Yeah, Lily Orchard should not be fucking trying to quote-unquote de-radicalize people, considering that, all in all, you know, there is, you know, like, you know, the once a Nazi, always a Nazi mentality that this person very strongly believes anyway, being a paranoid freako.
Realm, because it's a shit show.
Fact is...
But, like, I don't wanna, you know?
I just...
Well, didn't you use that clip earlier to, like... pwn fucking
why was I just subjugated to MLP again?
Oh my god, she's got no reason for why she does what she does, and now you're using it as your own justification? So when you use that clip against her, it was a criticism, but when you use it for yourself, it's a justification for your own fucking, I don't know, narcissistic disregard for others? In this video where you, I mean, like, is there anything you fucking say in this video that you won't contradict later in this video? Like, this is like...
so far, no.
Bible levels of
Bible levels.
At this point.
I think the Bible has less contradictions than this.
Everything you say...
Not saying something.
You demonstrate the opposite, or say the opposite elsewhere in the video. And it's fucking remarkable.
I just don't care about conservative white men and their problems. Because to be that kind of person, I'd have to be someone that other LGBT people don't feel safe around. And
how the fuck So your fucking contention here is if you fucking cared about a white dude's problems, you would be dangerous for other LGBT people to be around? I mean, you're you're insane. I know I've said it before, but you're a fucking lunatic, and you're
truly, seriously
reasonable.
And I'd have to be someone that people of color don't feel safe around. And I don't.
No, you wouldn't have to do any of that. Like,
what the what? Dude,
what?
How like devolved from reality is she? Like, she's literally psycho.
Fucking talking about? You can fucking
deranged,
look at a white person
dude.
suffering and be like, wow, I feel bad for them suffering. And then still be a friend to LGBT people and black people and everybody. There's no contradiction there. Why are you breaking people up into all these little distinct classes and then being like, these people are worthy, these people are bad, good, bad, sorting them into little piles based on your own little weird preferences and shit?
It's like the fucking, I mean, honestly, I hate to use it, but it's like what the right wing would call, like, the fucking, like, what do they call it? It was the something pyramid. Like, I forgot exactly what, but it was basically like a pyramid where it's just like how many, stacks, to the pyramid can we add when it comes to, like how marginalized someone is or some shit.
Like, just...
And basically, it's just like, where it's just their stereotypical idea that, the left basically just, groups everyone into fucking, like these tiny little, like, bricks in the progressive stack. Yeah, I think that's another term I've heard before, but not as much. But yeah, like, that's another one. Oh, yeah, that's actually a major one, the Oppression Olympics. Actually, we'll just use that. Like, because I've heard that one a lot, too. The Oppression Olympics. Like, this one, ironically, is basically like Oppression Olympics. Where it's just like, because you're this or that, or this arbitrary thing, or that arbitrary thing, or this immutable characteristic, or that immutable characteristic, or you're this, ideology, or that ideology, or you disagree with me this way, or that way, it's like, then, you are... like lesser on the like stack basically, and just not a true progressive and shit. Because you haven't jumped for all the hoomps and shit basically.
Race, love all people. It's not that fucking hard. I mean, it is, but it's better than this shit.
I'm gonna choose the latter. Am I good at that? Not really. I put my foot in my mouth on more than one occasion over my long career. Some people...
No way. I don't believe it.
Black person, more person, get married, more person. Yeah. It's that type of idea.
For those instances, some haven't, and I'm okay with people still being upset with me for that. I might not be the kind of creator I want to be right now, but...
What's this?
Nor will you ever be.
Oh, so now when it comes to you, then you believe that people can change. You're on a journey towards self-improvement, but anyone else who claims to be is a fucking, oh no, they're just pieces of shit, wolves in sheep clothing.
At the end of the day, I'm not a political YouTuber any more than all art is political, but I still care about who...
It's like saying PB&J makes you dangerous to people allergic to peanuts. I mean, for real.
Anything that might make those groups feel unwelcome in my spaces or around my work is not something I'm okay with. And I have tried to adopt a policy over the last few years that if another marginalized person comes to me with something racist I've done, to not argue with them on that point because they have a better understanding of the subject than you do, you fucking idiot. I tend to take a hard and fast...
Yeah. So does Candace Owens have a superior understanding of race issues than you do by that lot?
Yeah, does she? Does Kanye West have a superior, understanding of race than you by that logic? Yeah, I don't think so.
Was she the exception because she's conservative? I don't know. I would say that I have a superior take on race and black issues in America than Candace Owens does. I don't think that my skin tone and experiences necessarily are the only things that form that. I think there's all kinds of other shit that goes into it, like intentions, education, intelligence level, ethics.
Best rule on how to respond when marginalized people confront me with something problematic I've done, unless it is brazenly 100% clear that they're doing so in bad faith.
Oh, wow. Well, give yourself that little out, right? Oh, yeah. All the times when I'm called out, but I don't like it, bad faith. Bad faith now. Oh,
that's all bad faith.
It was in bad faith. When I can easily just fucking change course and go, I'm still learning, you guys. It's part of my journey of self-discovery. Then it's good faith. But when it's something you don't like and it's something that's a little too harsh for you to accept, then it's like, oh, well, that's a bad faith argument there.
I've always been firmly of the correct opinion that cancel culture isn't real, despite how many white
Hey, if you're gonna have that fucking conversation, can you take it privately?
liberals starts to adopt the term whenever they get slapped down for being stupid.
Like, come on.
and Lindsay Ellis weren't canceled for one bad tweet or action, but both of them had been pissing people off with...
Well...
no, stop it.
ContraPoints has not, as far as I know, been canceled. There have been some attempts. Lindsay Ellis allowed herself to be canceled by letting a fucking hate mob chase her off the internet.
With a very distinct callousness for a long time. Hell, Ellis's last big controversy is often said to be about a single tweet that was perceived to be racist, but it wasn't even that. It was the response to being very plainly told why the tweet was racist. Some people came to her in good faith, she called them
Let's drop it. Just take it privately. Like, good lord. It's like I look over and all of a sudden it's just like... It's like, it's all about like... I've seen you come, yeah. It's like, oh my god, it's like... Good lord. Can we have like one chat that has that not happened once?
Daisies and lashed out, and a larger group of people went, oh, okay, fuck you too, I guess. And it wasn't the first time this had happened. People made a big fuss about the pylon because hundreds of people were making these remarks, but she had far more defenders than she had detractors. And this is the natural consequence of having a huge audience. When you show your ass, more people see it. And this goes double for Natalie. They did not get canceled.
I mean, this is kind of no shit. Why is this a point?
Shouted down, and not for one offense, for many. If I threw out the idea of Raylo-style fanfiction with Harriet Tubman, I'd expect people to be less patient with me too. Can't...
This is Keffels. This is Lily Orchard. Dude, Keffels is actually fucking based. Like, Lily Orchard is just unhinged.
Raylo-style.
Keffels is awesome.
I'll say something even more offensive. Harriet Tubman was an ugly-ass bitch.
Oh, she wasn't that ugly.
That's mean to say.
I mean, I won't necessarily say she was attractive, at least to me personally, but I mean...
No doubt.
She ain't ugly. I mean, come on, TJ.
But she wasn't great for her damn beauty, that's for sure. Not that that really matters, but...
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter, but still.
If I was that ugly, people would point it out to me on a regular fucking basis, so fuck y'all.
By bad faith actors on.
And I am pretty ugly, I guess, and some people...
Oh, this is Lily Orchard. Yeah, she's nuts. I'm realizing this very quickly. Like, I haven't really heard much about her up until this point, and oh my gosh, she's fucking insane.
This always confused me by saying she finds me attractive, but I think that's just a lie to make me feel better about myself. What do you guys think?
Mask. Like, Lily, how can you not believe cancel culture is real? You've been stalked for a decade, you've had your name...
Oh, this was all just a way to pivot to, like, the woe is me shit, huh?
Yep, woe is me.
The only reason cancel culture was even brought up is so she can be like, how can you not believe in cancel culture? When all this horrible stuff has happened to you, when you've been so harassed, when you've been stalked and beaten and whipped with chains and, alright, yeah, let's hear it.
Put on manuscripts that aren't yours. You've been accused of abuse by your abuser. One former friend has been stalking you for 8 years. You've been assaulted.
I mean, if you ban Rose over that, I'm gonna literally personally unban him, okay? Then I'm gonna, like, make him, like, if there's a way, I'm super mod.
Some of this shit. Some crazy bitch is making her 5th video in a row trying to pedo jacket you like a store brand libs of TikTok as we fucking speak. How is this not an attempt to cancel you? Well...
I mean, yeah, that all sucks and all, but, like, I don't know. I feel like when someone has that much shit going on, like, isn't it kind of time to be like, am I doing something to contribute to this? When you're victimized by one person, 2 people, 3 people, but, like, when it's just, like, goddamn, when it's like, oh, man, and then this person betrayed me, and this person...
Pedo jacket. I don't even know what that necessarily means. I'm assuming, like... grooming or like making the claim that someone's a pedo or something. I don't know.
This person's doing this. It's like, like at some point maybe you gotta ask yourself, like, am I doing something here? Like, is it like you talk about introspection and self-awareness and shit? Like, I don't know. Like when there's that much drama in your fucking life.
I mean, maybe if I really find them attractive. Well, there you go.
Maybe question whether or not you might have something to goddamn do with it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying it's worth thinking about at that point.
This video went in a lot of different places. I just started writing and a lot of very personal frustrations came out. Hopefully...
yeah, no shit. We could tell.
Well, but knowing me, it probably wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Sorry.
It wasn't.
I wasn't prepared for this one winning the poll, honestly. I meant what I said a minute ago. I don't really hold any anger toward terrible creators and left...
do you?
You might want to... Once again, maybe some introspection in order there.
BreadTube, not even the ones who have harassed me specifically. It all just kind of bleeds together into a big blinding blob. Like, I don't hate ContraPoints. She's a white woman with terrible opinions about shit. There's a ton of those. While disliking or disavowing...
I mean, it sounds like you don't really like her and you despise her a lot.
...is valuable, I think there's a lot of harm to yourself when you get emotionally invested in a creator's downfall. Personally, I would love it if a lot of BreadTube checked their own biases, got away from making verbal wrestling matches and drama videos, but I don't see any value in holding my breath. I mean...
Nor is the value of you participating in it.
You're basically just saying everyone should just conform to what you think, and it seems to be a thing across the board with you. You know, right down to the fact that you think people who disagree with you should be punched in the face. You believe that the types of content that you don't see any value in shouldn't be made. You believe that anyone who's more successful than you is somehow a phony. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's very transparent.
I thought it kind of big me because transparent devices were hanging up. The more I thought, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, I think it's just it's probably just due to the fact that, you're probably just not necessarily attracted to the dick part of it. Like, just the physical, like, there's a dick. Not really the person itself, just in the vacuum, there's a dick, And it's like, oh, that's there. So, I can kind of get it, but at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, like, in a way, I guess it is, in a sense, because then it's like, you're pretty much, like, saying, oh, well, I don't know, like... I guess in a way it shouldn't necessarily be like that big of a deal if you like generally do like the person. Where it's just like, hey, like I like you either way. Just going anal all the way, baby. Let's go. I don't know. It's like it's like the other holes are gonna be used at that point, I guess. But at the same time, it's like if we had universal healthcare and shit, like it wouldn't be such a hard accessibility for bottom surgery to be accessible, so it wouldn't really be as big of a deal then. Because there's some trans people that don't really necessarily want bottom surgery and just want to kind of have it like kind of halfway almost, where they like get everything but they still want the dick basically, but that's it, So it's just like, there's some, trans folks out there that don't necessarily want to go totally all the way 100% with it. So at least making it more accessible so it's just at least the option, makes it more of a possibility for it to at least, I guess, in a way, not really be that big of a deal. But, there's just a lot of other hang-ups with our healthcare system that really restricts that type of shit. Which is why I feel like it's not really necessarily a big of a thing. And I don't really think it should really be seen as that, because obviously, I think... people will use that as a hang-up, being like, oh my god, and like freak out because of the whole like trans panic thing. There's a lot of reasons why there's kind of a little bit of a hang-up about that, but at least when it comes to someone that might be trans, when it comes to that type of issue. But at the same time, it's like, not everyone obviously is going to react that way, and some people just doesn't that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't like you or anything. They just don't like the dick part. That's just it. Like, it's not you. It's just, inherently. But in a way, it kind of is, because it's a part of their identity that they're still either transitioning with, or that's just a part of how they want to be. So it's like, I don't know. I guess it's still a little bit of a tricky subject, at least at the moment. I know trans go for a massive honking wiener. Everything better looks set the bulge. Yeah. It's racist not date black people, not racist in any way. I'm sure you just not find him attractive. Yeah, if it's genuinely attractive, yeah. Though I feel like, a lot of it can be very backed by, racist, backing and shit. And honestly, I feel like most people that wouldn't date black people do hold those views. But I'm sure there are people that genuinely, just out of the virtue of like, yeah, I'm just not really attracted to that type of person, then you know, that's not an attraction. I mean, for me, it, like, it's hard to, like, you know, like, say who'd be, like, the least attractive, at least when it comes to, like, a group. Or, like, you know, like an ethnic background, I guess. But I guess if that were the case, it would be, you know, like, oh, fucking, it's gonna sound, it's, like, terrible, I guess, but I don't know, like, Tibetan or some shit, I don't know, but, like, even then, there's probably, you know, because, like, for me, it's, like, I don't really, you know, at least just, I'm just speaking for myself, but, like, you know, like, I just never see it that type of way and shit, at least when it comes to just, like, the racial part of things. Like, because there's, you know, honestly, plenty of, like, black chicks out there that are just like, goddamn. It's like, holy shit. There's also some that I'm just like, goddamn, you know? But same thing, or at the same time, there's plenty of white chicks, especially in America, where I'm just like, goddamn. And then at the same time, it's like, ooh, goddamn. You know? So it's just like, I mean, and the same thing can be said for pretty much fucking anybody, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, shit. Honestly, like, one of the most attractive like, there's, like, these two women. It was really just, like, a passing glance type of thing. But it was literally just, like, in the Keflavik International Airport when we were leaving Iceland, and I shit you not. Like, it was just, like, these two tall as fuck, like, French black women, probably Algerian if I had to take a guess, just considering the history of French colonialism and stuff in Africa, but I don't know, I'm just taking a guess. But either way, they were like at least like a foot taller than me. I'm 6'2", just for reference, and they were speaking like fluent as fuck French, and like were thick in all the right places. And I just kind of like was, you know, waiting for my family outside of the bathroom and shit, just kind of sitting in this little cross, you know, intersection of different little hallways leading to different gates and shit. And I just like walked by, and they were walking by, and I just went, and I just like, god damn. I was just like, oh, probably from that, probably. I mean, they probably were born in Africa, lived there for some time, moved to France, and, you know, made the, you know, a lot of their education there, and got jobs and lived up in France and shit, and that's where they live now, probably, and they're, you know, touring around. I mean, they look like they were, you know, like French, you know, citizens, you know, touring around from the looks of it. But either way, shit was close. I shows Matt. Oh yeah, get arrested in Iceland. Great idea. Much of Africa speaks French. I mean, I don't know where they came from. They just spoke French, fluent as fuck. They were tall. They looked fine as fuck, and thick as hell, in all the right places. I was just like, god damn. It's like all the international, just like, beauty was just like compiled into like an essence of a being, and I was just like, what? It's like, you know, the French language, you know, like, got the thickness, you know, it's like, and just like a, you know, a lot of like, just, I mean, it was just like, what the, it's like, goddamn. It's like, it's like something I just do not really see around here often, where it's just like, I mean, someone who's just like, in a vacuum, like, I could find, you know, a chick looking like her, you know, in a vacuum around here, possibly, you know, it's not impossible. But, like, at least when it came to just, like, you know, just them, you know, kind of laughing, talking and shit, just hearing, you know, the fluent French and shit, you know, and everything. No, and just kind of, you know, knowing that, realizing, like, they, yeah, either probably, you know, came from Africa, you know, directly, or you know, or direct descendants there who are born in France or moved there, and, you know, or whatever. It's just, like, it was just like a really big eye-opening, like, world-opening thing, you know, especially just for being a one, like, island nation, you know, of, like, barely 1/3 of a million people, essentially. You know, it's just like, I mean, it, you know, just like going to even one country really just like opens the door to shit like that. It really kind of and honestly, I think broadly just kind of opens the door to like the different beauty of, you know, people, you know, just all around the world. I've seen some in Atlanta who have very pronounced attributes or like booties. Yeah. I mean, hey, around here too. I mean, shit, honestly, like, I feel like, you know, at least in America especially, like, thick booty tends to be a common denominator, honestly. But, like, I mean, who despises, you know, the big booty? Who's gonna despise that? Unless you're just, you know, one of those, like, ones that enjoy the assless, you know, just stick. That's just the most randomest of comment that just came out of all this. Alright, here's the part you're not. It's so specific. It could have just been with asses, and we could have just been like, yeah, we could have all knew what you meant, but no, we had to be very specific with that. Okay, now we're getting way too oddly specific. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna click this now. A Joker and a clown? Goddamn.
It's very clearly motivated more by
I like my woman thin, skeleton in a wig.
It's just not that interesting. It's not very good. Now, I want to make something clear here at the outset of this. You know, as bad as that shit was, all of the right-wingers that I've looked at today were worse. And the reason they're all worse than this is because at least this person, I think, has their heart in the right place. But
I don't
think
I am not going to be that courteous about Lily.
Been blinded by envy, jealousy, pettiness,
psychosis, and paranoid, like insanity.
And a bunch of other emotional issues that need to be worked through. But at least, like, I can somewhat see what she's saying. Like, the great thing about hypocrites, and Penn Jillette will point this out to people, and I have always liked it. I'm either going to agree with what they say or what they do, you know? You're going to find some agreement with a hypocrite because they're on both sides of everything.
That's kind of true.
And she's a hypocrite, so I definitely found things, even if I didn't like what I saw in terms of personality, there were certain things she said that I still agreed with, and I feel like I pointed them out when they came up. But, you know, whereas with that Bible guy or those right-wingers bitching about the MCU or whatever the fuck, all of that was just total ass.
MCU.
I didn't find a single thing to agree with about any of that. So, at least there's some stuff I can agree with Lily on, even if I don't care for the personality that was on display. And I think there was a lot of disingenuousness and a lot of weird contradictory shit and a lot of fascist tendencies. Not in terms of the politics of fascism, but in terms of the authoritarianism of fascism. Just this might makes right mentality coming from someone who doesn't even really strike me as particularly mighty, who probably would not like might versus right. Might is right if it was actually put into practice, because
definitely
I don't
not.
think that a trans Cherokee woman would come out on top of that one. You know, you create a might makes right world. Trans Cherokee women are not going to be the queens of that world. Hate to break it to you.
I mean, unfortunately. I mean, it'd be kind of cool. I mean, I wouldn't mind that, but, like, let's just not have Lily Orchard be the one to lead that. I'll just put that out there at least. It's like, I'll be okay with any of them but her, because she's just kind of, like, just crazy. She just is. Like, there really ain't no other way around that. Like, God, fuck. Like, wow. Well. Anyway, yeah. It's just like, she be fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She's insane. That's Native American, but still. I mean, sure, and I get it. Like, and honestly, I mean, when it comes to the, like, you know, criticisms of colonialism and shit, I don't even really inherently disagree with a lot of that. But, like, I mean, still, I mean, it's like, that wasn't even really broadly the main point of the video anyway. It was kind of kowtowing in there for a second. But still, it's just like, Jesus Christ, like that's such a, honestly, I mean, she just needs to be somebody that doesn't really, like, you know, be partaking in, you know, video content creating. And this is somebody who's tiny as fuck, who, like, you know, has my little enclave. You know, it's just like, shit. Lily went too far? Yes. And either she needs to just, like, take a step back and kind of reflect a little bit and just chill, or just, like, just not do that, you know, as a form of content. Just, like, you know, just be on the sidelines or something, because, like, Jesus Christ. Because, frankly, especially if she's all about the opinion of, like, hey, if you, you know, if you question my gender and shit, it's just like, then I'll punch you in the face. Like, okay. I mean, I won't, but I kind of want to see you try that if someone does. I mean, it's like, I mean, I'm not, yeah, like, just saying, I mean, you know, are you? I mean, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, I wouldn't be, like, barking that much about that if you don't got no bite to back it up. It's like I said at the beginning of that video and shit, you know, when we were watching it, is that, you know, usually people that do got some bite, usually don't go around barking a bunch of times. I mean, they might bark here and there, but they ain't, you know, bragging and barking around all the time and shit, you know, trying to, you know, bite all the time. Because that'd be kind of dumb. They know when to use their bite. Decided out of Bama and out of my homeland of Arizona into your homeland of Arizona. Gosh. Someone has finally purchased my bridge out in Arizona way. Gosh. My coastal resort town. Actually, given like 60 years, it probably would. There probably would be a coastal town there for like 60 fucking years. Jesus. Look up the town I potentially moved to, Meadview, Arizona. Look how close it is to Vegas. How close it is to Vegas. Meadview, Meadview. Where the fuck you go be a Meadview? It's either Vegas or 60 miles away. Damn. Well, when you get there, get your damn license, son, so you could fucking, you know, like, get to Vegas. Alright, so where are we? Alright, here we are. You know what's funny is I actually know where Good Springs is, and Prim, and everything else, Henderson, with Henderson Field and shit, like, because I fucking followed in Vegas. I love it. Oh, actually, you know what, just in case, you know, some goof the floofs happen, let me turn my location off, because I don't know why that's on. But anyway. So we're at Vegas. Alright, my boy. You'll direct me. We're just gonna take some... We're gonna navigate this the old-fashioned way. We're just gonna look on a map and start perusing around. Got Betty. I'm assuming it's pretty close. Well, there's... Okay. Moapa. Mesquite. Wait, it's in Arizona, so it's near Vegas. So it's not even in fucking... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay, so Arizona. So it's gonna be like right along the border, right? So it's gonna be like, what, over here somewhere? So it's Boulder City. Chloride, there's a place called Chloride. Oh my god. Bullhead City, Fort Mojave. Kingman. Oh. We have we found it. Oh my god, it's so small. Is there like nothing out here? There's straight nothing the fuck out here, my guy. What There's like nothing here. You basically have to take trips to fucking Vegas, dude. Oh my fucking god. Well, you are pretty much on the other side of Lake Mead. So there is that. Get a boat. Just get a boat and just like traverse all the way to Lake Mead and just like have a car stashed somewhere in Boulder City or something. There you go. Boom. Boom. And I find it very telling there's not even a business in Meadview. Like, I zoomed in close to it and nothing popped up. Like, fucking nothing. Wow, there's like a hotel. A hotel. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, you got a Family Dollar. Oh shit, you got yourself a Family Dollar out there. Wow. Oh. Oh wow, living the high life out there. Oh man, Meadview, living a high life. Oh yeah. There's a bar and liquor store. Where the fuck is that even? By the dollars? There's another hotel next to it. Oh my fuck. What? Are you sure? There's a church. Oh god, there's a church. Gross. I'm just like going all over the place. Well, I found their fire department. Oh, wait. Oh, a gas and grub, smokehouse, a cafe grill, another fire station. Oh, well, I think I found all that. Fisherman Landing. A collector's corner? Okay. Well, you know what? Here, I want to see satellite. Oh my god. You know what? Give me street view. I want to see this shit street wide. Give me the street. Give me street view. And then I'll put it up. Because straight up, I actually do want to, like, see what's down to. Oh my god, is. Dude, what? There's nothing out here, dude. What is that? Wee! Oh my god, dude. You're in a, like, ghost town practically, dude. Look at this. Oh my god, dude. Like, you just got, like, some hangar over there. It's got just, like, this abandoned storage lot. Oh my god, dude, what is going on here? What is this wasteland? Dude, you're just like, dude, you're basically getting like the pre-Fallout like DLC, dude. Dude, what is this? Like, what is all this? Oh my god, what is like going on, dude? I feel like I just like warped back into like the fucking like 50s or something and like some undeveloped. Well, I think it is an undeveloped town. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Wow. Here, you know what? Let's just... Is there a way to cross the street? I think I see an intersection up here. Let's go up this... Broadway Bay. I don't know why I made a very English thing. What is this? It's a country... This is a store? This is a store? What? Churches? Oh my god. Oh lord. Is that owned like by the church or something? Oh, here's the intersection. We found it. We found an intersection. We found another road. We're going down it. Let's do it. Wait, I can't? Can I not? Yay! Here we go. Going down this way, we'll see. There's just... there's just nothing out here, dude. You can just, like, walk around out here and just, like, just chill. Wait, are there rattlesnakes out here? You might want to be careful about that. I feel like if I zoom in too much, I'd be zooming into people's... What is in this hangar? What is over there? What is in there? Like, I want to try to get near that hangar, honestly, but I don't think I can. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Right here? Right here? No? No! Oh, okay. Dude, is this like it's down... Is this like, seriously, it's downtown? Because this is like... Bruh. There's fucking nothing. My God. What is this is this meant to be a road? Is this meant to be a road right here? Oh my God, my dude. I mean, damn. Whoa, whoa. I mean, I know that's like sun glare, but damn, the way that looks right there, damn son. Looks like some alien probe coming in. Visit Alabama. This is Arizona. This is Arizona. This is Meadview. It's where he might be moving to get out of Alabama. Which, I mean, visually isn't much of an improvement. I mean, it's just like a desert version of it, like, at least visually, but... Wait, hold up. This dirt and all this is just implying that people, instead of, like, stopping here, have literally just decided, like, wonk. Oh my God, you can just tell, like, all these, dude, no one gives a fuck about traffic laws. They're like, well... Arizona, I mean, why not? I mean, it is better. I mean, what in the fuckity fuck type of shit is, what? How do I click the other arrow? Oh my God, how do you click that other arrow if it being so close to the other one? Oh my sweet baby race. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's see. We're going down this way. Can we get close to the hangar? I still want to get close to that hangar if we can. No, there ain't no way. I don't think there is. There's just like nothing out here, bro. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't even have it on screen. I just realized that. I meant to have this on screen. Dude, look at this. There's nothing out here. Kingman or Kingsman of Meadville. Oh my God, Meadville. Dude, Meadville, dude. Dude, there's just nothing out here. This is supposedly downtown. I from what I could get, apparently this is all the businesses and shit. I think. I like, just like. Like, this is just like a ghost town. This is like nothing. Like, what is going on here? What is all this? It's just, wow. Looks so desolate. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. But she said she'll try Kingsman, though, huh? Here, you know what? Let me find that. Let's see. You know, I'm not going to try to hunt it down like I was earlier. I'm just going to literally straight search for it. I'm assuming it's Arizona, right? So, Kingsman. Yeah, here we go. Where's that? Where's that in colons of everything? Okay. Where was that in conjuncture with... Oh, it's actually not that far away from Meadview. Actually, we were looking at it earlier, on the map. Anyway, but here. Let's go on Street View. Let's look at the downtown of this place. Is it going to be as decrepitly, like, depressing? Alright, so Kingman, here we go. Okay, you can get... Alright, there we go. So, here we go. Well, this... Well, it just has, like, an entire highway just going through it. Well, that's a Route 66 museum. Oh, so wait, is it Route 66? Route 66 goes through it? Is that what's going on? Is that what I'm seeing here? No? No, I guess not. Oh, well, whatever. Well, it looks bigger in it. Whoa, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, there's a high school here. Okay. There's a gigantic field and like a bunch of fields actually, so that's what that was. Okay. Kingman's actually kind of big. Because now there's like, yeah, there's like this whole chunk of it too. It's like... There's... It's like its own town, straight up. It also, New Kingman Butler. So that's like the north side of it, I guess. I don't even know which, you know what, we'll find a spot here. What's going on over here? Oh, there, you know what, looks like this might be some industry stuff. Yeah, here we go. Let's go right on this intersection. Oh, dude, this place looks so much better. Dude, this place actually has like a little bit of vibes. Oh shit! Oh yeah, dude, this place got some vibes. Dude, this place got vibes. What's this? Immediately, what is that? Leak celebrations? What? Is it a grocery store? I don't even know, but it looks like it's popping. And then you got this cool looking building right here. Yeah, at least got some cool looking buildings and shit. I mean, it looks better. This place looks way better. Here, let's go down this way. Let's see what's going on down to this way here. Got a little food place right here. Looks like a little restaurant. A little restaurant. Oh, dude. Whoa, is this a Hispanic joint right here? Dude, hold up. Is that a Mexican joint right there? Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. 11-9. El Palacio. Oh, dude. Dude, this place looks legit. Dude, that place looks like the fucking grub to eat right there. Is there really just a street light, like, right there? That's a really interesting spot for it, but okay. But, dude, this place looks like the spot to go eat. What the oh, a bunch of silos and shit. Oh. Is that another spot to eat? Nope. What is it? No. It's just a... Whoa, it's just the whole length of the building. Damn, what building is that? What's going on over here? A lot of railroads and shit. Okay, and there's that going on. Alright, well, this way. Can we go down this way now? Yeah. Vapes. Gotta get your vape going. Gotta get myself my vapes. Vape nation, y'all. Alright, what's going on down here? Got a little gas station car wash. Car wash, looks like. What's this? Yeah. Dude, whoa. Yo, hold up. We gotta look at this. Alright, hold up. We gotta look at this. We gotta look at this. Yo, let's look at this. Yo, dude, that is so cool. Dude, that is cool. Is there a way to get up there? Oh my god, I think there is. Oh, holy shit, there kind of is. Dude, imagine getting, like, some joints. And you just, like, got your homies. Climbed up that bad boy. Right there. Climbed around on that son of a bitch and just sat right there. Bruh. Dude, imagine some of the spray paint you could do up there. Or at least, you know, the memories and the vibes and the view and everything. But either way, dude, this right here, though, is really fucking cool. That right there is really cool. Yeah. You know, it's good. And yeah, this is a really good view right there. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, what the hell? He could just rotate among us. Woo, 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 woo. Wait, what's going on here? So, like, if boots are saying no opportunities to crop up, they can never predict until you actually move. Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, it's not like you wouldn't be able to, like, not literally do anything. I mean, you'll just have to see what opportunities you'll be able to have once you, you know, reach, you know, especially to a state like this. Honestly, if you were to go here, I mean, I think it would be better, cooler. And at least I would check out wherever the whoa, there's there's other stuff behind here. I didn't even notice what's going on here. Oh shit, dude, it's like, hey, welcome to Kingman, heart of the historic Route 66, dude, that is cool. Okay, I mean, that alone's kind of sold me. That's cool. Is this like a... Oh, what's this? Air conditioning. Get your air conditioners because it's hot as fuck out here. But, dude, this place looks fucking dope, actually. The Kingsman Weed Store. I mean, I don't want to, like, you know, be like... I'm just exploring. I don't want to, like, get too specific with, like, specific businesses and shit. What, you got like little alleyways, dude. There's like, whoa, what's going on there? You just got like a random alleyways of things and shit, like little places. Like, dude, there's like a lot of places just looking on Street View here where it's just like, you can just like hella vibe. Records, yo, record store. Fuck yeah, the Shady dude. This would be my hangout. Little music pad, fuck yeah, dude. Machine shop. Got a mechanical shop right now. Wait, there's another road here? What? That's another road? What's that over there? Lights. It's a compound. It is a compound of some sort, I tell you what. And at least it looks like there is foothills as well. So yeah, at least have like little foothills to explore too. Wow, you actually have some foothills way out there to explore as well. So it looks like there are some foothills. In comparison to Meadville, where it was like desolate nothing. Anyway, here, let me find that, here, where would it be? There we go. Oh, here we go. This is where it is. It's near Starbucks. It's by this awesome looking Starbucks. And Taco Bell. We'll go right here next to the Taco Bell. Where is it? Right there? It's around there. Whoa. Dude, the dispensary straight up has like fucking aliens and shit on it, dude. That's fucking cool. Has like a little alien UFO on it. Oh my god. Come on, don't be a... There we go. Yeah. Nice. It's right next to a it's right next to like a hair salon, dude. A hairstylist place. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's funny. Like she does like a tobacco industry. I mean, the cannabis industry, I mean, it can be more trusted than tobacco industry. I mean, but yeah, I mean, like any industry, I wouldn't necessarily inherently trust it. Better than tobacco. Say that much. Yeah. Done messing around with Google Maps. Fat Bug, South Carolina is one of my. Okay, you know what? All right, that'll be my last town to check out. You know what? Ba-ba-da-ba. Let me see. This is really a place. It's not even coming up. Is this even real? This ain't even real. Boo. It's just me. I don't want to go all the work of growing and curing it and doing whatever you gotta do to make it useful. Yeah, it's a whole fucking lengthy process. I grew for a few years. It's not financially logical. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of what has kept me from doing it. It was hard. Yeah. See, that's why, it's honestly, it's what refrained me, from growing it, because I know it's a bitch and I have to do. More so than other plants, because there's a lot more peculiarity to it. Growing food before so it's easier than starting with no experience. And true. It's like stuck on electricity like crazy, and PGE ain't cheap. Yeah, it really ain't. It's like spontaneous to generate earth. There's no way from the gamut. What? Oh, just because of well, it's probably just because they'd be attracted to the smell and stuff, and I mean, honestly, they would be able to, get in your apartment, just by having, like, a window crack open, or, like, for the vents, or, door being opened and closed, or anything like that. Size of a bonsai buds on it. Damn. Well, nice. At least if it got any bigger and shit, then it would just get more budded out. Get you a lot. Just let nature take care of it, but won't be as good. Keeping them 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness is key to prevent flowering. Yeah. Basically like the typical, day-night cycle type of shit. Oh my god, that boy's all knocked the fuck out. Yeah. This game is like, there will fun things on too, but it doesn't look like it. I fed him today. Yeah, twice. He ate his leftovers, filled it up, and ate that too. Now it's knocked the fuck out. So, yes. I'm pretty sure he's fine. Already at 3, you fed him. It's like 3 a.m. And the former Pope said, sorry for their loss. So sad for the loss. Too bad, so sad. I shed a tear for them. I shed that tear for him and his family, and for the Catholic Church for their sad and most upsetting loss. First Pope to resign in 600 years. Well, that's why I'm being very sarcastic. Pope Rap, let's just call him. I just get an Icelandic course. I don't need no damn shit and pony. I'm just getting myself an Icelandic course. The guy like a jack of all trades sorts. They can handle harsh conditions. You can ride them. They're like workhorses. So they can handle just pretty much about anything. Another point is ponies are mean as fuck. Well, but yeah, Icelandic horses tend to be pretty chill. Unless you get an attitude from a pony. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably feed it an apple. And then it'd be friendly with me and it'd be pretty chill. And be vibing with me. An alpaca? Why an alpaca? Oh, so I'll spit on everybody. Spit on your mortal enemies. Via the alpaca. I can see you ignore for llama. A llama. The horse try to run me over every time I go feed him because they're just excited to see you. That's why. We don't blame their excitement to see you and get food. Damn, I really need something to drink, but I don't got anything now. I'm totally out. Fuck. Boo. And we got ran over. I mean, I've been around horses when I was growing up as a wee little kid back when my granddad, before he passed, used to have the ranch. And same thing. Nothing would happen. Hey, Zukov, come here, baby. Come here, booby. Come here. You switch your foot. No, not there. Oh my god. Come here, bye-bye. Oh, you sweet boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here, Zooks. Come here. Would you come here? Come here, bye-bye. You could see the treat. Like, come on. Come here. Oh my god, you fruit. Should get a dab rig, start dabbing. I don't handle dabs well. If you think if you think I don't really cough that much when I smoke weed, oh, see me smoke a dab. Totally different. So, cop, would you come here, you little sleepy baby butt? Come here. Hey. Well, you have to come here to get it. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Can you possess an organ? You could buy 2 ounces legally at a dispensary. 4 if you're medical. Hey, baby. Hey, boo, 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 boo. Oh my god. She couldn't wait. Jeez, little spastic little boy. Oh, you goofy little butt. Look at you. Oh my lord. Oh my good lord. This little absurd mutt. This absurd boy. Oh, you goofy thing. Aww. Ow. Oh. He makes these little moans, dude. It's so cute. Aww, what was that? You goofy little thing. So much such a sleepy boy. Who's just a sleepy boy? Yes, you is. You just a sleepy boy? Yes, you is. Aw. Aw. Look at this little boy. Just sweet little munchkin he is. Aw. So he's just a Yanni boy. Goofy little noises, bro. You're so silly. You're just so silly. So we smoked 2.5 ounces in 3 weeks. Now I've had 2.5 ounces. It's about an ounce a week. Seriously, Jesus. I really could not get anywhere close to that. Who's this little bubble? Who's a good little puppy? Who's a good little puppy? Aw. You're just a goof. Look at you. You're just a goof. Oh my goodness. Me. Seriously? What is this? What is going on here, you goof? Oh, this is Papa. Who's that sweet little Papa? Well, what in the hell is this? Oh my lord. I can make an ounce last about 2 weeks to a month. That's pretty much about like how I can do it. 2 to 3 weeks about. What in the fuck is this, dog? Well, excuse me. Yeah, my feelings are exactly like, what is this? My god, just rolls up in a little ball. You're a goof. You don't give a shit. Why you no give shits? Well, my God, you're a fucking fruit. This dog's a fruit. This dog is a fruit loop. You're just a fruit loop. Come here. What's wrong with you? You're just a little fruit loop. Look at you. You're a little fruit. What? Man, you yawny boy, man. You're just tired as hell. Someone's just tired as hell, huh? Well, this is his little face. Come here. This fucking little goober. What, you trying to like get me to yawn? Because your cute little adorable presence is refusing me to do so. You're just a goof, but you're also really heavy. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh. You fucking little stretchy. You can get your leg off mine. You goober. What, you just gonna chill here now? Okay. Little back screeches. Little back screeches. You a little goofy boy, little back screeches. Oh my lord. Oh man, that little dog sometimes. He's an absurd little boy. He's just an absurd little boy. Remember my first steamroller, had it for less than a day, smoked it once and fell asleep and dropped it. Aww. I still have mine somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's either like in my room or in here. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I have it in my room. So usually I would have it up in here and I don't directly see it, so that's the only spot that it would be. In fact, I remember it being in there last time, so. The fuck's you? Now you're just staring at me like a little goof. Oh my goodness, look at you. Oh, look at you, little fruit. Oof. Puff got ready for selling real weed, actually. Well, hopefully, he'll be able to get the business back up and run it again and get the fuck out of, prison. But unfortunately, knowing Alabama, that's not exactly gonna happen because, well, it's Alabama. They suck. State sucks. Fucking county they probably all are in, reside in, shit sucks. Fucking politicians there suck. People there suck. Place sucks. So, I mean, it's just like one of those places. Yep, left the vacuum of the weed community. One of the few things that Alabamians had going for them. Used to do my weed from. It's a holiday in Cambodia. It's a holiday in Cambodia. Or you get smoked straight high or whatever. The lyrics for that are not gonna go through and work, so we're just gonna abort that immediately. That's why we have abortion rights. That's the foundation why we have abortion rights, I tell you what. That's almost damn 4 o'clock. Jesus. Actually, almost at 6. You know what? Actually, about the 6 hour mark is at the 4 o'clock mark, so I'll just wrap it a bow right there. All things considered. Grand uncle was in Vietnam, so yeah, we growing everywhere. It's jumping on your dick left and right. Oh, just like, you know, because it's everywhere and people just like being hounded because they might be smoking it and shit. Even though they're not supposed to or whatever. Even though they're also being forcibly sent there, you know, to basically give themselves PTSD and just make an entire population, you know, resent people for a minute and fight back, amongst other things. Says we'll wrap it around like the 4 a.m. mark since it's not quite there yet. Is there any other rare little things on too? One more little glance. Have anything in peculiarity? A meme, perhaps? No meme? Is there anything? Not even. Well, why YouTube? Not even like a 40-second little video meme, because usually those are like the better videos. Not even those. Wow. Boo. Smoked weed and fucked prostitutes and they're selling real fighting. Wow. Well, he got off lucky then, I guess. Not so much the prostitutes, I suppose, because they were exploited, but I mean, he still got the better end of the stick, I suppose. Can't wait to watch Jordan Peterson Gauntlet. Well, that is a patron-only thing, so make sure you get a patron subscription for that. Because I kind of am not. Of course, patron only. I mean, a part of me wishes that was public, though. Because I would want to watch some of it, but unfortunately that would obviously not be cool. So I'm not going to do that. What's this? Death's Head Moth screaming. Ooh. Oh, what the hell? Start off on me. How in the hell? Why? Boo! Damn, look at that thing. Dude, that thing looks cool. Squeaky, squeaky. Huh. Squeaky little thing. Ooh, that little clip. What is me here? Got put in an empty juice in the fridge. SMH. So honestly, who the fuck does that actually? I guess some troll.
What did I say? What did I say? I'm not here to drink your air. Throw the damn carton away. Now look at you. You dead. I told you I could put you in this one. I could put you right back out.
My God. I can put you in this roll and I'll put you right back out. Damn. Love it. I mean, honestly, this is like, unless you're gonna be a smug, just heretical, like, piece of shit, just like a heretic amongst the heretics, then truly, you deserve such a fate. Because, like, who would just put the empty thing back in there? It's like, I can imagine if there's just like a little bit left. Oh, dude, I feel the same way. I mean, I would have with that eggnog because I was going to plan on drinking all of it anyway, but yeah. Damn you, whoever banned big gulps. That was, I think, primarily in New York, because that was like, what's his fucking face? Bloomberg, like, he was the one who pushed for big gulps to be banned. So thank that billionaire cocksucker. Any little fun things? Nope. Boo. Boo. I did find something we can maybe check out in the future, though. Milo's brand Southern Sweet Tea. No, they do not. It only takes like a minute to clean. Well, I mean, what if you have like a little bit left? Like, you know, you have like, you know, like you plan on drinking the last of it and there's just like a little left. Be a little utilitarian, you know, save that cup. Boom. Yeah, Milo CT is actually pretty good. Bo. Why is the cup when I can drink from the jig? From the jig, from the jug, from the jig jug. Because maybe other people are going to drink out of that, you bastard. I only have an exemption if, like, you plan on drinking the last of it and there's not much left in there. Like, if there's, like, at least, like, a quarter or less in there and you plan on drinking the last of that shit, like, you know, it's like your cup, basically, then that's fine. But if not, then you're war crime. War crime or war crimes right there. That's been found. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm more on Rose's page than not. What are we talking about? Venom's mom's Boobas. Okay, yep, alright. Well, 6-hour mark, 4 a.m., last bowl. Yep, sounds like the bow has been made. Same for me, alright, yeah. No, I'm not into that more. It's just, yeah, okay, yep. Gonna call it good now, so peace out, of course. I'll be back around for the next one. I actually need to get some sleep anyway, because I have an early shift. I forgot to mention I have to wake up at like 10. Yay! Anyway.